listen. I'm talking. If Earth is not a globe, it is a plain planet. How then we experience
Uh,
gravity?
that's
If
the issue
Earth
that you're
isn't
having,
moving,
though.
also,
That's what
if
it's
Earth
called a
isn't
false
moving, also,
premise. That's a false premise because you think the Earth is a planet, and the word planet you imagine in this round ball in the vacuum of space, but that's not what the Earth is. The Earth is not that
yeah, but
thing that you call
I,
planet.
Earth, but you also
You know what a
say
planet is?
concepts don't affect the physicality. I am talking
Yes.
about then if concepts don't affect physicality, then why do you deviate? I don't know if that's the word. You change the topic. Why you don't answer the question that I
Gravity.
asked
What is
you?
gravity, right?
Gravity.
Do you
How?
okay? When the thing is that when you say gravity, there is no meaning behind that word that you're saying. You think you know what it is, but do you know what gravity is? You don't.
Yabbity yabbity
It's
yap. Okay. You
just think about it
literally
logically,
talk.
bro. No, no, listen. I'm not trying to take you away from the from what you're trying to say. I'm trying to have you think logically about it, right? When you say
Okay.
gravity, can you bring this word and give it meaning in the realist level? Can you demonstrate something that you can show in the real world that you label it the word gravity that you're saying? Can you do
Jump.
that? Can you demonstrate it?
Jump.
So
Can you
define it
jump?
first. So, oh, see, that's jumping. Jumping is jumping. Is that gravity?
Yeah.
Jumping is
Gravity
gravity.
is the. I'm going to explain to you. Gravity is a force that, well, in basic terms, puts you down the ground. Um, it it's a
Okay,
force that drags you.
a force that directs you. So you're saying that this force is bringing you down. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
So when I release a helium balloon or vapor goes up, or hydrogen, oxygen, or all gases go omnidirectionally, you're saying that gravity doesn't affect gases?
I'm not saying that. Obviously, that it affects the gases, but gases are lighter
No, it
things.
doesn't.
There are lighters. And because they are lighter, they have um, much more
Lighter than what?
force
Lighter than
to elevate. Um, I don't know if it's a word, outforce gravity. They are
So,
stronger than the gravity of the
so,
Earth.
so, so gases are anti-gravity things because you say
No,
gravity is bringing everything down, but gases don't. Gases are not being affected by it. So the concept. So now you're gonna have to come to a different conclusion because you're saying when I jump, I go up then down. So I exerted the force to jump up, and then you're saying that I'm heavier than the medium that I'm in, but gases are lighter. So gases go. There is something else, not this thing gravity. There is something else happening. I'm heavier than the medium, and gases are lighter. That's not gravity.
you're heavier than the heavier average person. No, it's okay.
I'm
But
I'm
all
heavier
it
than the
takes, all
medium,
it
and the
is,
gases are lighter than the
yeah,
medium, right?
all it takes is a quick Google search. Gases are indeed affected by gravity, but their behavior is dominated by other factors, particularly the high kinetic energy of their molecules. Because I don't know if where you live they you the
You, you know about gas
it's basic
behavior and the
chemistry
loss. You know there is, yeah.
when
Let me
matter
let
has
me tell you
different
this though.
states, have different
Go,
states.
just bring the Gauss laws, all of the Gauss laws, Avogadro's law, the laws of all the laws of thermodynamics, and in relation to the Gauss laws, right? And in none of those you're gonna find gravity affecting gases. The behavior of gases.
No,
I
no.
mean,
Listen to me.
let's
Because
work. Let's.
because gases, the high kinetic energy of the molecules of the gases. A gas is when basically the molecules don't have a connection. They they move freely in their mix. Also,
Yeah, no gravity. You see, there you go. That's not towards the gravity point. That's against it.
no, it's the rapid motion because they move so fast that um, they are faster than gravity. They can push gravity. The force that they exert is faster than gravity.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. So no
Do you mean with
demonstration
this
that
pretty cool? I'm showing you arguments.
gases are moving away from the thing that you're saying is causing gravity, right? I mean, you still haven't defined this gravity thing though, and we moved away from the surface that is not curving, but then you jumped into this gravity thing that you haven't defined or demonstrated yet, and saying this thing is causing or doing what to prove the globe. It's not doing any of those things.
Do you know SpongeBob?
Cartoons, yeah, we know about cartoons. The globe is part of that stuff. Cartoons.
Do you know SpongeBob?
SpongeBob? Yeah, cartoons.
Do you know SpongeBob?
SpongeBob. You mean the cartoon?
Do you know SpongeBob?
Do you mean the cartoon? The cartoon, the thing in the TV? That's what you mean?
No, SpongeBob.
Okay, post it in the text so I know what it is. Post it in the text.
SpongeBob. Do you know SpongeBob?
No, I don't know what it is. Can you post it in the text?
Do you know SpongeBob?
He's
I did
No.
trolling again, dude.
you just brick yourself, bro? You're on repeat.
Come on, man.
Do you know SpongeBob?
No, I don't know.
Hello.
Miguel, come on, dude. Just get back to Earth, bro.
Are you stuck?
Get back to the topic.
Oh,
Jemsy's being
Miguel.
very, very cordial with you, man. He's trying to explain things to you, and you're not listening.
Did you know SpongeBob? Did he leave?
Yeah, Jemsy, you got the patience of a saint, brother.
Yeah,
Not
Gen Z,
No.
really.
you broke him. You broke him mentally.
It comes when you have a Puerto Rican wife.
Do you know SpongeBob?
He got break by very simple conversation. I don't know what's wrong. I mean, we didn't get too far. I wanted to try to bring the curvature thing home, but couldn't. I don't know. He he was trying to paint the conversation like a joke or something. But go ahead, Hick. You can ask any questions to the panel, Hick. Oh, Miguel, you're still here, Miguel. Miguel, welcome back. So, Miguel, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, can it be a sphere if it's not curving? Go ahead, Miguel.
Can you repeat the question?
So, if the surface is not curving, can it be a sphere?
No, because it's not curving, so
Yes,
it can't be a
that's
sphere.
exactly, yeah. So there you go. Welcome. The surface of the Earth is not curving. It cannot be a sphere.
So your proof to that Earth is flat is that you can perceive that the Earth is a globe.
No, perceived.
That's
What
your
we
whole
actually
argument.
perceive, we do perceive something that is not curving. That's what we perceive. That's the actual realist level. The
Yeah,
claim of
but
that it, the,
you
but
perceiving.
listen, the claim that it is curving, it's not where to be found. You cannot demonstrate that. So the lack of the curvature is not evidence for the curvature. You get that?
Yeah, I can prove that it's curving. That the Earth is a globe.
You can prove it with
Yes.
measurement, with the earth measuring the earth and the waters across. You're saying that you have that,
No, it's actually a lot simpler than that, than measuring the
but
whole Earth.
don't tell me that you look at the sky to tell the shape of the ground.
You can look at the sky at any moment, and you can notice um, a little curvature
Up in the
in
sky.
the. Yes, yes, you can notice a
So,
little curvature in the sky. That's
so listen,
because
Miguel.
the Earth is a globe.
Remember the common sense. Remember the common sense. So,
Yes.
if you questioning something like the ground that you're standing on, or the surface of water across it, right? If that's the thing in question, how can you look at something else to determine the thing in question? You check the thing in question, not something else.
Let's imagine if I were to stand, if I were to swim in a cup of water, and I look
Just the fact that you have liquid water that debunks the globe claim.
sorry,
Because
sorry, sorry, sorry. I have
to have liquid water, you need a contained
if I
environment.
was in a cup of water, I was swimming, and I look upwards and I see a cup of uh, how is it, of oil, because the oil is above the water because it has lower density than the water itself. I could say that just seeing the oil in on top of the water, I could say that the water is a lower density than um the oil.
Yeah, we can demonstrate that in reality, but you cannot demonstrate the curvature of the earth.
Okay, ask someone from the south to see the sky and take a picture. Now ask someone from the north to look at the sky and take a picture. Compare the two pictures of the sky. Why
Yeah, you
the
go to
pictures
one
of the
side.
sky are different?
You go on one side of a building, see lights above you, then go to the other side of the building, you see other lights above you.
No, that's not how it works. If you go in in a building and see up, you
So
see.
the phenomena of the sky that you're observing, depending on the position of the world, you're gonna see certain phenomena of light in one position, and then you see other light in the other position. That's not too complicated, dude. That's pretty simple. And just talking about the lights, remember the lights across that you're looking up, those are the things in motion, but you're claiming the opposite. So common sense, the
That
luminaries are
ain't
in
common
motion.
sense because
It is because your listen, you have something called your vestibular system. You have a liquid in your ears that is horizontally here. You have a liquid inside of your ears that is horizontally framed in a horizontal frame of reference. And if you tilt your head, or if you were spinning, you will detect the tilt or the motion. And your senses are telling you that the ground below your feet is not in motion. And if it started moving, you will know. You see? But you're claiming the opposite of that. You're claiming the opposite of your senses, of the common sense of everyone. Nobody detects or feels the motion of the ground. You- And the globe claims the opposite, which is nonsense. And you also observe the luminaries in motion, but you claim the opposite, that they're not in motion, that the ground is. But yeah, when you go to one side of the world and you see certain lights, like you were saying, that's an observable phenomena. And then you go to the other side of the world and you see other lights. That doesn't tell you that the ground is curving or in motion.
No,
Okay, Miguel?
because if the Earth goes flat, the there is a the in Chile is a place that I visited. There is a constellation called the Cruz del Sur. That constellation
The Southern Cross,
is
yeah.
only visible from the south, and it ain't visible from the north because it is in the south.
You
Sur,
can actually see
sur
them from
means south.
the Cruz del Sur, the Southern Cross. You can see it from Canary Islands, and that Canary Islands is above the equator. It's on the north side. So that premise is wrong because you can definitely see the Southern Cross on certain positions beyond the equator. And it's okay, bro. You can see the Southern Cross, the motion of it. Miguel, he's dropping out. Just to the point that he brought up, he's saying that you cannot see the Southern Cross from the south. I mean, from the north, but there's recordings of it. But that doesn't determine anything. Hi, Miguel. The Miguel thing is kind of like a joke in the Spanish stuff. It's like you're in trouble and you yell, Miguel, help me. Miguel. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Anybody want to have any questions? Ask any question? Go ahead. New people. Yes, sir. Eva. Winter.
Hello, hello. Good morning. I'm curious, what's this class is all about?
It's about the lack of evidence of the globe Earth,
A lack of evidence of the.
of the geometry claim of the globe.
I'm not sure what that means. Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, when people, the globe, when people learn it in school, you open the book or you look at the globe on the table and the teacher says, Earth is globe, and you read it in the book and it has like a certain diameter,
Mm-hmm.
circumference, or radius.
Right.
Based on that geometry that
Mm-hmm.
we learned from the book,
Mm-hmm.
when we go to the outside realist level on the surface of
Mm-hmm.
the earth or across the
Right.
waters, we test those numbers. Those numbers
Mm.
are nowhere to be found across the world.
Okay. Interesting. So, are you referring to latitude, longitude, those numbers here in this context?
Latitude, longitude, that's of the celestial sphere. It's like a grid that is made for navigational purposes, and that's
True.
like a man-made concept. Just to
Mhm.
you can make. Okay, we have an established longitude and latitude that is used worldwide for
Yes,
commerce, navigation, positioning, all that kind of stuff. But that's not the ground you're standing on. That's based on the luminaries as a reference. It's,
hmm
and yeah, I mean, that's you can use that grid to give you certain, but that's not the surface that you're standing on.
that's not the surface I'm standing on. hmm
Yeah, or
Okay.
the surface that you travel across. The map is not the terrain, that kind of stuff. When you look at a map, the
hmm
map is not the terrain that you're traveling across. The map is like a projection that might be giving you a reference, but that is not the terrain. The map is not the terrain. You get that?
Hmm. Do you mean that some detailings are missing from the map? It's
Most of the
oversimplification.
details. Yeah, most of no map is 100% accurate. There's no 100% accurate map.
Yeah, that makes sense because there's so
Yeah.
much details in real world. It's difficult to incorporate all of that on a simple physical globe. But maybe if it's a detailed satellite image, there we can have all the details. Like if we go to Google and we try to see a particular place, let's say in my city, so I can find that street on through Google satellite. That's possible nowadays, right?
Yeah, you know how Google go across the ground and they use cars and people walking around to, and also they
You
do use
stupid.
Google Earth, like drones and airplanes. They use that as well,
Yeah.
and also put people on the ground in vehicles or even walking around. So that's not telling you are in a globe.
Okay. hmm So, am I understanding this correctly? So, this is basically about the overall shape of Earth. That's the point of discussion, right?
The shape is a claim of a
Mhm.
specific shape. The globe is a shape, but
Right.
when you actually think about it, um, if the surface is not curving and that shape is not what you're standing on, you're not standing on a globe because the surface of the earth is not curving. And then when you add the physics of water, like water lays horizontal and it requires a contained environment to a certain pressure to be in the liquid state. The globe doesn't have the container to have the gas pressure for the water to be liquid. So when you scale it up and you put a bunch of variables together, the globe falls flat, and there is no
I'm
the
sorry.
flat the flat is not a shape. The flat will be an aspect of a surface. The surface that everybody is standing or travels across, that's not a shape. That's an aspect or a description. So there is the lack of the shape because there is the numbers of the globe have been falsified with testing, long distance observations, laser test, even navigation is used, and there's so many other things like even airplanes are designed to work on a flat, motionless ground. There's no airplane that takes into account the motion of the ground or the curvature of the earth to operate. Long distance communication systems, many of them are line of sight, radar when they're locating vessels across the waters. They're doing line of sight from point A to point B. Antennas, radio antennas do line of sight as well. You have bouncing between antennas, sure, but when you look at the foundation of a lot of these systems, you're gonna find that there is no curvature of the earth being taken into account for any practical thing in reality, like navigation, aircraft, communication systems, or even the most basics of things like establishing a foundation, like for the building that you're in, like establishing a water level, a horizontal, to put the first brick, right? That water level is in reference to sea level, mean sea level, and you can have parallels, horizontal sea level, like up to your house, and that level, that horizontal is parallel all across the surface. They could have different altitudes based on sea level, but there is no curvature across um, the horizontals that goes with the claim of the globe.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, when you put the horizontal in your house to put the TV in place or the water, cup of water, so the water doesn't spill on the table, right? That horizontal, even if you're high in altitude, your neighbor 30 miles away, even if he's
Mm-hmm.
lower in a valley, he also establishes a horizontal and uses the water level to establish that horizontal. And that his horizontal is parallel to your horizontal. And then you could keep going, his neighbor, your neighbor, the next neighbor, up to the sea level. And the sea level is parallel all the way back to your house, to your horizontal. And then you can go across the water on the shore, from the shore across to the other shore, 3,000 miles away. And that's also horizontal, parallel to all of those horizontals. There is no globe between those horizontals, no curvature, no drop over distance that adds up to the geometry of the globe that you learn in the book. Remember? It has a specific value, 3,959 miles radius. It will require a specific drop over distance for that to be the case. But you cannot measure that in reality. It's nowhere to be found.
Drop over distance. Can you
Yeah, if
can
you
we
look,
talk more about that? What would be the drop over distance according to you if it was a globe?
it wouldn't be according to me, but in the claim, if you have a radius of 3,159 miles, and if you're looking across water, that would be 8 inches per mile squared. So each mile you will have a drop over of 8 inches.
8 inches
And
in height of water. I'm
8 inches
confused here.
in if you put a level on top of a sphere, and then that curvature of the sphere is dropping away from the level, it's gonna be gradually dropping away from that level. Take a globe earth calculator in the internet since you are searching globe earth calculator.
Mhm.
You doing searches?
On Google, you are asking me to search globe calculator.
Yeah, globe earth curvature calculator. So you can see there is that's the claim. Those are the numbers. That's not my claim, like I said.
Mhm.
And when you test for that, when you go across the bodies of water, you don't find that drop over the distance anywhere across the surface of the earth. So
Globe
you see the
Earth.
issue?
The app calculates how much a distant object is obscured by Earth's curvature. Makes the following assumption.
Well, obscure will be maybe visibility. You can have obscurity even in a horizontal frame of reference. Obscure will be maybe there's humidity in the medium, visibility, weather that might be causing us obscurity. But on the globe will be going behind the edge, behind the drop over that distance. If you have something, there'll be a blockage, a physical blockage. If you're on one side of the ball, you can't see on the other side of it. Let's see. Calculator. Did you find it?
On Google, there are different Earth
Earth
curvature
curvature
calculator.
calculator. Yeah,
Yeah, there are multiple of them.
there's many. Yeah, you're gonna find many.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now you get the point that if you're standing on on the surface of the sphere with distance, there will be a drop over distance. That's pretty simple.
So basically, if you draw an imaginary tangent on the point that I'm currently on, so that tangent creates distance over time with the surface of the curvature. That's what it's referring to, right?
Yeah, it will be dropping away from you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but when you test for that, what you
How
can
would you
do.
test for it? It's an imaginary line, right? That tangent doesn't exist. It's an imaginary line. So how would you test for it?
So let's say you go to a lake, a big lake, maybe 20 kilometers or 20 miles lake, and you are on one shore of the one side of the lake, and then to the other side of the lake, 20 kilometers, there should be, if you do the numbers, there should be what, maybe over 60 or 70 feet of drop.
Drop from where? You don't have that tangent line. How would you draw that line?
Okay,
For
from if you're.
example,
Mhm.
if I'm wearing a t-shirt, my body is not flat, right? It has a particular shape, but doesn't matter what the shape of my body, the t-shirt always sticks to my body. It takes the shape of my body, right? Similarly, if it doesn't matter what's the shape of the globe, whether it's spherical or any shape, ovular or whatever, anything that's on the surface of the globe, it takes the shape, it goes along the surface of the globe. So
And
unless you
that
have that,
surface, that will be a slope, a drop, a curve, a slope. It will be going away from the horizontal.
Yeah. The tangent would meet from your eye line, right? And it would go and touch the earth where the horizon would be. And it would be relative to the height of the observer, right? So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles away, right? That's what that tangent line is that you're talking about. It would go directly from your eyes, right? A direct line of sight to where the horizon line would be if the Earth's a globe. That's what we can go to the lake, right? And if it's a 20-mile lake or whatever, right? And you're 6 foot tall, the horizon would have to be at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe. And then we could calculate how much the opposite side of the lake should be hidden behind the horizon, right? That would be the hidden height. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's what
I don't know what's what would be the number, but that's true. Like if your height is more, your horizon are naturally more broadened. If you
Right.
climb up on a three-story building, you naturally see more broader horizon, right?
Yeah, so like I just put an example in the side chat, right? This is a 33-kilometer lake, 21 miles, and the camera's set up at 5 foot high. Okay, so that means according to the globe mathematics, the horizon should be at 2.73 miles away. Okay, but we can see that there's no horizon present over the entire 21 miles. And then we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And that shoreline should actually be obstructed behind the horizon by 221 foot. That's like a skyscraper, right? So if you had a skyscraper on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, you would only just be able to see the tip of it popping over the horizon, right? If it was like 23 stories high. So that's how much of a discrepancy we're seeing when we look at these observations, right? We see no horizon over the entire 21 miles, and then we see no obstruction of the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and we're getting these crazy results consistently, which doesn't match up at all with the globe mathematics.
Mm-hmm. And who does these claims that how much distance you can see from a particular height?
Yeah, so this is just based off the radius value of the Earth. So it's just like you could use the 8 inches per mile squared formula, right, to determine the drop over distance. And then you could use a different formula to calculate the distance to the horizon, which would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And then, so that's based off the height of the observer in relation to the radius value, and you can determine how far away the horizon would be, right? So say you were 1 foot observation height, right? You just hold the camera at 1 foot. The horizon on the globe should be at 1.22 miles. And then 6 foot, it's 3 miles. And then 8 foot, it's 3.5 miles. And, you know, if you're 70 foot observer height, then it's about 10 miles, right? So we can calculate the distance to the horizon based on the height of the observer using that formula.
Mm-hmm. Is this a very well recognized formula? Who invented this formula?
This is from the globe side, right? So you can, I can give you a link to Washington University, or you can just go on any one of the Earth curve calculators. They're all going to come to the same result. There are various formulas that you can use, but the ones that I gave you will give you the same, you know, accurate answer. They're quite easy. There's more complicated formulas, but that's like the more basic formula.
Okay. And this, what is this called? This formula, globe curvature drop?
Yeah. So if you went to Google and you typed in Earth curve calculator, it'll come up with dozens of Earth curve calculators.
Yeah, it did. I did search for it.
I can link you to like the one that I like to use. It's one of the first one that comes up on Google. And it's very easy to use, right? So it's called Omni Calculator. So if you click on that link I put in the side chat, you can put in the height of the observer, and then you can put in the target distance, and you can change it between the metric or imperial number system.
Yeah, I have two questions. First of all, why there are so many different calculators, and you're saying that the number varies a little bit from one calculator to another? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying there's different formulas that can be used to achieve the same result, just using different
Okay.
types of methods. Yeah.
Okay.
Like you could use
And
the Pythagorean theorem, and then, or you could use the formula that I suggested.
okay. And the second thing is the visibility. You're saying that there is a building on the other side. It shouldn't be visible according to the formula. That just the tip should be visible, but you can see the whole thing, right?
Well, we're looking at just the shoreline of the other side of the lake. Okay, so I can show you some screenshots from the video. The full. Okay, so this is just a GIF that I took out of the full length video. So I'll post the full video here because I've got it ready. 1 second. So here's the full length video, right? It goes over the entire observation, start to finish. He shows you his camera setup, confirms the height of the observer. He shows you his coordinates, the location, and everything. Everything's in the video there. But the GIF that I posted before that is just a clip out of the video showing when he zooms across the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is what he's this is where he is, right? So I'm just uploading a screenshot from the video. So this is the Google Maps distance marcation tool. So you'll see the yellow line. So he's standing up at the top of the image there, right? And he's pointing. He's got the camera set up 5 foot off the surface of the water on a tripod, and he'll be zooming into the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, he's got a friend over there on the other side of the lake. And this is a screenshot of what it looks like where he's trying to zoom into, right? This one here. So you can see there's like a big giant white smokestack. And then you've got the big shoreline there. It's like quite a big shoreline. Okay, so what you'll see is when he zooms across, we can see the shoreline. We can see the entire smokestack. Okay, so what we're not seeing is the horizon, right? There's no horizon at 2.7 miles where there should be. And the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be obstructed behind the horizon, right? And it should be hidden by 221 feet, meaning the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be 223 feet below the horizon. Okay, so here's a screenshot from the Earth Curve calculator, so you can have a look at that. So it asks you to put in the eye height, right? So I put in 5 foot, and then it says the target distance, which is 21 miles, and then you hit calculate, and it tells you the distance to the horizon, 2.7 miles, and then it'll say H1 equals target hidden height, which is 223 feet. Right? That's how much the shoreline, which is the target, should be hidden behind the horizon. And then here's a different Earth Curve calculator with the same metrics put into it. This is a slightly more complicated Earth Curve calculator that will give you like extra details and whatnot. It's just an extra one, just to show you they're both giving the same result. You can check any Earth Curve calculator though. And this is the camera setup, right? So this is showing you that he's just got his camera sitting on the tripod here, 5 foot above the surface. And they actually stayed there, and they did it again at nighttime because it's always a bit clearer at nighttime. And because we had a little town on the other side, right? So this is zoomed in from the location, 21 miles. And once again, we can see that big giant white smokestack. We can see the shoreline on the other side. We can see the lights from the town reflecting on the puddles that were on the shoreline that you can see if you scroll up to the other image that I posted. So yeah, this is a good example, right? Actually, in this observation, after they did this observation, they get high-powered laser beams, and they set the laser beams up at 5 foot height, right? So this is the laser beam setup. in this screenshot, right? So once it gets dark, he shoots the laser across the surface of the water, and his friend on the other side can see the laser beam, right? So once again, the laser beam should be obstructed. It shouldn't be seen from 21 miles away because of the curvature of the Earth. They actually shot these laser beams towards each other, and they could both see each other's one.
Mhm.
And then actually just went on Google Earth about half an hour ago and did like some extra screenshots just showing you like the yellow line from a different view, right, which is the distance markation tool, just showing you where they're
Mhm.
standing, just to give a bit of extra context. Shows the latitude and whatnot as well, the coordinates.
Mhm. So,
Yeah, so
what's their conclusion from here?
well, this is a flat earther called Taboo
Mhm.
Conspiracy, right? I think he's an attorney, and then he's got his friend who's an engineer on the other side of the lake, and their
Mm.
conclusion is that, I mean, there's no curvature, right? There would have to be
Okay.
curvature if, I mean, these guys do a lot of these long distance observations, so this is just one of many.
Mm. So, are they saying that doesn't matter the distance? If there is no obstruction, we can see as far as possible with enough camera power.
Well, not necessarily, because if you check the weather report in any given location, it will tell you the visibility rating of the air, right?
Right.
Because over distance, the air's opaque, right? So where I'm at the moment in Europe, um, it's very clear day, but when I check the weather, the visibility rating, it's only 15 kilometers, right? So quite often you'll only be able to see like 15, 20, 30 kilometers, depending on how clear the air is that day. So that's a limitation on how far you can see, right? Just the clarity of the air, fog,
Mm-hmm.
particulates
Mm-hmm.
in the air, and just the gases and humidity, the moisture in the air and things like that, right? So air is opaque over distance. So that's going to
Mm-hmm.
limit how far you can see. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we have, we can use like infrared lenses and see further than what we would normally be able to see. But yeah, there's still limitations. And then obviously things getting smaller in the distance as well. Once they get below a certain size, you can't really resolve them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so look, what we're finding is that when we go out and do these observations, we're not finding the horizon matching up with where it should be on a globe, right? Not even close. In fact, we can see, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000% further than we should be able to see. And we're not finding any drop over distance either consistently. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
yeah,
like
so
I think there are scope of correction in measurements in everything. So like when initially we first started to learn geography, it said that our Earth is round. But that was oversimplification, of course. Over time, we learned that it was ovular. Then it said, no, it's not really ovular, it's geoid. Not really, geoid is geoid. It's not really ovular, not even round, something in between. So I think it's a oversimplification thing. And
right,
there's
but this is if you have a look into it, which I have. I mean, they say it's almost a perfect sphere, right? I mean, think about the images that you're seeing from NASA, right? That's what they claim it looks like. So they say it's only 10 kilometers fatter at the equator, right? So technically it's an oblate spheroid, right? Technically it's a geoid, but they say that it's basically a perfect sphere, but technically you wouldn't call it that, right? It's 0.3% different than a perfect sphere. Now what they also say is if you were to shrink the Earth down to a small size, it would be the smoothest sphere in existence. That's how perfect it is, right? It's just a small portion of being a perfect sphere, they say, right? So when you're taking these short distance measurements, on a grand scale, these are very short distance measurements. It's not going to make much of a difference in the radius value. And the calculation that you would use for drop over distance, right? Just say you did it at the equator and then you did it like somewhere in the northern hemisphere, like Alaska or something like that. It's not going to be much different. It would be like, instead of the horizon being at 3 miles, it would be at like 3.02 miles or 3.01 miles or something like that. It's just an insignificant difference.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe.
You can look into it. Look, I don't expect you to, take my word for it. Look into it, right? Look into it yourself.
These experiments also, it talks about lots of values, not lots of mathematics. So lots of scrutiny needs to be done in both cases, for these claims also, and also for what NASA and all those organizations are saying. But the most easiest proof would be to find the edge of the Earth, don't you think so?
Well, it sounds easy, and when you mention it like that, it sounds easy, but I mean, actually doing that is very difficult. I mean, we're not even claiming an edge. Like, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're just making claims about things that we can validate, right? So when we say flat Earth, it's not a shape claim. We're talking about the description of a surface area specifically,
Okay.
right? So we don't know the shape of the Earth. It's the globe side that claims to know the shape of the Earth and the size of the Earth, and they give us all these numbers, and then we're going out and testing to see if that matches with reality. And when we do that, right, we can't find any curvature, right? So if you have a surface area that's not curved, it's by default flat, and that's in that context that we're meaning flat Earth.
Okay. And what do you think would be the implications if you find that Earth is not exactly as it's being taught us to be? How can we practically use that?
I think we already practically use the Earth as flat and stationary anyway, right? It would just be more of a shock to people's minds more than anything, right? Because everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, right? They just tell you that it looks flat, but you can't see the curvature because it's so big and you're so small, and that, you experience it as stationary, but you're so small and, it's so big once again. So, I mean, we already utilize the Earth, basically as a flat stationary plane. I mean, it would, I think the lie, right? Or not necessarily that most people are lying, right? I think most people are just repeating what they were taught at university and school. But I think it would just be like the whole shock of the information, right? People would feel deceived. They would have to rewrite the entire education system. I mean, they'd find out the government had been lying about outer space and all of these different things. It would be chaotic, I think. I think it would be well within the government's interest to continue pushing the globe, right? Because people already don't trust the government. I mean, you can ask just about anyone, do you trust the government? Does the government lie? Nearly everyone will say, of course they lie. I mean, of course I don't trust the government. So
That's true. No one trusts the
this would kind of be
politicians.
this would kind of be the final blow for them, in my opinion. But I'm not sure what would happen, to be honest. It would just be speculation.
Cool.
Yeah. Anyway, I
Interesting.
appreciate you having a look at the evidence. We're not trying to convince people or anything like that. We're trying to clear up some of the misconceptions that people have about flat Earth, and then show some of the empirical evidence, and then tell people to scrutinize it. Right? You can even go and do these tests yourself. And yeah, just engage your critical thinking skills and try to debunk it. That's all we're encouraging is hopefully people can learn to use critical thinking skills a bit more, right? Because I think that's lacking. Not you in particular, right? Just in general in society, people tend to just believe whatever they're told, whatever they see on the television, they'll just kind of go along with it. And I think that can be dangerous for the overall health of humanity as a whole, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's understandable. See, if there are so many lies out there, how many can you test? There are so many things, not just about the earth. There can be about food, about medicine. There are so
Yeah,
many myths to
absolutely.
debunk. So it's only if it fits your interest, then you go to check that myth and debunk that. So I think most people, they are busy with their life. They have their own priorities, and the shape of the earth is least of their concern. And so I
Absolutely.
think,
I completely agree with you.
yeah. But yeah, that's a great effort. People, especially people who are trying actively to test these things and measure things, that's a great effort from their part.
Yeah.
Tha-
Yeah, I think there's a huge accumulation of these tests, and it would be nice if we could share them around. People can have a look at them, and you can go and do these kinds of things yourself. Like I did an 18-kilometer test because I lived on a big giant lake in Australia. Had a boat, and I could go out and do testing quite often, and I could zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently. So, I mean, yeah, people can go out and test these things and come to their own conclusions based on the evidence. And then look at the evidence from the globe side, right? Look at the empirical evidence rather than the faith-based evidence, right? What can we validate? When it comes to a lot of this outer space claims and things like that, we can't really go and validate a lot of those claims, whereas we can go and actually test the surface of, water, at least.
Also,
So
have
yeah.
you considered the concept of refraction in this context? Like
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've studied quite deeply into atmospheric refraction and the limitations of it. And what I find, even according to the professionals, right? The people, physicists and engineers and people like that, right? They'll say that, refraction's something that you need to consider, but it's only a small difference, right? It's going to make a 7 to 8% would be counted as standard refraction. So that would take the horizon distance from 2.7 to say 2.8, 2.9 miles, right? And then in extreme conditions, it can go up to 10, maybe up to 15% maximum. So that would, it would make you be able to see a little bit further or a little bit nearer, depending on the refractive index gradient. So it's not something that's going to explain being able to see no horizon over an entire 21-mile distance, and be able to see perfectly flat water where it should have 293 foot of curvature. There should be over 21 miles, right? So it's not going to completely flatten out 293 foot of curvature. It's just not. I mean, you can look into that yourself, but
Right.
I mean, I was listening to a professor, right? He's an engineer, very, very smart guy. He was debating some flat earthers. I was listening to the debate the other day, and he was talking about refraction with the flat earthers. And I liked what he had to say about it. He was a very honest guy. He was obviously he was arguing for the globe. But I took the clips, right? Because it kind of backs up what I was just saying about refraction. So it's just 2 clips if you want to watch them quickly. They're only 15, 20-second clips. I'll just pop them in the side chat here.
Sure.
Okay, so just 1 second. See, once you start getting really extreme refractive effects, you start getting mirages, right? So there's no signs of miraging in these observations that we're presenting. They're very clear. So anyway, there's two little clips there if you want to have a look at those briefly. They're only like 10, 15 seconds.
You know, DJ, when people mention the edge of the earth, I oftentimes think of the shores of the ocean, you know, how far the shores reach and
Yeah,
what's beyond that, you know.
absolutely. Yeah,
It's
I
at least
mean,
some
that's
food
the,
for speculation.
yeah. You know, I'm under the impression that water needs a container and that a large bodies of water have a shoreline. So, I mean, that would logically lead me to say there is a shoreline to the world oceans of some kind. You know, I mean, it's not a crazy speculation, I don't think.
About that video that was tested 21 miles, do they test like 400 miles or like 1,000 miles?
We have yeah, we have some pretty long distance ones that have been done using infrared photography, and we even have ones that have been done not even by flat earthers, right? Like if you have a look at the Guinness World Record long distance photo, right? He used an infrared camera, and I think it's about 255 miles, and he's looking across to the French Alps, and he can see much further than what you would possibly be able to see if the Earth was a globe. So I have that as well. If you want me to chuck some images in the side chat, and then we have another.
Really? That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have another guy called Jay Tolan Media. He goes up in aeroplanes with about $8,000 worth of camera equipment. He uses infrared photography, and he's making 1,000-mile observations. You know, up to 1,000 miles, he's able to see once again. What the things he's seeing, the landmarks that he's seeing, should be way, 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 way below the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, so I'll post a couple of the things like I was just talking about in the side chat so you can have a look.
I wanted to quickly thank the gentleman you're speaking with for giving people in our community props for doing these things, because
Yeah.
a lot of their side just disregard it and don't even appreciate that we go out and do these things. So I just wanted to thank you, sir, for giving us credit.
It's just pretty interesting to see those kind of things.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I think it will also pique the interest of all the people, and maybe at someday the authority will also notice, and maybe there's another possibility that there are some not yet discovered principles of physics which can explain for these things. Just a possibility, apart from the flat earth, which is another possibility. And because we don't know that those principles yet, we cannot explain what we are noticing about the horizon. But nonetheless, these findings would encourage people to research more and try to explain why is this happening. So that's a great thing.
Yeah, look, what's interesting is that back in 2015, 2016, Nikon released their Coolpix P900 range of cameras, right? So people had these cameras that were able to zoom huge distances, right? So most of these observations that you see, they'll be using these Nikon cameras. Now people started going out making these observations, and just regular people just realizing like, wow, I can see this island that's 30 miles away. Like, hold on a second, I shouldn't be able to see that island. And they started
Right.
they started compiling this evidence, and the flat Earth videos started piling up on YouTube, right? And flat Earth actually in 2015, 2016, flat Earth videos were getting millions and millions of hits, right? We had people getting up to 1 million subscribers on YouTube. And back then you used to be able to check what the most popular search term was on YouTube, right? And flat Earth was number one, and it actually overtook Donald Trump during the 2016 election. And what happened, right? Instead of it continuing to grow, Congress, right? Congress got together with Facebook, right, with the executives at Facebook and Google and YouTube, and they decided that they were going to censor flat Earth videos. They called it dangerous misinformation, and they decided that they were going to just basically shadow ban and block the content. They started removing some of the major flat Earth channels and demonetizing them and basically trying to put a stop to it. And not only did they censor it, which is still censored up to this day, but they actually replaced the like when you type in the name of a particular video, right? Like a proper flat Earth video, it will just come up with a propaganda playlist, right? Showing you pictures of discs in space with all water falling off the edges and people wearing tinfoil hats and, just trying to, use propaganda to just scare people away from flat Earth at first glance, which is kind of strange if you think about it, when we're just really just showing long distance observations and that kind of thing. So it's interesting, the censorship that's come along with this topic.
But smart
Right.
people will never be scared.
What's that?
The smart people will never will be scared of this kind of thing.
Will be
Like,
scared
yeah,
or will
like,
never be scared?
Not be scared.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Like, if someone is
Because
genuinely
it's so silly.
It's silly until you understand it. We all thought it was the dumbest thing in the world. The more you look into this, right, it's not silly at all. In fact, we can back up everything we say with
No,
empirical.
how they monetize, that's silly. They like fighting that.
You mean how they
Like-
demonetized, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, yeah. I mean, what they're doing is, because it takes a long time, I'm a YouTube creator myself, right? It's not flat Earth created, but it takes a long time to make a good quality production. And, when you're taking away that ad revenue, you're stopping people doing it as a full-time job. You're stopping people pouring in 1 or 2 weeks of their time to make a really high quality production, right? Like a flat Earth documentary or something like that, or a tutorial style video. So if they're not even able to earn anything through ad revenue, and they know that one day they could wake up and their channel's being completely suspended, it's going to push people away, and was very successful.
right.
They don't have to do this. I don't know if they cannot like prove it that it's the false information. They don't like needed to even touch it, like demonetize and remove it if they cannot prove it that it's wrong, or is it false information?
Well, unfortunately, they kind of like do whatever they want at that level. When it's the government working with, like it's Congress working with the owners of YouTube and the owners of Facebook, and, it's a private platform, so they can kind of do whatever they want, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right.
They just restricting everything. That's so bad for science and like for other kind of experiments that people do.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the way we move forward with science, isn't it? Is to challenge science and to, try to disprove it. Exactly. Yeah, it happens with all sorts of different topics, with the censorship. So, I mean, but flat Earth has been one of the main topics. But it's a hot topic still. Even with the censorship. The reason we're in this English Hub server is because it's such a hot topic, right? They invited us here. We have a home server with about 30,000 members. And we've had big servers like the politics server, the English Hub server, politics and religion server inviting us to start a channel in their server. And within a week or two of us turning up in these servers become, this Flat Earth channel quickly becomes by far the most popular channel in the entire server. It's happened everywhere we go. So it's definitely a topic people are interested in.
Yeah, because people like science and all the sorts of inventions, research, because it's interesting to like for everything, for
Yeah.
basic knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate the chat. I do have to head off, unfortunately, but it's been awesome chatting with you guys, and hopefully see you again sometime.
Yeah, thanks for the chat, and thanks for all the links and infos. It was really insightful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Look, if anyone does want, like, we have a home server, like I mentioned before. We actually have, like, because I spoke about the censorship, it's very difficult to find any flat Earth videos, on YouTube or anything like that. So we have everything sort of categorized that you can't find on YouTube on our home server. We have terabytes of information. So if you wanted to, learn about any particular topic, everything's categorized. So if anyone is interested, you can click on my profile and there's like a link to the home server, just in case anyone was wanting to look into it more or something like that. I just thought I'd mention that before I head off.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Cheers.
Have a good one.
Cheers, DJ.
Thanks, DJ, for bringing the point home. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no worries. I was meant to post a bunch of things in the side chat I forgot about. Right. So just that one that I posted just above what Flatman posted, that's the world record long distance photography shot. I think that's 255 miles. And the top one was taken 4 minutes earlier with the regular lens, and then the one underneath it was with the infrared lens. And I'll just post a high definition. It's like a 12 megabyte picture of the bottom photograph there.
We were talking to Winter, but I think he's gone by now. Winter guy. Welcome. Any new people like to ask any questions about the topic? Go right ahead. You can direct your questions to John Luna. Go Is that DR? Is that DR for doctor or Dominican Republic?
Dominican Republic.
Sounds cool. Welcome. Dominican Republic, that's a good spot in the Caribbean. Beautiful place.
Yep.
What do you think about the topic, DR? Do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball like they show it in the TV?
Like I don't know, like I just came here to listening, you know?
¿Quieres escuchar? Listen.
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, you can practice. This is the English server, and people like practicing English. So this is a good opportunity for us to practice the English.
Yeah, but like I don't know the topic, like I don't know how to debate that topic, so I prefer to listen.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a debate, though. It could be a conversation and information presented that you can look at and just think about it. No debate necessary, because in reality, debate we don't debate objective topics. Debates will be like gun rights, or I don't know, gay rights, or like whose party is the best political party. That will be a debate.
Yeah, I got you. But like when there are a lot of people in a room, like I don't like to talk. I just prefer to listen to
Yeah.
improve it. Yeah, but why the people here don't talk?
Well, before you joined, there was actually a conversation, but it was at the end of it, and then you joined a little bit. So uh, there will be conversations, and there might be some quiet time, and now it's you and I having a conversation.
Okay, I got it.
But it's okay.
So where are you from?
Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay, so you speak Spanish or not? Hello, someone.
Yeah, I do speak Spanish, bro. I do. Yes.
Okay, so like when you spoke in Spanish, it sounds like a no sabo, you know? So you live in Puerto Rico?
I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, but I live in the US at the moment.
Okay. That's cool. So
Give
are
me a
you
minute.
an Osabo? Are you an Osabo?
Wait, what? What do you say?
So I say like if you are an Osabo, you know what that means?
I'm trying to get what you mean.
Okay,
Not
so
getting it.
no sabo means basically like the people that were born in USA um don't speak Spanish. So they are Latinos and don't speak Spanish. So they call them no sabo.
Just told you he was born in Puerto Rico. He's there. He speaks Spanish. So obviously, he's not that.
Okay, okay.
So, Dr., you say you don't know a lot about the topic. Do you have any questions about the topic?
Like what is meant flat earth? Because I don't know. Like maybe like the earth is plane or something like that.
Flat Earth means that there is no curvature. It's not a sphere or a ball,
Oh, okay, I got it. So
like science tells everybody.
do you think that that is like that?
Yes, it measures with no curvature. That's correct. When we
Oh,
measure long distances, we don't find any we don't find any measurable drop over distance.
so can you explain me that? Because I think that is and it's fair, you know?
Okay, well, to measure for curvature, you have to know what you're looking for. And based on the numbers that we have, we know what curve we need to be looking for per mile, right? So it's
Yeah.
there's an equation you can do, and they have calculators for it that you can look up on Google. Different universities provide these curvature calculators, so you could find them on Google. And the way it works is it depending upon the height of the observer or the device that's being used, it'll let you know when the termination line should begin, when the drop should start happening, and how much drop you should expect to see based on the size of the ball. Does that make sense?
Kind of. But I will search it to clarify my dudes. Like, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. If you look in the side chat, you'll see that there's a bunch of posts of different observations that have been made, and it'll show you basically where the curvature termination line is supposed to be, and we don't find any curvature, not even a little bit. Meaning
Okay, I got it.
that if yeah, so if the ball is has a radius of 3,959 miles,
So I
we
have a
don't
question.
see the curvature that would represent that. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I don't know if that word is right. So the gravitation, you know, is that even a word?
Oh, gravity? Yeah,
Okay.
gravitation is a word.
So that how that works in a flat Earth?
Gravity is a theory that has changed hands multiple times over the past 100 years, and the definition is ambiguous at best. But there were equations before gravity became commonplace that explain the phenomenon, right? That everybody witnesses from time to time, right? When you're looking at an object falling through different mediums, or raising up through different mediums, there were equations that explain this stuff perfectly before anybody even brought up the notion of gravity. So yeah, gravity's a tough one because even the experts today days don't know what it is, and they'll tell you the same thing. But as of right now, yeah, used to be considered a force. Then they changed it and said it wasn't a force; it was the bending and warping of space time. Then they realized that it really doesn't work when they tried to model it out, and they had to add a bunch of theoretical material called dark matter, which can't be proven. So it's basically an unverifiable bunch of equations that don't really make sense without presupposing and presupposing a bunch of things that can't be verified. So it's just basically unverifiable pseudoscience. So, but yeah, if you want to get into the weeds of that complicated nonsense, you could go ahead. But yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
really. It can't be proven.
Okay.
So
Like,
that's where we're at with that.
what I know about it is like the nucleus attract the objects. So that's the only thing that I know about gravity, you know.
Again, it hasn't been proven. They could say a lot of things, You know, you'll find a bunch of different opinions on it from a lot of different experts, but yeah, for the most part, it can't be proven. You can't prove it. I can't prove it. So at the end of the day, we could just sit here and talk about something that can't be proven, and yeah, it'll get really boring.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, we could see the effects though. You know, things have weight, things fall, things fall, things rise. Helium, gases. There's all these different. There's the law of thermodynamics. There's different laws of thermodynamics. So we see the effect.
So I have another question. So if the Earth is flat, so it has a end, like it has like an ending or something, or it has like a campus or something like that.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. You're talking about like the end of the Earth, like where would it end if it was
Yeah,
flat?
yeah,
Well, the Earth is mostly oceans, right?
yeah,
So 70 something percent of the known Earth is oceans. And one thing we know about water is that water always seeks to find its level. So it always will settle in a level, in a level sense, right? So horizontally level with no, you never see water curve, right? So what you can surmise is wherever you see water, it always seeks to find its level within a contained area, right? So if
yeah,
you have water that that winds up in the middle of a bunch of land, it's called a lake or a pond. If you find water that winds up in a parking lot that has a low spot, it's called a puddle, right? You know, if you find water in your backyard, it's usually in a pool, or if it's in your house, it's usually in a tub or in a glass or in a sink. So water always has to be contained, otherwise it's going to spread out. And so one can surmise that there has to be a shoreline somewhere beyond the 60th degree south parallel, which is off limits to free public members of the public who want to go out and explore freely. And yeah, there's evidence for that as well. But yeah, so yeah, you would say that there's got to be a shoreline, and that shoreline, who knows what it's made of? Might be ice, it might be dirt, it might be rock, you know, it might be sand, but it has not been found or explored or documented by anybody in today's time. So certain parts of it have been explored, so to speak, but we can't confirm or deny any of that stuff. What we try and do is stick to what we can prove empirically, meaning that people can repeat the observation and report it back to the masses, right, to the group. So if we can't independently do these observations and do these expeditions, then we really can't speak on it without speculating. So we have to try and stick to what we can know rather than to what we have to speculate upon.
okay, okay.
Yeah, but you said if the Earth is flat, and you know that's the one question that people will throw a caveat into. Usually, a question before a question, right? Like if the Earth is flat, then this, right? And that's kind of where I like to draw the line back to. Well, we don't see any measurable curvature, so we already know it's flat, right? So that just leads to whatever comes after that. You know what I mean? So because we don't measure any curvature, we know that it's not a ball. We know that it's not a sphere at the radius proclaimed by the different space agencies. And at this point, after that knowledge has already been attained by multiple people, right? Individuals repeating the experiments in different places all over the map, the known map that we could all agree upon. the question needs to be asked, well, how many completely flat and horizontal areas do we need to make a ball, right? And we know that you need a consistent exponential increasing drop over distance to make a sphere, because that's just the way geometry of a sphere works, is that if you're standing in one spot on a ball, everything 360 degrees around you as that observer needs to drop away from you and you're at your position. So that's the one thing we can attest is like, all right, well, we have a bunch of different observers placed all over this map that we all agree upon and that we all know exists. But one thing we don't find is any drop over distance. Right? So yeah, DR. So another thing that we hear oftentimes is that people will look up at the sky and talk about the sky and the phenomenon of different luminaries in the sky, like the stars and the sun and the moon and the different planets or wandering stars. And they'll try and make sense of what the ground is here based on looking up at the sky. And the important thing to remember is that most of what we have been told about what's going on up in the sky has been told to us by individuals who are claiming to do things that cannot be repeated by the average person, right? You can't go to space. You can't send up your own rockets and stuff to go up there, right? And it's something that the average person can't do to go and verify any of their claims, right? And the people who have saved up their own money and invested their own funds in sending up high altitude weather balloons, rockets, and such reach a certain point and they can't go any further. This is the one common denominator. And when they send up cameras attached to these devices, they get footage showing a completely flat plane beneath them, right? Any images showing curvature are usually shown to be fisheye lenses, which cause different distortion, right? And then you also have other forms of distortion that are caused by barrel lensing effects. So it's usually caused by the different lenses that we have and the cameras that we use. So yeah, one thing that we can be certain of is that looking at the sky is not going to measure the Earth, right? So we already have the documented evidence that the Earth has no curvature on the ground. So going up to the sky and looking at the sky isn't going to tell us anything about the ground. So that's another common misconception that we hear oftentimes is that people are looking up to the sky and trying to figure out like how the sky tells them about the ground, which that'll never happen, right? It's like you were building a house or you had somebody come to your house and you wanted them to work on your house. And you said, "Hey, I want to fix my floor. I want to make sure it's completely level and flat." And then the guy goes and he starts looking at your ceiling and says, "Well, I got to look at your ceiling to figure out how to make your floor flat." You would be like, "I think I need another contractor," right? You wouldn't be looking to hire that person to fix your floor or to level your floor if he's staring at your ceiling, measuring your ceiling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but when you see the moon and the sun, so you see that this is like a glove. So how that works? So you see the moon when it's full. So you see that it's a circle. Like you got me?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. You're looking at the sky and you're trying to figure out how that works. Like you're looking at different luminaries in the sky and trying to figure out how they work. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people want to know how the moon works, and a lot of people want to know how the sun works, but that's not going to tell us anything about the ground, right? Now, if you can't figure out how the moon works or how the sun works, does that change the fact that we measure the ground flat? Just a question to you.
So I didn't hear it because I was eating something.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I said if we can't figure out, like if all of us get together and we want to figure out how the moon works and we can't do it, but we've already measured the ground, does that change anything about what we've measured down here on the ground?
I cannot answer because you are the note that
Are you still eating?
yeah.
Yeah. If you can't talk, don't worry about it. I'll let you know basically what we know, right? The phases of the moon, the phases and the way the sun operates. We just see two lights in the sky moving above us, right? How they work is a mystery to a lot of people, right? There's you could sit here and speculate about it. You could say, okay, this might be what's happening. This might be what we're witnessing, right? But to say that we know that they're spherical objects would be disingenuous because we don't. If we can't go up and actually measure these objects, we don't even know how far away they are, right? To say that we do would be foolhardy, right? Because how would you measure without doing a physical measurement, right? So you could do some calculations and come to some number, but you'd have to presuppose a bunch of different things, and that's not going to give you a genuine answer, a truthful answer, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a losing battle to sit here and talk about things that we can't know as individuals without doing certain experiments.
Oh my god.
Right? Science tells us the moon is the moon. Science tells us the moon is 248,000 miles away, and that they landed on the moon in the 1960s. But they haven't been able to go back. And if you look into the footage, there's a lot of anomalies and a lot of things that just look funny, right? It's basically common knowledge that it was a fake expedition that never really happened. But beyond that, like I said, we know it's not what took place based.
Every kind, every belief system. Some that hold no beliefs. Just
the
Sure,
idea
yeah.
very group of
that
people.
That's
have
interesting, yeah.
one
And
thing preposterous.
yeah, and
It's unique
part
to
of
each
part of what
one.
part of what interests me is like the different overlapping parts of society that come together on certain points. There are people who have like crafts and trades and like sell things. There are people who have like media channels. There are people who like do independent research or like worked at universities or whatever. It's sociological for me. And yeah, I've seen The Sopranos, and yeah, I understand how things that are like different can seem alarming or put up defenses. I try to come to things from a different angle, just try to be myself. And I got into religion and politics and philosophy, especially through like one major influence, not the only one, was the creationism and intelligent design debate, like the mid 2000s and afterwards. And I learned a lot about evolutionary theory and the scientific method from that, and like culture wars and special interests of all types. But I haven't really dug so deep into flat Earth.
That's cool. So it sounds like you are an honest person that just hasn't explored everything there is to explore yet. But if you do, I can trust you to come back and report what you found. If you do look into something, right? You wouldn't lie to me. If I say,
Thank
"Hey,
you.
go
Yeah,
over that hill over
try to
there
be
and
as
tell
honest as
me
possible.
the other side," if you came back, you told me this is what's over that hill, I should believe you, right?
Yeah, I do think that honesty and cooperation and humility serves everybody's interest together, especially during like perilous times.
Yeah.
And
Community is the most important thing.
hope I do communicate that. But I also kind of understand, if I can say this, like certain defenses that you may have up from like ridiculers or I don't know, bad faith actors and stuff.
Right.
Hey,
In
real
Discord
Gear.
or the internet or pop culture and stuff like that too. So you know,
And I'm sorry if I unfairly put that lens upon
I come to
you.
Discord, I gotta have a thick skin a bit,
Right. But
right?
you got to understand that people come disingenuous in all shapes and forms, you know.
Yeah, sure, I do
They'll
understand
try
that.
to sneak past your defenses and then say surprise. You know what I mean? So you got to put you through a couple paces before I can say to myself, I trust this person, which I do now. And I know you're not coming from a bad actor, bad faith point of view. So I
Recently,
value your opinion.
sorry, this is just by
Well, thank
happenstance.
you. I try to talk to all sorts of people.
The real Gear's question, or recently in my world, right? For the first time, I finished Plato's Republic. All freaking, was it 12 books or 10 books?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Good for you.
I thought his main, like his main world, like how I would differ with his view. It seems as though Plato or Socrates he thought that the man existed for the good of the state. You know, and obviously I would disagree with that. I think the state exists for the good of man. Right.
Amen.
And I also think, like, it was in book 7. I think it was book 7. He talked about the heroes when he's talking about heroes and how they should have their first pick of the women and or lads. Like he said, women or youths. And I was like, damn, this motherfucker Epstein got him too.
No, but that's why
I wasn't
Disney
an
and shit like that is trying to rewrite and make new heroes for you to supplant the heroes that you're supposed to believe and remember. And so say, oh no, Captain Marvel is now a chick and she's actually kind of a bitch and everybody hates her, but she's the hero now. So
Well, I think you're right that in the Republic, Plato does, like, and Socrates speaks about, like, each person's role in society. He starts off by talking about the division of labor, actually. Like, if you're gonna have a sufficient state, you need to have specialists and artisans and people with different roles because no one person can handle all of the responsibilities of a complex society. So you need to have a division
that's
of
the
labor.
point of society, he says.
So that's one of the that's one of the early divisions, separating different types of people. Then later he goes on to the different classes. And the mythology behind that and the noble eye and stuff. You talk about, like, you know, them serving the state or the state serving the person, and Plato is, like, in many ways, like a very authoritarian leader. So yeah, I think there are things to critique and to assert the individual, the state existing on behalf and protection of the citizen and the individual. So I love the Republic, and yeah, congratulate you on reading it. Was that like linked to something we were talking about before, or is that just a kind of something that was on your mind?
You
and
asked,
a
you asked
good
the
topic
question.
to
You asked. I think you asked the question. It was hard to, like, I didn't really know what you were asking, but I assumed that you were asking what else are you guys talking about. This
like
is not.
philosophy, yeah, like or
Yeah,
other
wow. Yeah, I picked up
history and
that you
stuff.
love philosophy, and that figured I would share that. You know, maybe we're all slaves
Very
of the
cool.
cave.
Yeah, thank you. That makes sense. Sure.
Yeah.
And I guess, like, partially there's maybe like a critique of, you know, state science, or, like, you know, NASA or the government industrial complex, however you might define it, that also informs a certain attitude related to flat Earth, you know, cultures. Like, there's an attitude of
I don't know. It's
like
not a conspiracy, dude. I don't think it's a
suspicion and
conspiracy.
critique. Well, I didn't say that.
No,
Of
I
course you
said
did.
that. So, if you don't mind me just elaborating a little bit about how, like, you know, science etiquette sort of divulges. I mean, Well,
What's up, Joshua?
so, hey, love you guys. Genuinely, actually, there was one guy I was speaking to previously last week, and actually, he had a lot to highlight about, you know, because obviously I come from like a bit of a skeptical sort of background, but I've always been a devout Catholic, and the guy I was speaking to was very, very well. Fantastic speaking to, but I just want to elaborate a little bit on the sort of science side of things. And this is a neutral science, just so you understand like how we sort of adapt things in sort of like the science sort of like side of things. So we have hypothesis, model, theory, and law. Law is anything we take for I won't say granted, but we just kind of like guarantee it to be correct. So like the laws of gravity, the laws of you know, things of that nature. Things we can sort of like reproduce over and over with result. Model is more like chemical structure, things that we can't, illustrate to the eye, but we know it's reliable, which is like chemical structure. And then we have theory, which would be like more the result of like Darwin's theory. It makes so much sense. We can repeat on examples. And then there's hypothesis, where it makes so much sense. It requires a serious divergence to disrupt the example. But just to be clear, just if something's law, which is the most reliable source, it doesn't mean it's correct, because gravity, for instance, can easily be disproved. So, for instance, like in the Greek, law of gravity before, Newtonian elements was, the heavier an object, the faster it falls. You take a piece of paper, and then you drop it, it'll fall pretty slow, but then you scrunch that same piece of paper, it'll drop quicker. That was rapidly disproved, which is when obviously the laws of gravity got introduced, and that's when it was, debunked. But as far as I'm aware, with the flat Earth society, gravity has a much deeper meaning. Someone did break this down pretty well. So I won't speak too much anymore after this.
Sorry, did you say gravity could be disproved?
Initially, so when it came to the Greeks, it wasn't the Greeks, it was the Romans. It was where the heavier an object is, the faster. Excuse me. The heavier an object is, the faster it falls. That got disproved, obviously. Whereas in modern day science, it's more to do with mass and density. So, in a oxygen. Okay, sorry, you have to forgive me. I'm pretty raspy right now. But say for instance, you have a lead ball and you have a feather, and you put both of those in a oxygen deprived situation where all air is removed, both of them fall at the same pace. However, if you took a scrunched up ball of paper versus a non-scrunched up ball of paper, yeah, you can obviously observe that they fall at different rates because of air resistance. So, aiding to the science, what's the primary argument goes against that?
What in the hell does that have to do with flat Earth? In a vacuum, you drop a scrunched up versus a flat piece of paper, and it falls at the same rate. And then you do it in air, and it falls at a different rate because of air resistance. What does that have to do with flat Earth?
It has to do with gravity, which is no say. Well,
No, it has to do with air resistance, as you stated.
Yes.
Yeah, it's air resistance. End of story. Next.
Okay. I apologize. Listen, I'm not trying to use that as an element of argument because.
Oh, you debunked your own argument. I didn't do anything.
No, I know you did. You did. Absolutely.
No, I just listened coherently.
Yeah. So I do apologize. I'm just trying to get myself up to speed because this is where I was up to. So I wasn't trying to disprove anything.
So what are we talking about?
So actually, all I was doing was aiding to the sort of like the people that try and debunk it with science when it came to the 4 models of science, which is hypothesis, theorem, model, and law. I was trying to illustrate that because
it's 5. You said there were 5 laws, and you just named 4.
4. No, there were always 4. There were always 4. Hypothesis, theorem, model, and law. So no, I wasn't trying to debunk it with that because, like I said, I have no means of currently trying to debunk it with those 4. But using those 4 that I just mentioned, are there any things that you've recently come across that could potentially aid my research in that? If that makes sense.
Entropy. Look at entropy. It's a law of nature, right? High pressure always moves to low pressure. Hot.
Yes.
Always moves to cold.
This is the one that I'm trying to understand.
The arrow of time. Look up the arrow of time.
Research all laws of thermodynamics.
Of course. So when we're talking about entropy, like moving from one, let's say, an element of high concentration to low concentration, similar to osmosis, when it comes to
It's a law.
biological.
Yeah.
Yes.
True.
Law.
Similar.
These things always happen.
Yeah. So, for instance, let's just say like hydrocarbide, which is a pretty rich salt, which is used in a lot of pharmaceuticals. This is where I have to be very careful with my own industry, but it's very rich in salt. However, when there's a area of like high hydration in the the molecular cell structure, there's obviously very high liquidity, but when these specific hydrocarbons are present, they obviously absorb liquid from that same thing. It's osmosis, effectively. Putting into and I quote retarded, linguistics. An area of high concentration goes into low concentration to equal out the
Sorry, are you defending the flat Earth or are you arguing against it?
No, there's actually no debate. And it's
Oh,
not
he just got disconnected. I was just about to tell him to go see what's actually been verified and what can be tested and what has been tested. He dipped. Rip. He probably got a call or something.
So was he asking about how gravitation would relate to like flat Earth? I don't know, cosmology or whatever.
The Socratic method is lost on him. So we would all have to agree to a lot of terms. He used a lot of words. Does he know what a law is or a theory?
Yeah, I didn't quite agree with. I couldn't follow. It was hard to follow all the word like these definitions of like theory, hypothesis, law, whatever. I didn't find all of them like like familiar to me, honestly. Like as far as how I've heard these words used in other contexts.
I don't think we were communicating. He was using words.
It's like one of the ideas I've heard is that like gravitation would cause the matter to be collected towards like the center point, like the center of the Earth, and so like that's one thing claimed to be in favor of like a globe Earth. And I've heard some flat Earth systems where like the flat Earth like is always rising upwards very fast, and that's what causes objects to fall at a certain rate. I'm not sure if that's what he was trying to get at, but this is just
No, the Earth hasn't been measured to be moving, so.
And nobody believes that it's constantly accelerating.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were to grant the globe-side gravity, whether it be Newtonian, Einsteinian, you would need whatever gravity that you want to use to be capable of pressurizing gas or a gas pressure gradient adjacent to lower pressure without a physical container. That would be their proof of outer space.
You need to have a force that could compress gases, even if they didn't have some other like container, like edge or something keeping them like contained or something compact.
Well, I mean, you could even do the experiment on the surface of Earth where gravity would be strongest because in your paradigm, the globe is capable of pressurizing the gas. So if you were to introduce a vacuum anywhere on Earth, the gas would fill that space. We are supposedly surrounded by empty space. The gas would fill that space if we
This
were
guy keeps
uncontained.
flip-flopping between globe and flat. I can't keep track of what he actually believes. Am I the only one?
Which one, Josh?
Me.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, you can continue.
Oh, he's
back. No, I believe it is genuinely flat, right? So I was a bit skeptical at first, because obviously, like, I was bordering between, like, the faith side of things and, the study side of things. But no, I eventually came to the ideology that it has to be flat. It has to be. So I just wanted to make that clear before I, left. The reason why I believe it is flat is simply because, even beyond scripture, well, everything that suggests it is, that it is round. There's, well, no, how can I describe this now? Even beyond its own science, there's no possibility that it can be round. It's
Sorry. So what eliminates
sorry, go ahead.
what eliminates from possibility a spherical Earth?
First of all, the concept of gravity, it does not, alone by its own definition fall into any element of science between its, four possibilities of, hypothesis, theory, model, law. Like, that is already eliminated in my own sort of, like, perspective. There are no elements of discussion there alone.
But that's not the case. So science identifies gravity as a fundamental behavior of nature.
That is what the argument is, but that's the issue. Obviously, I'm on your team for that. It falls apart.
Why does it fall apart?
The reason why it falls apart is because when you look at it in terms of, like, the sense of a law, it just, how can I describe this now?
Well, so like magnets, magnification is a fundamental force in nature. So what is wrong with saying that gravity is also a fundamental force of nature?
Even if you were to grant you gravity, that wouldn't mean that the Earth is a sphere, because we already measure the Earth as flat.
Okay, how did you measure the Earth was flat?
Like water. Water lies flat and horizontal.
Are we talking about the
Are you just talking about looking at the water and it appears flat? How did you measure its flatness?
No, also measure. We have long distance observations that debunk the globe radius of 3959. Like in
Okay,
the Black Swan.
so how
sorry,
did you measure it to be flat?
We can talk about
I can show you if you'd like.
canals and
The
waterways.
same way everybody
long
measures the
distance.
Earth. There's only one way to measure the Earth. You do it with celestial. You measure an angle to a star. Everybody does that. In fact, you got to do that to go ahead and calculate the Earth as a sphere. But you still got.
Celestial measurements indicate that the Earth is a sphere, so I don't think you can point to celestial measurements.
So everybody's measuring an angle to a star, right? Let's have some common ground. Yeah. Who doesn't measure to a star, the angle to a star?
Yeah, of course. The angle to the star is always greater than 0.
Yes.
But that's plotted on a fucking flat surface.
It's
no. It's no. It's plotted on a spherical surface.
Okay.
No.
We'll both
they're
get in
using
sailboat
elevation
and
angles.
go navigating, and we'll see who gets there safely.
Well, we're using
That's a
elevation
fair
angles.
point.
Elevation angles are going to be using the Earth as horizontal. Like I posted up in the side chat a measurement of a
Celestial
mountain using
navigation.
elevation angles.
Celestial navigation assumes the Earth is a sphere. That's been the case for like 2 millennia now.
No, it does not.
It measures an angle to a star. Well, the Earth is the adjacent.
From the observer to the horizon, which is a straight line, is the adjacent.
It's a what? It's a what? What's the horizon?
The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the
No,
Earth.
what you just
And
say.
so you can draw a straight line from the observer to the horizon
is
and then measure an angle to the star, right? And that gives you your zenith angle.
Straight line. That's what you said. The horizon is a straight line.
No, I said the line
what
from the line from the observer to the horizon is a straight line.
Rewind the
Is your
tape.
horizon Earth curve? Is your horizon Earth curve?
Is my horizon
where-
Earth curve? No, the horizon is just
Yeah,
where
physical
the sky
barrier.
appears to meet the land. That's what horizon means.
So when boats start disappearing bottom up for you before the horizon, or at the horizon, that's farther than what's required of a globe of 3959. What is that for you?
Well, there is the optical horizon and there is the geometric horizon. And depending on the level of refraction for the day, those two may be wildly different.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Jays are white, and then they're not white when it suits them.
There is no refraction. There's only one horizon.
Oh, there's another one when it suits them. There's two horizons when you prove me wrong.
There is an optical horizon and there is a geometric horizon. These are different places.
I think of the Fata Morgana and other mirages at the horizon. You know, you can see ships doubling and stretching out, and certain like heat and atmospheric effects at a distance. It seems plausible to me. That
okay, let's get a measurement for that. Let's get a measurement for that geometric.
There could be visual effects that.
Let's get a measurement for that.
Remove, you know, the visual horizon from what the perfect geometric horizon would be.
Yeah, let's get a measurement for the geometric one, distorted by visual effects. Any measurement to that?
How do you measure from your viewpoint to the geometric horizon?
Well, I mean, if Buddy's claiming that there is a geometric horizon that you don't see, let's just find out how he knows that. Perhaps some sort of measurement or something that would show it to be the case.
I guess part of why I chimed in was because to me intuitively, I might be wrong. It seems like those types of mirage effects do support this claim.
No, they don't, because he doesn't have any measurement of the thing in the first place. That would be the geometric horizon.
It just shows a variability, a certain kind of variability,
A,
depending on obviously
variability of what?
hold on, depending on obviously atmospheric conditions.
A va-
That's why it just seems plausible on the face of it to me.
A variability of a geometric thing that nobody's measured.
I mean, like the Earth is a geometric object, obviously. So there's some ideal.
Measured how?
Well, I mean, we can.
Oh, look, you freaking butted him for too long, and he ran. That's okay, actually. You're new, and he's a professional copium smoker. So.
Okay,
smoker.
Oh no, dude! I just went through all the trouble of getting all the Black Swan shit, man. Freaking left. No.
See, I wasn't sure because I saw his profile pic was an eclipse, and I was curious about that. But then it became clear that he was trying to debate you on this.
Trying being the key word.
Yeah, we have measurements that far exceed the geometrical location of the physical horizon on a globe with a radius of 3959. Just because the Earth measures flat.
When I was in this room the other day, two of the users were sharing some photographs and video footage. I was appreciative to them that they could they searched through their files and they brought this stuff up and they gave links, and I was like, all right, I'll look into this. So that does seem to be like a I don't know, pillar. I don't know, like a strong arguing point that we can look at these photos of the ocean or the water, lakes and such, look at cities, mountainscapes, other land masses and stuff, and the mathematics doesn't add up, is the argument. So I feel like that each of those, I guess, should be looked into.
Yeah, the thing that's funny too is that water, which is used to find horizontal in construction and level, is what covers up over 70% of the Earth in your paradigm. Because water always finds its level and is always horizontal at rest on the surface.
Like implying 70% plus of the surface is level, we should deduce.
Well, we don't know how far expanding the Earth goes, but from what we've measured so far, it all measures flat. You want to take it all the way back to even Eratosthenes, the first guy that supposedly measured Earth curve. He actually took an elevation angle, like the one I photoed in the side chat, an elevation angle to a mountain with sticks and shadows. Elevations angles requiring a horizontal baseline with the shadows of the stick being directly on the Earth, using the Earth.
Did anybody else just flash back to 2017?
Oh, what's up?
We're tossing
Oh, what was that?
thick shadows.
Oh, I haven't
Oh,
even been in
fuck, man.
Flat Earth that long. I'm probably like the new guy on the block here.
If you take away the of the distance of the sun from the Earth, then the sticks and the shadows in Cairo and where the fuck the other place it was measured, the wells where you could get noon, the bottom of it, blah blah blah. That does not prove flat or globe one way or the other. It makes sense with a local sun, a low and local sun, or a distant sun with parallax and parallel light waves on a curved surface. One thing
I would
is,
argue,
or the other
go
thing
ahead.
is not proof of anything.
I would say that it is proof of a flat Earth because he measured the Earth as flat using elevation angles to the sun. Using the Earth as a horizontal baseline for said elevation angle.
Eratosthenes did not prove anything. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying that he did because he measured the Earth as flat with elevation angles with the baseline directly on the Earth.
He measured it, sure, but he didn't prove it.
Yeah.
We can agree on that, right? I'm not.
I mean, the measurement is, yeah.
I'm on your
no,
side
yeah,
in
I
the
know.
belief system.
No, I get you.
It's not like I can say, hey, Eratosthenes did this, and now you have to admit it's flat. I can't show that to somebody and be like proof.
I'll just
It's
say
just,
the area, I guess, that he measured is he used the Earth as flat for the area that he measured, and not for the entirety, I guess. But he did use the Earth as flat for his measurements
if he
in that
had modern
instance.
technology at his disposal, holy shit, what could he get done in a lifetime?
I mean, shit, I don't know. Probably just modern surveying techniques like with planar geodetics, but they all measure the Earth flat too. So
I want to break your balls a bit, bro, because your discernment is shit. You
Like discernment?
discernment, right? I'm breaking your balls, right? So, Real Gear, you were like friendly with Real Gear, and then Heretic came in here, and the conversation wasn't so friendly. There's some history there.
Well, you're talking about static between me and Heretic?
No, not you. Real Gear.
oh, Real Gar? I was like, who's Real Gear?
Oh, my bad.
Gar is a kind of fish, right?
Yeah.
No, maybe Garp. Is it Garp or
Garp,
Gar?
Garp.
Oh no, Gar is a fish too, isn't it? No,
It's your
that's
name.
carp.
No.
I'm stupid. Never mind. I'm freaking retarded. Carp is a fish. I think Gar is a fish too.
Who is Heretic?
No,
'Cause
you're
I
right.
remember
Yeah.
Prote was in the room.
No, he was.
Well, I
Yeah, he was the
I,
guy that was just in here.
yeah.
I've known Heretic for like 6 years, and I've come in and out. I'm not a constant person in this realm. I pop in and out because I don't think it's good for somebody's mental health to be constantly engaging in this discussion. You gotta touch grass and hug trees, you know? But Heretic, he's an OG, been one of the original flat earth people that actually were willing to engage people in flat out debate face to face no matter what, like step to me type of guy is great.
I was in kind of listening to what Prote was saying, and when he was talking about like stellar navigation, that's an area that I'm curious about too, because like I'm into the outdoors. I've taught like map and compass and GPS navigation and some like basic star navigation. And like what he was saying about like sailing, I haven't really been sailing and stuff, but from the models and like the science that I've consumed, the stars and their motions and like historical accounts of them
They
seem
don't
hard
change.
for me to reconcile with flat Earth cosmology.
How so?
So the claim that I'd heard recently, you might be familiar with, probably are with Dave Farina and like some of his debates.
I don't know who that is.
Professor Dave on YouTube. Again, I was like kind of dipping into flat Earth because it's an area I haven't really explored deeply before. He gives this example, like so in the we call the northern hemisphere, right, on this paradigm. You see the stars orbiting in a certain direction, rotating apparent to the viewer over the course of a night. And if you go to another part of the Earth, you see the stars orbiting in the opposite direction overhead. And that does seem really hard to reconcile just by like visual spatial reasoning with a flat Earth.
Well, I'd love to see a first-hand recorded version of that. Don't you think there should be like thousands of them on YouTube where you can see? I went to Australia on summer break, and look at this. The
Well,
stars are going went.
I've seen some thousands. I haven't collected thousands, but I've seen some.
I haven't seen any personally, and I've looked.
I've seen the moon upside down in Australia, pictures of it. I've never been to Australia myself.
Yeah, well, if you put a smiley face sticker on the ceiling in the middle of your room and you're on one side, it looks like it's smiling and it's right side up. And if you're on the other side of the room, it looks like it's upside down and frowning.
That's true. Yes, that is true. And I
It's
think
a
it's because
objective perspective.
it is right, or a face that doesn't change or rotate, because according to the paradigm,
That's
globe
not even
paradigm,
you're jumping a chapter ahead in your little handbook.
I don't mean to.
I got a question. I like good questions. Can I ask one?
Please.
Earlier, Real Gar, you said your practical experience with GPS.
Yeah.
You know that's a flat measurement, right? That's derived from a flat an angle to a star, just like the globe.
Ground positioning system, not global.
The globe, yeah. In order for you to conceive a globe in your pretty little mind, you gotta measure an angle to a star.
So sure, let's say, however it's mapped, let's say it's flat. All I can say from my experience is that I use these devices, and they helped point in a direction or retrace my steps, and showed like distance and elevation and things. So that's one way that I visualize the Earth and have some kind of intuitive and experiential reason to like find certain explanations, plausible or others less so. The other
Is
is
that
mapping
a satellite
compass.
phone?
I mean, so let's talk about. I mean, that's the paradigm. That's what I've believed, but I'm willing to think that it's something else.
No, but the GPS you're talking about, is that satellite?
So what I was taught to believe, and which might be false, is that it's the data comes from satellites that are orbiting the Earth and allowing like real time updates as to your movements and relations to them. And because there's so many orbiting the Earth constantly, you can get a consistent signal to it.
And they never crash into each other. Have any issues?
I don't know if
with
there
them?
have been claimed satellite crashes. I actually don't know about that. But if
So,
they're
so
orbiting in
tell me this.
parallel,
Tell me this real quick. Answer me this. Have you ever been in a valley and lost radio, GPS, cell service all at the same time?
I don't
Even
know
though
if I
you
was in
see
a
the
valley.
sky and there were satellites up there beaming it down to you, you can see the sky, no clouds in there. Like you should have full service, but for some reason, because you're in a valley, you don't get any signal.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I couldn't say I've had that experience. I've lost GPS signal for conditions, but I don't remember ever being in a valley. Maybe I was, but I couldn't say I was. Offhand, just immediately, I don't know if this is true, but like I would think, well, maybe there's like a kind of bouncing effect on the inner walls of the valley that interrupts the signal or something, or like some of these exposed rocks have like iron ore which can interfere. I'm not saying that's like a debate ender or anything, but like it's I wonder if there's plausible explanations. My whole point just is saying that because I was talking about the stars primarily and our vision of the stars and their patterns. Was
The
that like
scientific patterns?
I feel like I have I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
They're cymatic patterns?
Cymatic? Maybe. I'm not sure what that word means.
Google it.
But like part of my judgment about that and my intuitions and my like persuasion about the stars comes from also doing map and compass and GPS orientation. However you explain those things, it's at least I think given me, like
We
an
know
above
you went
average,
to basic
an above
training.
an above average kind of like visualization of the Earth's surface and the effects that can happen on it.
Is this real life?
Or is this just fantasy? What do you mean?
I feel like you are trying to infiltrate us as if we're some kind of weird fringe group, and you're
Yeah,
fresh out of basic training.
Nah, probably because I talk to all sorts of different evangelists and political and scientific alternative or fringe movements. This is just something that really interests me, so I've been doing it for a while. So if my style seems different, I think it's just because I have my own kind of experience. But I'm really trying to talk in good faith and out of
I'm going to give
curiosity.
you the benefit of the doubt. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Want it on the record that I smelled something. If it turns out that you drone strike us because Obama takes effect the presidency back over from the continuity of government, I'm joking.
I guess I'm a little surprised. I'm just, I'm a little surprised because I've gone on other boards, like, although I'm new to Discord, like I've been in plenty of discussion forums and chats and stuff like that. I haven't quite had somebody who was off the bat very suspicious like this. And I understand, like, if by experience or by whatever, I don't know, like who is infiltrated and what kind of damage they've done or something. I can understand if your defenses are up, but
The only reason
this
I'm
is kind of an
vocal,
unusual type of
right. So the only reason I'm being vocal about my suspicion is because there is nothing there. There is no there, to quote Donald Rumsfeld. So there's no ill intent behind flat Earth or any flat earthers. So the idea that somebody might be trying to like go undercover and sneak in and be like, yeah, and what do we do when we're not talking flat Earth? Do we go bowling or do we go kill Mexicans? Like, what the fuck?
I mean, to accomplish what? Like, I'm not writing an art. Like, maybe there are journalists who try to write articles or exposés
Right,
about you or something. Like,
but
who are
my
you? Like,
inclination was that you thought there was something more to it than there actually is. Does that make sense?
I'm curious because I'm curious. Yeah, it does make sense. And I guess I was asking about if there's something more to it that, like, the people who are drawn towards flat Earth communities for whatever variety of reasons, are there secondary and like third degree similarities that they share socioeconomically, ideologically,
But don't you
generationally,
understand
whatever?
that that's like you're like trying to write an article about us or something like that?
I have my own curiosities and like I'm not
Do you
productive enough.
understand that it sounds like it could be
I
somebody
guess don't you come across curious people who are like, either intellectually or like scientifically inclined or like I don't know, like have their like eccentric interests and like hobbies and stuff. Don't you find people who have like a unique kind of narrow curiosity on forums like this? Doesn't it collect people like that? Because those are the people that I've found.
Yeah, but it just seems like you were doing research rather than trying to be
My
one of
own
us.
curiosity and learning is purely.
So maybe that's what tipped off my suspicion is that it wasn't like you belong here and you're happy to be here so much as you are curious about the people who are here.
That's a big part of it. And also like if I'm wrong about the shape of the earth and like the nature of the universe, then I do want to know in principle. Yeah, I do come from this like having learned and believed like the scientific heliocentric and which a modern paradigm,
And maybe you
but
want to learn that we're also normal people who have normal jobs and have normal
totally,
lives.
yeah.
And we're not some kind of lunatics living in the middle of the woods
I
with.
hope nothing I've said or my attitude has made you thought that I would call you a lunatic or
No,
disrespect you.
not at all. Not at all. I'm
Okay,
just
thank you.
giving you the benefit of the doubt as best as I can. I'm like walking through it in my mind.
It makes sense to me that people would disrespect you and troll and would, be holier than thou and shit. And like, so like, again, like part of this, if I can say this, like defensiveness, it kind of makes sense to me. But it's also kind of a bit more like on edge compared to other rooms and forums and stuff I've been to. I'm not trying to be judgmental.
And let me tell you, this year, as far as people coming at flat earthers, it's not really something that you really get bothered by. It's like, yeah, normal shit. 4 years ago, it was still kind of like, wow, these people are ignorant and assholes at the same time. But 10 years ago, you were a lunatic. People would like say, you're not allowed to Thanksgiving at my house anymore. You think the earth is flat? This person is insane. They're gonna shoot the place up or some shit. It totally disparaged 10 years ago, but it's become pretty normalized lately, and I'm pretty happy about that. You're not insane because you're asking questions anymore.
Yeah, so that history of having people with those types of attitudes against you, I can understand why you don't want other people with that kind of attitude or agenda in a room, or like coming under false pretenses or something.
Right.
I like philosophy. I mean, that's an understatement. Cosmology and my understanding of my place in the natural universe. It's like part of what I'm not gonna get too romantic here, but like it's part of what makes it worth living, and understanding myself and finding awe
Mystery.
and beauty. Yes, and mystery. Yes, in the cosmos, absolutely.
All right. All right, that's cool.
And so that's why the stars. That's why the stars. And the history of Aristotle and Ptolemy and Copernicus, etc. Like that is really like up my alley. And I do think that you're talking about the moon in the face of we could return, but to like the moon and the smiley face example and the apparent motion of the stars circularly the course of the night and seasons and stuff, because that's what we were talking about before. But also, we've been at this for a bit, so if there are other topics, then I don't want to.
Right, it's just a matter of perspective. Right to left if you're on the inside of the circle, left to right if you're on the outside of the circle. No,
So for the moon in Australia, you say if you put a smiley face on the ceiling sticker, then yeah, it would be upside down in the other perspective if
it
you
would
turn
move right to left.
From the opposite side of the room.
You're in the northern hemisphere, it'd move left to right.
I think so. Given the paradigm that I was taught in, that would be. I think it's because the moon is tidally locked with the Earth, and so it shows the same face. I think it does. I don't mean to be wrong about this, but like, it's upside down in one hemisphere compared to the other because it's tidally locked, and from our perspective, it does not rotate.
If you glued the Constitution of the United States to the ceiling and stood on one side, it would be upside down. If you stood on the other,
just like the smiley face sticker. You're right. Yes. And for them in the moon, the case of the moon, the claim that I was responding to, if I remember correctly, was that like if you go to another part of the planet, and like in Australia, things don't like reverse. I might be getting that wrong, but I said, well, the moon does. It appears upside down in what we would say is the southern hemisphere compared to the north.
Just explain that.
If you said if you put a smiley face sticker, right? I'm just trying not to get this progression wrong. If you put a smiley face sticker on the ceiling, you walk to the other side of the room, turn 180 degrees, it appears upside down. Yes, I think it's because the moon, unlike the stars, the moon is tidally locked to the Earth according to the globe paradigm. So it always shows the same face and the same orientation. So it would have that smiley face sticker effect. But the stars are different.
No, that's not what's in question. Smiley face being upside down or right side up. Tidally locked just means it's a sticker. It's stuck the way it is.
Right. So it doesn't.
Whether you see it upside down or right side up is a matter of perspective, depending on where you are.
Yes, and from our perspective, no matter where we are, the moon does not tilt. It does not rotate apparent to us as the stars do. So that's why it's an important difference.
So you're making my point a little bit here?
I don't think so. I think that the globe paradigm that I was raised with can explain why the moon is upside down in one hemisphere and upside down in the other relative, and also why the stars orbit counterclockwise in one hemisphere and counterclockwise in the other. And that seems to be a big problem.
Have you ever been? Have you ever been on a carousel?
Yes.
So when your parents were standing outside the carousel and filming it, was the carousel going from right to left, spinning clockwise?
So let's say my parents are filming it. You're looking at the video camera or like over my dad's shoulder. You see the carousel moving from left to right, their point of view.
Right to left. All the carousel, right to left.
I'm imagining a carousel from their point of view that's moving left to right. Do all carousels in the world move in only one direction?
Point. It's a matter of perspective.
Right. So, but if I were on the carousel, then I would see them like
moving from left to right.
Yeah,
and
if
they
they're
start
watching the
moving
carousel
from right
moving
to left.
from their left to their right, I'm on the carousel moving there. I would see them, I think, also moving from my left to my right. I might be wrong.
If you had a clock that was made out of glass and you looked at it from one side, it goes clockwise. And you go behind it, but you see the hands move the same way they actually move on the other side.
Yes, that's true.
Is it still moving clockwise or is it moving
Right.
counterclockwise?
No, the clock's motions are the same, but since it's transparent and you go to the opposite side of it, it, from your view, moves in the opposite direction. Yes, that's true.
So
But that I don't think is the analogy for what it's like to be on a flat surface looking up at the sky, because on a flat surface you never get to the opposite side of the sky or the dome or whatever.
Well, that
the star.
depends on how low and how slow the luminaries are in our sky. Maybe the moon is only 72 miles across. Maybe the sun is the same. Maybe it's 138 miles up. Who knows?
It's very close and much smaller, right, than the globe paradigm would say.
Yeah, that would balance the equations that you're concerned with.
I don't see how it would balance or change the apparent motion of the stars clockwise or counterclockwise. How close the sun or the moon actually were.
Okay, so if the sun and the moon were going around the equator and you're in the northern hemisphere, which is a reification of an idea.
I know
it's
what you
not
mean,
really hemisphere, but if you're north of the sun,
in the center of the
between the tropics
flat
and
plane, let's say,
then it will go from left to right when you look at the sun. As the day goes by, it rises on the left and it sets on the right.
Sure.
Now, if you go to South America, like Chile or Panama, fucking Argentina or something, and you look from the other side to that same local small sun and moon going around you, then you're going to say it's going from right to left.
Yes, on a flat Earth, if like the sun is orbiting in a circular shape over the flat Earth, and
if you're on one side of the train tracks, the train's going from left to right. If you're on the other side,
that makes
it's
sense,
going
right?
from right to left.
Right. I'm talking about what was called the fixed stars in the classical world. I'm talking about the stars that are beyond the sun and moon. Their motions.
The star field in the background or the wandering star?
The star field in the background, yeah, primarily.
And you're saying that they have changed their orientation?
And that there are places on the Earth where if you look up, they're orbiting in one. They appear to rotate in one direction. Let's say clockwise. Other parts of the world where you go and you look up, they appear to orbit counterclockwise or rotate counterclockwise.
Didn't I just explain this with depending on where you are versus the equator?
No, because that's the sun and the moon circling around on top of the flat surface, I believe is what you're saying. I'm talking about the outer stars, because if it's a dome or a firmament or whatever it might be, if those stars are moving in a counterclockwise direction, no matter what place you are in a flat plane, if you look up, they're going to continue to move in that same direction. That just seems spatially, intuitively undeniable to me in imagination, but maybe I'm making some mistake.
I would
I can't
love
comprehend how.
If you can put in the chat some sort of link or a video of this actually being witnessed, I'm be the first person to look at it.
So, like, there's some photos of the equator, and you can see the stars moving in like opposite directions, divergent. Maybe it's a lens effect, like a fisheye or some other equivalent or something.
What do you mean by stars moving?
Let's see, time lapse stars.
No, you should be able to say it with words. You don't need a video.
No, I'm trying to get a photo because it is hard to explain, but I would say because they diverge from the. Here's a link, I guess you can see. I haven't seen this webpage before, but it's similar to other photos I've seen. So if you're at the equator, on one half, the stars orbit in like one direction, appear to rotate in one direction. On the other half of the equator, they appear to rotate in the opposite direction.
I think we covered that already.
Well, where is it? Here's the chat. Like those types of photos. No, but it's different from the moon. If that's what you're referring to, covered it already.
No, I mean, if I'm on one side of the train tracks, the train goes right to left. If you're on the other side of the train tracks, the train goes left to right. It's the same train going the same direction. It's just a matter of perspective. It proves nothing.
Because with the train tracks, you're talking about the sun and the moon going on this like circular train track
Northern
over the
hemisphere,
Earth, right?
southern hemisphere, between the tropics, Capricorn and Cancer. So slow, low, local sun.
That's the sun and the moon.
If you say so.
Yeah, right. Well, whatever those two lights are, that's they're the ones that go on this train track. I understand from your analogy, and you can get on the opposite side of them on a flat Earth model because you can walk from the North Pole or the center of the.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, I don't mean to mischaracterize you, but you can see the opposite side of the sun and the moon on this train track. You can get to the opposite side of the tracks by moving from one part of the Earth to another part of the Earth.
No, I'm saying that if you cross the street from one side to the other, then the next time the trolley goes by, it's going to go from right to left instead of left to right because you've changed the side of the street you're on.
Thought that's what I was saying. It's like, let's say you're in the northern hemisphere, however you define that, and you look at the sun and the moon. You said they go from, like your left to your right. And then you walk east to west.
East to west is the same, even if you're on the southern continent, because east is just on your right now instead of your left.
So visually, one part of the Earth, you see this train going by on this track, and the train is the sun and the moon chasing each other, going on this regular.
So what I'm talking about
motion.
is objective reality versus visual or intuitive truth. There's objective reality at the end of the day. And
Yes,
it's going
and I think it's
from
objective.
A to B. You can say left to right or right to left, but it's going from A to B. We can agree on that, right?
Yeah, right. And I think objectively, I don't know how I'm wrong about this, but I might be. Objectively, you can. What you're describing is you can walk to the opposite side and look backwards upon the sun and the moon in their motions along this train track. You can see the train moving from one direction, one side to the other. Walk to cross their line or whatever, look backwards, and then see them moving in the opposite direction.
Basically, you kind of butchered it, but yeah.
But that's not something we can do with outer stars.
Right, so we have a platform to agree upon. Now we know where we all stand. Now what are you saying with some stars move differently?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so the paradigm I was raised in, and the evidence and the testimony that I've seen and collected, and in photographic examples also, seems to me, in the globe paradigm in the northern hemisphere, the stars apparent to the observer, they rotate in one direction, let's say clockwise. And you can walk to a different part of the Earth and look up, and the stars all orbit in the opposite direction, counterclockwise. And in the northern hemisphere, at the center of that, apparent to the observer, is Polaris. And in the southern hemisphere, there's not a single star, but there's the Southern Cross collection of like 4 stars, which is at the center of that apparent rotation. And that just does not seem reconcilable to a flat Earth to me.
Well, I've been waiting for like 8 years for the Southern Cross to be demonstrated or proven to me. Still waiting. Waiting.
What are you waiting for?
Somebody to prove the Southern Cross as like a South Pole, like Polaris-esque star.
Like I've only seen photographs. I've never traveled to South America or Africa or Antarctica or like I don't know, Australia. I guess I don't think I've ever been to the Southern Hemisphere actually. I mean, suppose it's some you know what I mean.
Yep. If you do go eventually, then I'd be happy to review your photographs and your measurements. But until then, can you really blame me for being skeptical?
I can't blame anybody for being skeptical. No.
Can't we look at someone else's pictures or videos or something?
Sure.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, just throw in all the ones we can find.
Because I don't want to verify everything I believe in. I've never been to China, but I'm pretty sure it exists.
Yeah, that's.
I flew over it. It's there, and it's like you don't want to land.
Is it overrated? I've been told it's overrated.
Just keep flying.
Are you a teacher?
Yeah, I don't
Are
have
you a teacher? Teach kids?
Why
Teach
am I
kids to
down?
be trans?
No, I'm not a teacher. The other guy's a teacher.
On about?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
I read this guy's name. That's what I'm talking about.
Don't worry about me, okay? Don't derail. Talk about the flat Earth.
Oh, whoa.
I mean, I guess if it's in your name, then it's gonna get noticed. But even if it's not on top,
Yeah.
But also
name.
But also like well, I won't hold back until like the anyway, the people, the flat Earth, the subcultures. Like I did appreciate that before the description, like we're people who have jobs where like any others slice of the population. That makes complete sense. It's just like I guess I'm also curious, like partially like I'm not trying to go off on this tangent, but just to explain myself and why I'm here. Like the stories that led people to have such a different view from the education that I received, and just because I received it doesn't mean it's true. I really try to be critical. But it is really interesting, to think like, the course that people take that shapes their beliefs. And when I've seen like constellations and eclipses, that's why I was kind of interested in Pro and why I'm talking about the stars. And you mentioned the sun and the moon, Iron Bear. So I've seen 2 solar eclipses, and I've wondered, like, I guess there are probably some ways that flat Earth cosmologies explain this, but I haven't looked so deep into it. And I'm not trying to get into that now necessarily, but I'd be willing to.
Do you know how wide the eclipse shadow of the moon is from the sun during a solar eclipse? Like, do you
I
know
don't remember.
how
I want to say
wide-
like I don't know, like 100 or maybe a few hundred miles or something, but I might be wrong.
Oh, it's much less than that. I want to say like 32 miles or 72 miles. I think it's 72 miles. So how the fuck is it only 72 miles wide, the shadow of the moon from the sun? If it's 93 million miles and 242,000 miles away and 1/300th of the size and perfect symmetry, shut the fuck up.
So for the globe paradigm, I guess, NASA, and let that polarize as it will. I'm not saying it's true, but like, I guess the paradigm says that it is. Hold on, this document's not. I think it said like it was
miles?
114 kilometers. How many miles is that?
72 miles.
The greatest eclipse location and it can vary, I think, depending from eclipse to eclipse. But it seems like there's at least a record of 114 kilometers. But I'll keep looking into this. Another NASA site says
Nasha from Hebrew mean to deceive.
Nasha. How do you spell that in Hebrew?
Nasha.
Those. Well, I guess yeah, I had to check the correspondences with the Hebrew alphabet.
You are fucking super psychic. Every time I light a cigarette, you come outside. Not you, my wife. Sorry.
All right, so this is what NASA claims. During a solar eclipse, the moon's shadow on Earth's surface is only about 300 miles wide. It says 480 kilometers. What was that other site that said? 169 kilometers.
That's the penumbra included.
Right, yeah, so the outer shadow versus like the totality.
Right. 72 miles is the actual shadow, but the penumbra and the umbra, those extend much further.
Right.
But even still, they're smaller than they say the moon is.
70.83, like 114. Okay, yeah, that does seem right. Well, yeah, smaller than the moon. I mean, according to this model, like the moon's shadow kind of like because of I guess like refraction or like the bending of light around the moon, it kind of contracts in like a cone-like shape. So the shadow is smaller than the moon's diameter itself.
Right, but they don't apply
Whereas the outer
that
penumbra,
to
I guess,
logical
sorry.
navigation. When you see stars and stuff, shouldn't the light from those stars be bent in the same way? And therefore, you can't navigate with your astrolabe?
I never actually used an astrolabe. No, I guess not, because they're so far away and they're like pinpoint light as opposed to the sun's solar disk and its local effects with the moon being much closer. Like the sun and moon system
so
is
the pinpoint light
relatively much closer.
The pinpoint light sneaks through, but the nearer light from the sun, that gets distorted like crazy.
When the moon is right in front of it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that just seems very plausible to me.
Yeah, okay. Very plausible.
Yeah, and like so I've seen models of the flat Earth where like the sun and the moon kind of do their like move in like a ring type shape, over the center of
You don't need a model of flat Earth to objectively listen to what you just said and say, that sounds fucking crazy.
Fucking crazy to say that the pinpoint appearance of the stars operates differently than the sun's disk and the moon.
So you think the
their
sun
proximity?
is operating on different systems than the stars, right?
Yeah, right. And in many ways, it has different optical effects.
And you think the stars are moving around?
I mean, apparent to us, because I think of the Earth's rotation on this paradigm, right?
We
But
get thousands of years of observations that say the stars don't move, dude.
I mean, according to things I've read, there are like Greek navigators on the ocean who didn't have a Polaris. They had Thuban or a space in between. As
What
the
we call
precession
planets are known as
the
wandering stars in ancient Greek translations. And
yes, I know planets.
you're not talking about that. You're talking about the rest of them.
Yes, exactly. I am right. So there are records. Apparently, I've read about that said
Nothing
that
to do with what you're talking about.
it does though, because the star you'd said that the stars don't move across history, and what I'm saying is that I've
Relative
studied,
to each other,
read the
because
opposite.
are static
Relative to the plane of the Earth, they do. Like the North Star was not always in its current location according to records spanning back several thousand years.
I would love to see those records because I have records that say otherwise.
Right, so Thuban for a
Called the
while
North
I read.
Star because it has
According to the globe paradigm, due to the precession of the equinox, the North Pole will point at different regions of space at different times over tens of thousands of years.
And what are those different segments of the equinox called?
Different segments of the equinox?
Yeah, there's 12 of them.
I mean, there's
It
are you talking about the
proceeds
zodiac?
from one to another. So this procession, what are each individual units that it proceeds to the next one? What's that called?
Trying to understand the question. Was that I think of the 12 signs of the zodiac or something. I'm not sure if that's what you mean. Some Greek navigator who I had read about, and this doesn't make it true. This might be false. Let's see. The Egyptians built the pyramids. Blah, blah, blah. It's an Earth Sky article. Let's see if I can find it elsewhere. Greek navigator. Session equinox. All right, let's see. I think it might have been Hipparchus. Sorry. Yeah, Hipparchus pole star. Hipparchus seems to be an ancient source that measured star positions and deduced that there was a precession of the equinoxes. I don't know if he was the navigator who I'd read about years ago, but I'll keep looking for that. So Pythias was the navigator. Apparently, I'd read about him now. I found the source again. Pythias in 320 BC described the celestial pole as devoid of stars, apparently. So Pythias and Hipparchus are just two sources from antiquity. And I'm not sure if anybody has opinions about those.
What's
Hi, Sonny. Yeah, Sonny, I remember we were talking the other day. There was just a discussion in here like a few minutes ago, but the room just went totally dead.
Huh. Right on. Well, good to see you came back. It's all right.
Thank you, yeah. I was talking to, what's his name? Iron Bear, I think? Iron Bear 88.
Okay.
About the sun and the moon and the distant stars. And, you know, as we were talking about, like I come from a globe Earth paradigm, and so like that's what I was educated in. And you know, I believe I understand, but you know, I'm open to learning and talking and revising my view and like
Right.
just talking
So
about
did you?
just talking about the precession of the equinox. Sorry, what was that?
Okay, I was just going to ask. So did you talk to some of the members here tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, it was
cool.
Interesting, and just other folks who came and left and like, you know, had their side conversation.
Yeah,
But I don't know, it's strange, you
go
just
ahead.
went totally silent, you know.
I was just going to say, there's a wealth of knowledge in here. Jedi is a really good person to talk with. AI is
a good person to talk with. There's quite a few people in here that have a wealth of knowledge here. Like we have all different backgrounds, so we have this. I don't know what you would call it. A composite of like across all like different kind of work histories and career paths or whatever, or and educational levels in different topics, different real life experiences. So we come from all different walks of life, and so I found it's really valuable to like, especially if you're new and you're open to looking at this topic, like honestly, and what I like to say is like you have to empty your cup in order for new information to flow in, right? And then once you're able to like objectively look at the information without my bias, then I was able to like move on, but otherwise I would like I wasn't stuck for very long. Other than when I first saw a flat earth, like honestly, like most of us, I thought like most of us, I thought it was the stupidest thing you could possibly ever imagine. Like I had no idea what it was, but I thought it was ridiculous. So like I saw it like come across my feeds for like 3 years. And I kept swiping it off because I was interested in other rabbit holes, and then one day in 2017, I decided to actually watch a video, and I ended up not being able to turn away. I watched Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs, and it's not like every single proof. I don't know if you've ever seen that or not, or watched that at all, but it's a good one to start with, I think, because it opens up this can of worms where I had to go check myself. Now, all of the proofs that he lists aren't things that you can go out and verify, because they're talking about celestial bodies sometimes. But when you're talking about engineering and canal building and railroad engineers and I don't know if you mentioned navigation that much, but maybe a little bit of navigation, but all different things about building and things like that. Like I couldn't, and the long distance observations. And once you find out what the globe Earth, what its size is supposed to be, take that information outside and go look. I found like I live near the water, near a harbor and near the beach, where I could go out every day and look at views that are far, far beyond what I'm supposed to be able to see if Earth was a globe. So that's what it took for me. Only took about 3 weeks, and I was like, yeah, I think it's flat.
Yeah, I was talking with I'm not sure there's profile picture still here. Another user about like there's measurements of the ocean and stuff, and like the surfaces that water covers on the Earth, and signs of its flatness and such. Yeah, I'd mentioned my appreciation for the pictures and clips and stuff that you and others have posted here to show your own evidence gathering.
Cool.
Yeah, we did talk a bit about navigation earlier, because I mentioned to them also that I've got like experience like teaching and finding my way outdoors by GPS and map and compass, and even some like star navigation, although that is very primitive. Never got so advanced with that, but
right,
having a sense of like spatial reasoning and learning a bit about the history of science as it's received in the status quo, and some like ancient navigators who apparently had documented like different experiences or data in the night sky, like different positions of the stars in relation to the Earth. And that's when suddenly the room went dead and nobody responded to the other things I brought up.
Yeah.
But like it was pretty much me and one other two people talking. So like the rest of the other people might have been just like muted or off doing other things the whole time. So I don't really know.
Right. Well, that's good. It sounds like you're on a journey, and no one here, I think I can speak for just about everybody here that no one here is going to try to convince you. But this isn't the convincing channel. Like we're not in business
Right.
of convincing people. Like until I was ready, no one was going to convince me of anything. I'm like
I think that's very
literally
true. Yeah.
raised. I'm raised in the Show Me State in Missouri, and so I had to go out and check myself. Though once my interest was peaked, I'm like, holy shit! Like if what these people are saying is true with those 200 proofs, like let's say even if 100 of them are true, there's no way possible this Earth is a globe. So I go, well, so that's not enough. Like I wouldn't be convinced just by a video, no matter how many proofs they said. I would have to go out and check myself. But once I started checking myself, there was no going back, And once I was able to
2015.
yeah, it was May
Eric
27,
Dubay.
2017. Yeah, yeah.
The 200 proofs. I'm looking this up because made me curious now to look into like Eric Dubay. I see.
Yeah. So I mean, like a lot of people don't like Eric Dubay. That's fine. We all have our opinions. And the thing is, everyone here has personality, including Eric Dubay. Some people think he's a shill. Some people think all different kinds of things. But if you look at the data and take it just as it is, then just take it in, empty your cup and go, okay, so I had to give it an honest, look over myself. So once I listened for those 2 hours or however long, 120 minutes or whatever that video is in length, I wasn't sold on the idea completely, but I was sold on the idea that I have to go check this myself. And hopefully that's where you're at. It sounds like you got a good head on your shoulders, and it sounds like you've already got some practical experience in like land navigation. And there's others in here that also have been in the military. I don't know if that's your background, but that have done land navigation, And
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
uh-huh.
Yeah, no, non-military, just an outdoorsman and instructor.
Okay. That's cool, man. That's great. And if you look at that information about practically how do we find our way on land, like a lot of times you're using like elevation maps, right? That show like terrain and show the rises and the dips and rises. So you go, well, like I see this peak here, so that mean I must be like this elevation or whatever. And there's ways of telling, like by using triangulation. I don't know exactly what you do on land. I'm a ocean navigator, or I was.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I know it's pretty much the same thing. And practically speaking, we use the Earth as flat and stationary. When you're doing land navigation, I mean, you have a baseline you go by, and I suppose you could tell where you are by I don't know if you use protractors or sextants or
Just a
what
map and
kind of
compass.
devices use.
Or a GPS device.
Right.
However it receives its signal, a GPS unit.
Yeah. So when I was growing up, and when I was go ahead.
Or the position of the stars. Or the position of the stars. But I can only do very basic navigation based off of that.
Yeah. So when I was navigating, there was no GPS. So it was bare bones with a sextant, a chart, and the nautical almanacs, and a navigational workbook, like a large book, where you had these worksheets that you work with, and you took the sun shots or whatever celestial body, and you put the angles that you measured or whatever, you put that in this worksheet, and then you went down the line, and there was a step-by-step process, because it can be long and drawn out. But yeah, once you get used to it, I think it's pretty straightforward. And like I always like to say about navigation, like we're using a chart now. I've had Globers tell me, okay, the chart is already calculated in the curvature. Well, we know the oceans are flat, horizontal on the top. All water is. right? So there's no bending water. So if there's a curvature on the chart that doesn't represent what you're traveling on, you're going to be off location. All your numbers are going to be off. They're all going to be wrong. And you're going to either be lost at sea, miss the island you're trying to reach, or run into the rocks. I mean, that's my take on it. So if they're saying the curvature is there, but we're traveling along horizontal water as using the baseline of the horizon, it's not curving. They actually, they call it the line of the horizon in navigation. So you have straight lines in navigation. You have your line of sight, the line of the horizon. Those are straight lines, and the horizontal ocean. So, I mean, like if they're saying there's curvature that's built into the chart, like I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. I mean, it's pretty much rectangular coordinate system on the chart. So, I mean, and to be honest, like it has been quite a while since I've actually done real navigation. So it's not like I've been out there yesterday or the day before. It's been many years since I've actually navigated. And since I've came into the flat earth, I've had to do more research and studying and actually a lot of reading about it. So I can remember and I can learn things that maybe I missed when I was younger as a 21-year-old sailor. Now I'm much older than that.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, from the little that I know about, like, maps and stuff, or like rendering a supposed globe onto a two-dimensional surface, there's like, isomorphism, trying to find this, comparable shape or something. I would think like there's always going to be some imperfections. I guess the claim is that those imperfections can be minimized enough within a certain region of like mapping that you can still get to your destination with enough accuracy. I guess that's what they'd say, but I really don't know. And I appreciate the 200 proofs reference. That's what I want to look into more and digest, and then hopefully, come back to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, some of us in here have been looking into this and researching and actually studying all the aspects of this entire topic from top to bottom. And so, like a lot of those proofs that are in there, the ones that, where you can go out and check yourself, a lot of us have done some of that stuff, and different ones. So, like I said, there's a wealth of information here. And I know you probably have tried to go onto the home server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And there's A to Z information in there, terabytes of information. So I don't know did someone give you an invite to our home server? Now, a lot of times you go on there lately and no one will be in there, but from time to time we have events in there, like arenas or different debates or different kind of events going on.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I did get an invite to that, but I will check out anything that's provided.
Actually, it's very easy now because we have these flat Earth tags. If you just click on any one of us that has that flat by your name, it'll show the link to the home server.
I see. Cool. Thank you. Probably gonna turn it in coming soon, but I appreciate you coming in and extending and giving a bit of a conclusion to the dialogue.
Yeah, no problem, man. You're always welcome. We enjoy people that are honest and like, okay, it's okay to not know these things because we all came from there. When I first came into the Discord with these flat earthers, like I was very new, green on the ears, but like because I just discovered it and I would get excitable and sometimes get get angry, and we've all kind of matured along the years, throughout the years together, so it takes what it takes. Like this is an important topic, and it can be kind of unnerving, and it can be kind of like I don't even know how to describe it. It's almost like it's an outer journey with what the earth is, but it's also an inner journey to what we've been taught and what I grew up believing. And so I had to I had to have these talks with myself, basically internal dialogue, where I had to reason with what I thought was real and what is not actually real.
Yeah,
So
it
I
sounds like a
realized,
conversion experience.
yeah. So I realized along the way, like most of us could attest to, that I realized there was a lot of things that I was taking for granted and hadn't actually been told or shown any real evidence or proof that the things I thought were true, that they actually were. Like I had to be honest, and I got, like, if you ask, like, okay, when we were in school, when they taught us the earth was a globe and there's a globe in every classroom since the time we were in kindergarten, I had to ask myself, what evidence did they give me that earth was a globe? And then I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? They didn't. I remember seeing encyclopedias since I was young, and they would have like the solar system, and they didn't say how they got these numbers, but they had all the diameters of the planets, like they had the distances to everything, and as a little kid, I was kind of a nerd, and I loved all that space stuff. So, we all came from the same educational system, so that we have in common.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So the issue of responsibility and education is very important, I think, and somebody like who's dove very deep in and like submerged long into like different philosophical worldviews and like standards of evidence and like internal critiques. Like I've had some like pretty radical shifts in perspective and like questioning what I thought I knew and was solid. And so I do hope to be kind of like above average in like openness or like persuadability. And so, as I said to the other folks in the room earlier, like I came to like religions and like heterodox or like kind of non-status quo
Right.
outlooks and systems and
Going
stuff.
against the grain, right? Breaking the mold.
The
Like we
first one,
gotta like
yes. The first one that I like learned about and became very interested in was like the evolution, intelligent design debates, and like young Earth creationist debates and stuff. And so that I've dug into pretty deeply. But flat Earth, I've known about, and over the years it's grown in membership, and so I haven't dug as deep here. So it's still very kind of new, and I'm kind of in like that gathering and openness and just like taking it all in phase of this.
Yeah.
And so I do try to be as
Yeah.
open and honest as possible, and check my own biases and things. So I definitely hope to return, and I hope to give some time to the 200 roofs video, and I appreciate your welcoming attitude. Thank you.
No problem, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, welcome back anytime, and we look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Cool. All right. Well,
Yeah,
thanks
come
to
back and
everybody.
tell us what you found. When you go out on your own and you do your own research, watch some of these videos. Come back and tell us what you've discovered. We want to hear it.
And my thoughts and what I can recall to you, and thanks again, and I guess not everybody's American, but happy 4th, I guess, if I don't talk to you beforehand. All right, later.
Right on.
Real Gar, good talking to you. No hard feelings.
Oh, no, definitely not.
You're a genuine person, and I look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure how much of the like kind of endpoint discussion about like the outer stars and the precession and stuff like that. Came
We
to, I
don't
didn't
need
mention
to
like some
conclude
navigators.
in order to
We okay, I
engage
guess
in
yeah,
good
we
faith.
won't. It's fine. That's
So
fine.
we engage in good faith. It's a nice pro fascia honest transaction. We're
Yeah, totally.
demonstrating.
I'm sorry I didn't notice when you I guess went to a different room or something else came up. That's all good. We can pick it up there, and Sonny gave me some references that I'm interested to check out. Thank you again for your time, and absolutely no hard feelings. And I appreciate the forum.
Come on back anytime you like.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Awesome. Good night. Later.
It was a Fed.
What'd you say? You said sounded like you said that was a bet or something.
I
I
said,
don't
dude was a Fed.
know.
He's
Dude
a
was a
federal-
Fed.
Yeah.
Could be.
Seemed like a nice guy though.
How'd you determine he was a Fed? Just curious. I mean, I know there's ways of telling, but
He basically was asking a questionnaire before he even
Hmm.
himself. He was like, "Hey, how do you feel about this? And when you're not at the park with your family on a Sunday, what would you do instead?" Like, really weird and specific questions,
That's kind of odd. That is kind of odd.
trying to pathologize all flat earthers into one group that you could say, "Oh, they're all people who drink sun-kissed soda."
That's strange. You know, there probably is people like that, no doubt, that are, taking information about us, no doubt.
It
I
just
mean, they're
seems
probably
like really scientific and not genuine.
Yeah, I mean, I remember having a conversation with him yesterday. I don't really recall like exactly what we spoke of. I remember some of it, but yeah, I don't know.
I'm not like
Intelligent.
paranoid or anything. It just
Yeah.
seems like really like on the nose, like blaring Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Blink, blink, blink. Like,
Wow. Yeah, I mean, like we get this intuitive sense about these people after a while, don't we? I mean, I get it.
yep.
Is it AI? Are you in here?
But the interesting thing is there's nothing for him to find. Whatever he's looking for doesn't exist. We're not weird. We're not strange. We don't have weird cultish beliefs. We're just objective.
Yeah, I know. And I meant to say to him, but and I don't know if it would go on deaf ears or not, but if he's a Fed or whatever or intelligentsia, yeah, I mean, whatever. But that's why I was kind of like, I got this idea, to let him know that we come from all different walks of life. Like we're not just like one type of person here, not at all.
True
Like
diversity.
we're like really practical people. We've done practical things. Like I find more practicality in flat earthers than anywhere else, any kind of forum I've ever been involved in, any kind of group, anything like that. Like there were people that are carpenters, mechanics, machinists, sailors,
all of the
pilots.
above.
Yeah.
Most of us are most of those things.
Yeah, builders, contractors, like all kinds of, we build things. We understand, like we learned how to like measure things. We learned what measurement means, like all this type level, like what that stuff actually entails.
We have the gift of discernment.
Yeah, so I think that helped me in particular, and probably most of us in here. That helped me that I had done these practical things in life with my hands, worked with my hands, and worked with I don't know, different things in nature, like building and sailing and whatever, even some of the sports types of things.
For fun today, I made some copper wire, create copper sulfate with using a car battery that I wasn't using. Also, I made copper sulfate solution, and then I took the outer shell of my Zippo lighter and dunked it in as a cathode in that solution, and now I've got a copper-colored Zippo. Pretty cool.
What? You electroplated it?
Yeah, just because I was bored today.
Yeah, it's kind of a trip.
I love it. It's so copper-colored.
No. So does anybody know what's going on with the politics 24/7? I went on there. I absolutely could not find it. I couldn't find it at all. So I was wondering if anybody here knows what's going on with the politics. Did we get deleted, or is it just like it's been closed up so I couldn't see it? I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, I can't find it. Anyway, maybe that's not something that should be on the live stream if someone knows, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, there's no bot in here anyway. So, oh yeah, there is. There's a YouTube bot. Never mind.
Well, I'm turning in. You boys have a good night.
All right, you too.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Later. See heretics in two places at once.
I'm everywhere.
That's quite a trick.
It's magic.
I believe in flat Earth. What's happening? Okay. Nobody speaking in here? Come on, guys. Hmm.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm good. Plugging away at work. How are you?
Good.
What time is it for you?
Like 3.
AM?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. What are you doing up?
No, I'm going to bed soon.
Oh. Yes, yes. Almost forgot. I was just I'm trying to brush up on the celestial theodolite argument. Have you ever heard of it?
No, what is it? What? Say it again. Let me see if I can. The celestial what?
Celestial theodolite argument.
Roots, what's going on?
Hey.
Doves.
Rambo. I thought you were asleep.
No, I'm just working on some beat right now. I made a beat for Drace, and I
Nice.
gotta finish mixing it. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna like it, bro. I'm gonna send to you after I finish.
Nice. Very good. I know it's gonna be fire.
Yeah, yeah, it's cool. It's just a beat, you know what I mean? But yeah, put a lot of work into it.
What's it for?
Okay.
Is he singing or like a song?
No, it's for Drace. Yeah, him and his sister, they asked me to make a beat that can fit their vocal in there. So I made one, but before I made it, I have to find the tempo. That was challenge. So I found the tempo, found the speed, and yeah, and I built around that vocal, and I put their vocals in there that actually fit perfect. The way they rap, of course. Yeah.
Because you're a wizard. Wizard on the decks.
Yeah. So you said that you're trying to polish up some celestial light arguments.
Yeah, do you remember Amish was saying that Shane? So there's a guy called Dr. Mike Heffron. So he's like he's a doctor. I don't know what in, but he uses theodolites and he's big into celestial navigation. Anyway, he came to the flat Earth because he made an observation, a celestial theodolite observation of a star behind a mountain. And we hear all the arguments from the globers around refraction and how the sky is accounted for by refraction, but he can do the numbers, and he did all the numbers, and he's like, no, the numbers support a flat Earth hypothesis, and the sky just having that drop based on perspective. So he made this argument, but I didn't look into it too deeply because Amish shut it down quite quickly.
Why?
Well, this is what I mean. I didn't understand the refraction arguments well enough to be able to explain why, to be honest. You did explain it to me, but it didn't stick with me.
Well, I'm not sure
But why do you shut it
the whole
down?
refraction thing.
Well, he said there's problems with it, so I kind of trust Amish. So I didn't really dig too much into it, but they just did a presentation with Ruhif and Jesse Path of Light and basically destroyed them. And all the arguments that Jesse and Ruhif were making, they got shut down, and it was pretty obvious that they were bullshitting and they hadn't really got a full grasp and understanding of it. So it kind of inspired me to say, hold on, maybe there is more to this. So I'm trying to get my head around it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the whole refraction thing. What's the number behind it, right? But from my understanding, the way Mr. Amish was saying, right, if I understand correctly, because I'm still new to this, celestial theodolite, but So basically, from I understood, it's the doctor. He took the measurement angle from his backyard, right? So he aligned the celestial body, which is the star, um what is it, aligned perfectly on the top of the mountain. And when he was doing it, right, I think it was about, I'm not sure, maybe like less than 10 degree above the horizon, right? I'm not no genius or anything, but I read about it a little bit. I watched a few videos, right? It says something that well, when you take an angle measurement to the star, right, or you're doing any celestial navigation, right, you shouldn't be taking any measurement uh under 10 degree above the horizon, right? And I think another thing that would be one issue, right? Another issue
why
would
though?
be because it is refraction involved, right? Because
But this is
things close
this
to
just
the
needs to be
ground.
taken. Just refraction.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but refraction needs to be just taken into account to be able to
right,
do it.
right.
Yeah,
That would be one issue. Because things on the surface tend to, like, refract more, whatever you want to call. And another issue would be, I think they said that, well, um something that their GP could be also like right under the mountain, right? Because the distance from the observer to the top of the mountain and to the celestial body, and they saying that, oh yeah, well, our GP could be right there, you know on the top of the mountain, or where the mountain is at, right? Then it would change the angle, because I understand that when you move closer to the celestial body, it will rise, right? It will increase, right? The degree will increase. It will rise, and if you go away from it, the celestial body will drop. So you cannot, if you're taking a measurement from your backyard, right? y- And you align it with the top of that mountain. You can't not take that mountain as your GP, as where the observer at, because now you change the distance, you change the location. When you move closer, now the star will rise. Whether it's a half degree, 1 degree, or whatever, that's still like what, 1 degree, 60 nautical miles, right? 60 miles.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you
I
cannot
understand that.
you cannot change that position. Yeah, that's what I understood. So
What does
Yeah,
GP
but
stand for?
ground position.
Oh.
Yeah, but the issue is they're not treating the mountain as a ground position, so they're taking the observation from their position, his back garden or whatever, and then they are taking a reading to the mountain, then they're taking a reading to the star, and then they're doing the math and comparing that with stellarium, and they're seeing that with the globe explanation, it's out by hundreds and hundreds of feet, but from the flat Earth perspective, you can get it within 10 feet. So it's a more accurate way to describe and do the math through the flat Earth understanding, and you'll get more
Interesting.
accurate readings than you will from assuming it's a ball. You're hundreds of feet out. So you have
I'll
to
have
do
to see
more
more about
corrective
that, but
math.
that's interesting. I don't know, like, I feel like, I mean, I don't trust the government, so, like, I feel like the Earth is probably round, but I don't know, like, it could be flat, though. I feel like the government is always lying about stuff, so, like, I don't know.
my friend, listen, what I would recommend you to do, right? Spend about a week look into this information, right? And
I have
for fun,
before.
you know.
No, I have. I
Um,
just, I see, like, I see people that, like, try to prove flat Earth, and then I see that get debunked. But, okay, what do you think about the video of the guy that goes to Antarctica and then sees the 24-hour sun?
I think it's
we've
irrelevant.
we've been saying that for months, before they even gone to Antarctica, right? Because
Well,
I mean,
that's,
why
how's
can't you
that
have
relevant,
like
though?
24 hours sun on a flat Earth, right? So what we were saying like months ago, way before they went there, we were saying like, yeah, whatever they seeing in the sky is not going to change the surface. The surface still measure flat, look flat. We use it as a flat stationary plane. So
But
so
it
whatever
so
you seeing in the sky, it's
well,
not
I'm
going to matter
confused because
because this
like,
is flat as not a flat sky. You know what I mean?
so you think that the Antarctica is like an ice wall around the rest of the world?
No, think of it more as a higher land, like a puddle. So there's no
A what?
edge to a puddle, but the water in a puddle is still contained by the higher land. So if you check this out, Antarctica is the highest land on the Earth or on the plane, so it would contain the water.
Then how come we can't see it?
See what?
Antarctica.
We can see it.
No, like from where we are. If it's the highest on the land and the Earth is flat.
Oh, because you can't see through forever through an atmosphere, just like you can't see forever through water.
Oh right, duh.
Opacity. That's why you have on the weather
But
report
I'm just
visibility of
confused.
the
Like,
day.
how would it have a 24-hour sun if it was like just in one location, and like the rest of the world? Like, do you think it's in the middle of everything? Like, where do you
No, but
think how like?
because the sun may not be in its actual position, the sun could be an apparent observation. Now,
What do you
there is
mean?
lots of different ideas and models where the sun in the south is an apparent, and in the north, in fact, it's pretty well known that the sun is in an apparent position for every observer. You can do observations on a lake with the sun rays, the corpuscular rays from the sun, and you will see, based on the observer, these corpuscular rays land in different spots based
Okay,
on
you're
the
speaking a language
observer's
I don't
position.
know. What's corpuscular?
So basically, the sun itself, what we see, isn't necessarily physically in that position.
Because it's 8 minutes behind.
No, because it's an apparent position based on the observer.
So where is it actually then? So does
It's a
it
great
change from
question.
person to person, like what you see?
Yeah, and observations prove that with the rays, the sun rays are different for every observer position. So we don't
How
get
is that?
you can't locate the actual position of a sun. You can only locate the position of the sun in relation to where you're standing. So we don't have any way to validate whether that's the actual physical location of the sun or whether that's an apparent position. When you're dealing with an apparent position, we don't know what the sky is. You could be dealing with reflective properties. If you go back to the ancient Egyptians, they spoke about things like this, about the sun being not the sun, but the luminaries being having reflective properties due to. I mean, I'm not going to make any claims, but there's lots of different models that can show a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. And
So
one of
what's
the
the
earlier
model that
flat
you
earthers,
subscribe to?
Rotham, forgotten his name. But yeah, they were predicting and confirmed there was a 24-hour sun. Doesn't affect the shape of the ground. So
But
it's an
okay,
assumption
I
to
guess I'll just
assume
see that.
it's an assumption to assume that if you see a 24-hour sun in the south, that means that the ground is curving. You'd actually need evidence the ground is curving to claim the ground is curving.
What about all the evidence that exists?
It's all flat Earth evidence. There is no direct evidence for curvature or motion.
So of the evidence that is claimed, like, what do you take from it? That it's just lies?
No, that it's not direct evidence. It's not empirical. It's not testable. It's not provable. There's no
Well,
optical or scientific experiments to validate the curvature or the motion of the Earth.
what about the one with the laser pointer?
All the laser. Which one? They prove a flat Earth.
No. The one where flat earthers take a laser pointer and say that
Oh,
if
you mean the Netflix bullshit?
I
Yeah,
don't
that
know.
wasn't.
Do you
Yeah,
think that's all
there
fake,
was.
that they're not actual flat earthers?
No, that flat earther, his name was Jaron, after that interview, stayed a flat earther after that interview and said that that was a hit piece because although he said he could see the light, after the camera cut, he said he couldn't see it again. So what was happening was they didn't take into account the atmospheric conditions, the refraction index. They didn't calculate what they're supposed to see at that distance. And so what they basically made out was that he saw the light and that was it. But actually, a few seconds later, he's like, "Oh no, I don't see the light." So it was inconclusive, but the documentary made it seem as if it was confirmed he did see the light. So it was a hit piece. Whereas every other laser test shows that we can see, up to 100 miles with a laser pointer physically hit the target line of sight, like a railgun does, like ground-based towers do, line of sight, and they hit targets, up to 100 miles away. Go ahead, Kembo. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, was that the one? If you're talking about the same documentary, was that the one that he used? Well, he's supposed to use the laser, but something happened to the laser, and he ended up using the flashlight instead.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't a laser; it was a flashlight.
I don't
I
know.
thought
I didn't really see much of it.
about that like way before they even did it. Like that seeing because they advertised it before they did it, and me and some of the people were like, "Yeah, they're not actually gonna do this. They're turning frauds."
Dr. Indy, are you also a flat earther?
Well, I'm not a globe earther, so yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I don't know. Do you
There's
guys
plenty
think
of
there's
globe earthers come here.
I'm more concerned about other stuff the government is lying about.
Your food.
I'm a fed.
Food.
I'm food.
Guess they don't even lie about that. Just read the labels on your food.
Oh, I thought you were saying I'm food, and I'm like, I guess.
Eat better food.
Like, if you think about it metaphorically, I'm food for the rich.
No, there's feds on here. This channel especially is plagued with them. So, out for that.
Gotcha. I could not be a fed. I am way too weak for that. Way too ADHD for that. Do you guys believe in ADHD?
Hey, would you say channel? You mean this particular 24/7, or you just saying like the whole server in general?
Just, I mean, Discord in general. I mean, they even like put that in movies and video games and stuff. It's like a joke now. So, yeah, I would say definitely a hotspot target.
How old
Yeah,
were
I
you
do
all
agree
when
with
you
that. Yeah.
did you guys always believe this, like, growing up? Or did you, like, just how old were you when you, like, changed from a globe earth to a flat earth perspective?
I mean, we all grew up, the same way, right? Well, maybe different way, but we all went through the same education system. We learned about the globe. We know the globe our whole life. So, yeah, and something changed, yeah, throughout the years. When we first heard it, well, at least for me, when I first heard it, and I thought it was stupid. I thought it's the most ridiculous stuff I ever heard in my entire life. And yeah, I say some funny stuff or make fun of flat Earth or whatever. And one day I decided to give it a chance, see like what flat Earth is, because I imagine what flat Earth in my head already. And when I check it out, yeah, the first day I was like, damn, I was wrong about this whole time. But then I was like, nah, it cannot be a flat Earth. Earth cannot be flat. It has to be a globe. I know too much about the globe. Yep, and just stay away from it for a while. Went back and forth every other day, every other week. 2 years, I was like, holy shit! There
How
is
old were
no
you?
direct evidence. Oh, I'm old enough. I'm in my
Like,
30s.
how old were you when?
Oh man, I would say 8 years ago.
Okay. What about you, Roots? Or where's Roots? No, Miss Dove. Wait, who was talking? I think it was Miss Doves.
Both
Okay,
of us
Dr.
commented.
India.
4 years ago, so 32 now.
Yeah,
For me, it
I
was
mean,
more like 13 years ago, 14 years ago.
Alright.
I was
Are you
actually
like?
challenged by a family member. So I'd heard about it online. I also thought it was ridiculous, and nobody online was going to convince me the Earth was flat. It was only until somebody I actually cared about cared about their opinion, challenged me, and I said, okay, then I owe you the evidence that I claim is there, that it's a ball. So I actually made a conscious effort to provide rebuttals to his arguments because I cared about him. He's my cousin. And yeah, found out, 6 years later, I was still looking, and I said, you know what? He was right. But it took me 5 or 6 years to actually be confident and comfortable to say, yeah, I'm a flat earther.
Gotcha.
Dude,
Does
same.
God have a part in this, or is it just like a secular thing? Hello?
What do you mean?
Like, are you guys like
Hello,
Christians?
Education Network?
Or like, are you guys like religious, and does like God play a part in this?
No, I'm not religious. I mean, I believe in God, but I'm not religious. I don't, and even Roots, no, he's not religious. Maybe some, other flat earthers, you know what I mean? That
Mm-hmm.
they came into this topic from a biblical standpoint, but for me, no.
Gotcha.
I mean, if you're interested, I can send you some, flat Earth information to check it out.
Sure.
And okay, yeah, sure, I can do that right now. Let me see. Let me pull it up real quick. Let me see. Where's it at? Okay. And it's just basic stuff, Flat Earth 101. We also have like a bunch of information in our home server too. Uh, with different categories if you're interested in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me send you this link real quick. So I'm sending you a Flat Earth playlist. It has about, I think, maybe 85 videos.
On YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. We made a playlist.
Okay. Got you.
And if you're interested, I can send you like another one. Would be 6 hours of NASA fail compilation. If you're interested.
I think 83 videos is a good start.
Yeah. Well, if you want to watch just NASA, if you want to just watch the NASA, there's another link for it. So I'm just gonna send anyway. You watch it, you watch it. You don't watch it, that's on you. But at least you have.
Right. All good.
All right. Well, do you have any other question?
I don't know. Like, do you believe in the planets? Do you believe that they exist?
Of course.
Planets like
Like
what do you mean, like
Jupiter,
like
Mars,
Earth?
Saturn, other stars, other and that they're all around, like other planetary systems, other galaxies, like
Here,
I mean,
black holes.
You think
no, I don't. No, go
Mars?
ahead, doctor.
This is how I wrap my head around it. Okay, so Mars is supposed to be a rock, right? No atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
You can see, who cares how big it is? You think you can see something from 1.14 million miles away? And not alone can you see it from that far away, because your sight does have range. It's limited. But yet, not only can you see it from that far away, but it glows red at night. So, how does that make sense? I mean, explain that to me.
Well, I mean, obviously not with the naked. I mean, with the naked eye, yes, because light,
No,
light
Mars with the
in a
naked eye,
vacuum.
it's red. It's a glowing red dot in the sky.
Well, because it's reflecting from the sun, no?
Oh, okay. So if I'm going to signal a ship, I'm stranded on an island. Am I going to pick up a rock to reflect light so the ship can see me?
I
Like,
just, I don't. If I don't, we're not in a vacuum, and the sun's light is far more powerful. So I don't really know how that's a relevant question. But so are you just claiming that Mars doesn't exist, and that's just like
no, I
another
definitely
star, or what are you claiming?
Uranus, Saturn. I can see those things. I can see them, and when you zoom in on them, it looks like a bunch of pulsating, vibrating lights. So Mars, when you zoom in on it, it just looks like sonoluminescence and cymatics. I know it's like kind of a technical term, probably not familiar with that, but it's definitely not a rock.
Okay.
So yeah, planets are real. They're here, and they exist. You can see them, but
Do
I
you think
think
they're more like suns?
by NASA and SpaceX and all these agencies is ludicrous.
So you think
Yeah,
they're
well,
like more like stars?
Yes, I believe in
yeah,
stars.
Roots.
See those all.
Exactly, they're wandering stars. So the original word for planet comes from the Greek, and I think it's planetos, and that meant wandering star. So all a planet is a wandering star. That's all we can prove as well.
But what about the Mars rover? I mean, obviously you guys think that's like a set, right?
Yeah, I can show you pictures from the Mars rover of the landscape of Mars that actually looks like Devon Island.
Yeah, in Canada.
In
Yeah.
Canada, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Let me see
and
if I
I
can
seen,
find it for you.
bro, I seen those pictures like years ago.
And
Would
you
be
don't
like
believe in
5,
black
6 years
holes?
ago.
What's a black
No,
hole?
what's a black hole? You never seen it. You never touched it. You can't
Well,
experiment it.
you
You heard the story.
yeah.
You believe it. We all believe it at one
Well,
point.
what
Yeah.
do you think is holding together the Milky Way then?
Hold on. Sorry, Kemba, are we in PNR? That's a dumb
Yes,
question,
sir.
but all right. I'm going to share
Yes.
the Mars and Devon Island comparison.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, just like
But look. Like I
okay.
think I get it, right? Because you assuming these lights in the sky are places or terra firma that you can go there and land on it, right? And of course, you've been told a story that these things are, distant away, millions mile or trillion miles, who knows, right? And that's the story, and I get it. That's the story. But if you want to be honest with yourself, right? We can see the same thing, of course. I agree with that, but we don't know what they are, what they made of, what the distance, what kind of mediums they in, right? All we know, all we can see, right? They just light in the sky. That's why Root said that's what Root said earlier, right? The word planet, it just mean wandering star, luminaries in the heaven, right? So
Well, I mean, the way that
so
they claim to see
but
it
hold
is
on.
because of the redshift and like how much redshift there is how far away it is. Because of the moving away from
It's a
you
claim.
creates.
It's a claim, but what would be the evidence to back it up? And I do want to clarify that this with you. Earth is not a planet, right? Because in
Well,
order
then
to
what
be
is
a
it?
planet, it's just Earth. We got water, we got we got mountain, valleys, and hills. We got us, right? But because in order to be a planet, it would be a celestial body orbiting the sun or a star. So when was the last time you ever seen or experienced that us going around the sun? Because if anything, we see the opposite. We see the sun move across the sky. So therefore, we cannot be a planet.
Galileo would hate you.
Well, he would,
Sorry.
he would love all flat earthers right now if he was here. I'm sorry to say, Earth is just Earth. Earth is just special. It's not wobbling,
But
tilting
you
in a
don't.
vacuum of
So
space.
you do believe in God? Okay. So you believe that Earth is special because God made it?
Well, we know
Sure.
that we have an atmosphere because of gas pressure. You can only have gas pressure with a container. Therefore, we know that the Earth's atmosphere is contained. So to have this
Wait. So what about
beautiful
gravity, though? Do you not believe
No, but let me
gravity works?
finish. But let me
Sorry.
finish. To have this
Yeah.
beautiful, perfect world governed by the ratio of the Fibonacci sequence, everything has perfect proportion, everything has a perfect cycle, secular nature to it. In order to
My dick
have
doesn't have
this,
perfect proportion. It's way too big. Sorry, I just had to say that. Carry on.
yeah, but being realistic though, to have this perfect creation within a contained system, the necessary antecedent to have that would imply a creator. You're not going to get that from a Big
Yeah.
Bang cosmology. So
Okay.
by understanding the Earth isn't a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, you're going to come to the conclusion that this place was created.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
And all the ancient scriptures all the ancient cosmologies are flat Earth cosmologies, and they were all religious believers in the Creator. So it's consistent with everything we've ever known. Now, remember, globe Earth only became the mainstream in schools, compulsory in schools, in 1945. Before 1945, they were still teaching flat Earth in some schools, and it was being highly debated. Even after the moon, it wasn't until the moon landing where they started mandating this stuff.
Do you believe in the moon landing? No.
No, I believe it was a hoax.
Yeah. So what do you think the moon? Do you think the moon is round? Like is like a sphere and that
Yeah,
it's
it's
rocky?
round. Oh, sphere. There's no way to prove it's sphere.
Or like, okay. So do you believe it's like made of rock?
No, of course not. You can't
So
have
what
a
do you think?
rock in the sky in a vacuum. That would be against all of the laws of nature, the second law of thermodynamics, the gas laws. You can't have a vacuum in the sky. It's impossible.
What about
Unless
like
you've got a physical container.
asteroids that like hit the Earth and we can see them? Well, they're metal,
Shoot,
but
shooting stars. We see them all the time.
no, but
The
like
heavens
they
are
like
marvelous.
meteoroids that hit the ground made of
Show me
metal.
one. Show me.
Go to
Oh,
your local
those weird.
planetarium.
You mean those weird little metal balls that they find on the floor?
Yeah, after they see him fall from the sky.
Yeah. How do we know who's firing those? What asteroids have we got evidence of hitting the Earth? I mean, the moon rocks. That some of the asteroids that have been tested have been exposed to be petrified wood.
Oh, so
They've
what do you
been
think the moon is made
faking
out of, though?
this stuff.
What stuff?
We don't know.
That
Moon
is
rock.
actually kind of want to hear what you guys have to say
Moon
about
rock? Well, you
this.
just said.
I don't know.
What?
That's the question. I mean, that's the answer. I don't know. How would I know? I mean, I can see the same thing. I don't know what it's made of or what's the distant. I can
I mean,
see it's right there.
I can point you to a really intelligent guy who has a really interesting theory that isn't a flat earther, but is probably one of the most famous electrical engineers of all time.
Plasma?
He believes the sun is a transformer and the moon is part of that system. So you could argue an element of plasma is involved in that, but yeah, his name's Eric Dollard. Go ahead and have a look at what he says, but we do not, as flat earthers, claim that. I just wanted to share something with you. Eric Dollard, what
So,
is the sun?
Roots, like,
What
what
is
do
the
you
moon?
think the moon is made out of? You still haven't answered. If you don't know, you don't know. But like, what do you think?
Who knows?
I would just because that I'm parroting, which shame on me. But here's what we do know about the moon: is it glows in the dark and it emits cold, and you can feel that when you walk out into the direct moonlight. It's cold. So that's, I
Well,
mean,
you can
and
verify that. There's no shame in that parroting. It can be verified.
yeah. So whatever material or whatever, I mean, that's tough to say because none of it. You can't.
The moonlight is cooler in the moonlight.
It's colder at
Moonlight.
night. But
No,
okay, I'm
listen to
sorry
the argument.
for
No,
laughing.
listen.
I'm sorry for laughing. It's just
Correct.
it's colder at nighttime.
You don't understand it. Hold on. The
Oh, like-
moonlight is cooler than the shade at night.
Oh.
So if the temperature in the shade is warmer than in direct moonlight at night. It's verifiable. Doesn't prove anything, just proves that moonlight is cold light. Well, it probably proves that it's not reflected sunlight because it would have to be warmer than the shade. You can verify that. Get a thermometer.
I mean, it
Negative.
probably is warmer, but to a degree that is so minimum that we can't even feel it.
A thermometer can tell you that and confirm it.
Because also there's like the sun. The sun isn't just light; it's also like radiation. So like the radiation is what warms us up. Why you're warmer in the sun, and colder like when you're in the shade. Like the radiative effects of the sun like actually makes you warm, not just the like light heating up the air. So the moon, like the waves get dispersed in the nighttime as they're going to the sun, and then when they bounce back, it's mostly just those photons bouncing back rather than the
Yeah, so you
radiation
get heat
bouncing on
loss.
them.
Yeah, but you
Yeah, so you
wouldn't
get
get
heat loss throughout.
negative. You wouldn't get a net negative effect where now the moonlight is colder than the shade.
Yeah, well, guys, that is another breach of basic thermodynamics, though. Is like cold doesn't exist. Cold is just a lack of heat. I don't get how that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, I said it's
Respectfully.
cooler. I said it's cooler in the shade. Sorry, it's cooler in the moonlight than in the
Then
shade.
in the shade, like at nighttime.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
But
you
that's impossible because of thermodynamics.
Thermometer and test this, and you're going to get the same results as what we're talking about. But you can also just feel it with your body and trust your senses. Stand in the shadow behind your house, and then go around in front and stand right in the direct full moon, and you're going to get chilly. It's cold.
I've never felt that, and I'm very sensitive to temperature, like autistically so.
Okay, well now
you
that
can get you can get a thermometer and do it. You don't need to test it.
Does it account
skin.
for like the wind?
Yes, it's a repeatable test. You get a
no, I
thermometer.
I just don't believe that. Like, how would that be possible? Like, you can't create cold. Like, you think the moon is sucking up heat from the earth? Like you can't create cold. It doesn't exist. Cold is
Dude,
just the absence of heat, and light
it-
is literally energy, and energy is heat.
really no.
So how like that doesn't make any sense to me. You're just saying like
No, it's a
go
cool
outside,
light.
it's colder, but like on a basic level, like how would that be possible?
This is it because it's clearly not the reflected sunlight, is it?
But you're not giving me the cause. You're just saying like
Dude, we
the
just said
result.
we don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe these guys know. I don't fucking know.
So
Yeah, nobody knows. We told you
isn't it
that already.
easier to just accept like what the empirical evidence has shown, that like coldness
Yeah.
doesn't like coldness can't be created?
No, it's nothing to do with coldness not being created. It's about what is warmer, direct moonlight or the shade at night. And it's
Cold
warmer in
light
the
is an
shade.
oxymoron.
Yeah, so whatever the light is, whatever causes the
Light is
light
just
of the moon.
photons.
Yeah, but
It's
whatever
all the same.
causes. No, it's not, clearly. Because whatever's causing the moonlight, that's cooler than when you're in the shade at night. So it's not the same as sunlight, because clearly that's not what happens with the sun, is it? So our only claim is that it's different. It's a different type of light.
So you don't think that light is all just photons?
Well, photons is a
Do you know
buzzword.
do you know what photons are? It's not a buzzword.
It's a made up word.
Yeah, it's a buzzword.
It's a subatomic particle that is the fastest thing. Like it's okay, never mind.
Do you understand the double split experiment?
Yes.
Then you know that light being a particle is not consistent.
Well, it's a particle and a wave.
Yeah, well, so to say light is a photon is only half of the story.
Well, it's just true that light is photons. And it acts as a wave and a particle, but it's kind of
But there's
known
more to
who's
it, right?
I
But there's
mean,
more to it.
yeah. A lot of numbers to it. But
Well, we don't understand. Nobody understands light completely. If they say they do, they're lying. Nobody
I mean,
understands
that's true.
light.
But, so far if the moon's been around for as long as history, if we've been able to find photons
Well, if you're a globe earther, don't you have some other beliefs about the moon as far as it not being that old and other stuff? At least I think I did once upon a time. Yeah. Right? Don't they say it's. Sorry, go on.
I don't know. Sorry, I'm texting my friend. Anyways. I draw the line at the moon being cold.
Why don't
Well,
you
not being
just why don't,
cold, but like the moonlight being colder than the shade.
why don't you just look it up?
I did, and it's not true. That's not how light works. If you take an FILR camera and you point it at the moon, you notice something, that the moon is actually warmer than the surrounding sky, right? Because the moon radiates heat. All light radiates heat. So therefore, it'd be physically impossible for any light to produce coldness, because that's not how light works. Light doesn't suck up energy. Light itself is energy, right? Energy is what creates heat. So I don't know where you're getting this
Even
from,
if that was
but I
true,
can't find
even if
a
that was
single
true,
source or study that is accurate or peer reviewed or anything like that that supports any of your claims.
So that's
So
why we're
unle-
talking weird, because you're correct in saying that it produces heat, but it does not. It's cold.
It's just interesting about how you guys are like talking about the evidence of the Earth being flat, but then you're like, I don't know, we'll never know, like about the moon, like when there is evidence about like the most basic level
it's
of
completely
evidence about the
different.
moon.
No, listen, right. You can go on YouTube and look up experiment or test after test after test. Just type in moonlight cooler than the shade, and you'll see
But
that people
I don't.
verify this again and again and again every day. Now,
So,
the
but here's
difference between moonlight and sunlight. The sunlight gives life and energy. The moonlight petrifies things. So it's a completely different light. You leave things out in the moonlight long enough, it can petrify wood and turn it to rock. That sun doesn't do that. So it's a different type of light.
So here's the thing: is that I don't believe that YouTube evidence is valid. I believe only peer-reviewed studies and things that are actual provable, and without a shadow of a doubt can be like refuted, tested, done over and over and over again. These YouTube videos can be easily faked. Whereas
No, you can do this yourself. You can do this yourself.
I mean, yeah, I can get an FILR camera right now, point it up at the sky, and I can clearly see that the moon is warmer than the surrounding sky.
Even if
because
that's correct, by the time the moonlight gets to us, it's a completely cooler light. The moonlight is cooler than the
light
shaded
doesn't get
areas.
cold. Light isn't cold, right? Because light is
You can
energy.
do this yourself. You can do
Light
this yourself.
Light is energy, right?
Hey, if you want to, and we're not making claims, yeah. If you want to just deny empirical evidence, yeah, you can go and do this yourself and prove yourself wrong.
I'm making a claim right now that light is energy. I'm asking, do you support that claim that light is energy?
We're saying the moon is different. So
A different type of light is what they're saying.
yeah.
So the moon's light comes from the sun, though.
They don't believe that.
That's the claim. That's the claim. But unfortunately, the moon's light is petrifying. It has a completely different effect on things than the sun does. The sun can nourish and create life and growth.
I have an explanation.
And
for
the
why I
moon
feel
petrifies things and can decay things, and that's a complete opposite to the sunlight.
like
If you don't know this, just go and figure out how you get
like a
petrified
reverse ogre or
rocks.
something.
How you get petrification? It's due to the moonlight.
I just don't think that's true.
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. You need to check these things.
It's I forgot exactly how to put it, but I have a
Petrification comes from sediment.
yeah, and pressures, but like the sediment particles
And then
go into the bone and replace it, kind of. Right?
Okay,
They replace the bones.
listen. We don't
Or
need to
the,
get
not the
into.
bones, the wood.
Listen, we don't need to get into anything more than the moonlight at the ground surface of the Earth is cooler than the shaded areas.
So you don't believe that light is energy? Light is not energy. That's what you believe in, right? You don't believe that light is energy.
Different type of energy for the fifth time.
But no, but if light is energy, right? All forms of energy create heat.
No,
Basic
that's not.
thermodynamics.
Stop.
Except
That's
for like very unstable like antimatter.
heat is energy. Like it's
And antimatter just like
No, not all energy causes heat. That's wrong.
yes, it does. All energy causes heat.
yeah.
No,
You guys were
it
talking about the
doesn't.
basic laws of thermodynamics earlier, and now you're like ignoring it completely.
No, sound energy doesn't cause heat.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. It vibrates. Vibration is energy, which is heat.
Right.
Yeah, not high enough to be detected and a difference. No, not all energy
Well,
can
not to
create heat
you,
by
but to
default.
machines, yes.
Just because you can't detect it as a human being doesn't mean it's not there, right?
Well, yeah,
Heat is
same
just
like with
one
flat
form
earthers.
that energy can transform into, but not all energy transforms into heat.
Yes, it does, though.
No, because
Right?
you can have a laser
Or it
beam that can cut
contains.
through steel using heat, but you can also use the same sort of lasers to transmit data, which creates no heat. So no, not all energy creates heat.
Like
Well,
the
just like
only energy
create
that doesn't
heat,
create
like
heat is like potential and like
yeah, potential
yeah.
energy. Yeah, like
Mm.
but like it's you can't really say that
Yeah.
energy creates heat because energy basically is heat in just different forms. It's like it can't be created
Yeah,
or destroyed, right?
energy can only be transferred into heat in a way that creates that particle motion, but it doesn't always create heat.
But like every light does create heat. Like that is something that like we know. Like that is something that is like verifiable, provable that all light creates heat. Like that's just
Wrong.
it's common knowledge. Like
We have cold
it's
lights.
as no we
You can
don't.
have
Where like
luminescence. Yes, you
I
do.
would
Luminescence
LEDs.
still creates heat. LED still creates heat.
I don't think there's any
No,
point in fighting this because they're just like yeah, whatever.
no, you can
We should move
have
on to a more
cold
interesting topic
light.
because we're kind of getting. I'm not here to be serious about this. I'm just here to like just talk.
Well,
And
why
let's
don't
move
you
on to the
somewhere
conversation.
that we can just converse amongst ourselves, and you can just go play Fortnite or do whatever the hell you were doing
Well, I'm
before.
just really curious, like your perspectives.
All
Like
right.
this argument is kind of like not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to hear, like, ask questions and hear.
Okay. Anything
But
else?
I could leave if you guys don't. I mean, I could go on about this. We could continue. I could ask more questions.
It's kind of non sequitur to the statement. The only statement that was made was that something you can verify for yourself is that the moonlight is a cooler heat than in the shade. Okay, so we'll just leave it there, put a pin in it. You can verify that for yourself, or you can deny it. Let's just move on. Really, what we're here to discuss is the lack of evidence for the globe. There is no evidence for the globe.
I mean, there is, but you just like don't acknowledge it.
Like
Like
what?
you see every piece of evidence, like pictures of the Earth, for one.
I
But you're gonna
wouldn't
deny
consider
that,
that
so like, why would I bring anything up? Like, I'm not like
because
there's
I
no
can
point
show
in bringing
you,
anything up.
but I can show you pictures from Narnia.
All right, bro.
I can Google one now and get you a picture of Narnia. Looks really pretty.
Gotta be
Do you get my
cool.
point? A picture is
I
not
want
direct
you. I
evidence.
want you to like get in a spacesuit and go out to space, and then
No.
see the Earth.
Why should you tell us that, right? If you've been there, let's say if you've been there for
I
yourself,
have.
you've seen
It
for
was
yourself,
great.
then cool, right? Like, but don't tell somebody to go do it when you never done it yourself. Where the place, like, where we know, like, you would never go to space. You know that.
Yes, I would,
You
bitch. I
you would
totally would.
you would like to think that you would go there someday, but
If I had
listen,
the amount of money,
by the time you get older, right, you're gonna look back. Oh my God, that guy told me he was right. You know, you
maybe.
can't go to space. You won't be able to
If I
go
had the
to
money to go to
space.
space, I totally would. And if the world wasn't in shambles, but no, I would totally go to space.
Well,
It'd
I
be very
promise
interesting.
you won't be able to go to space, to outer space where they claim to be the
Unfortunately,
vacuum
because
of
I'm in the
space.
lower middle class, that is correct. and because I
No, there's
don't
only
have
there's
a
only a
master's degree in like any sort of scientific field.
You know the crazy part is this, right? Like I told this story before. My friend and I think this was back in 2018. My friend and I, we were talking about this. That they claim that they're gonna make what is it, a hotel, an ark in outer space, so, and people can go there and take vacation. And this was 2018, and they said that, well, they're gonna get it going by 2026 or something like that, right? And I said, listen, by 2026, right? I'm gonna promise you they're gonna push to the further date, or they're gonna come up with bullshit. Next
Well,
year
you
it's
know,
gonna be
the
2026,
reason that we
right?
don't go to the moon anymore is because of political reasons. Like, if there's no political reasons to like go, like because of the space race, right? That's why we were pushed so far into like spending our budget on that. But right now, like, okay, I'm not even getting into Trump, but there's no political reason. So why would like the government give that much money to like? I mean, they are giving money to like go to space. Like, there's this one space freaking satellite that's going out to Jupiter's planets, and they'll be back by like 2032 or something. And they're gonna like scope out the atmosphere of, I forget which moon, but
You heard the story, or you just believe it? Which one is it?
that's what's happening. They
No,
did
I mean
something
that's
out.
what you believe. You have no way to verify none of these stuff, like what they claiming they do in the outer
Well,
space, or
you
they
don't
send this
you don't
so-called
have to agree with
satellite.
me, but I'm just talking right now. I'm just
Well,
rambling.
I'm
No,
just
he's
I'm just
absolutely
telling you.
correct. You've been
But
told
what
this. You
I'm trying to get to
believe
my main
this. No,
point. I'm trying to
listen.
get to
No,
my
listen. Don't. No, because you're getting all defensive. But he's extremely
No, I'm just
valid.
trying to finish my thought.
Yeah, but at least admit that he's correct because you believe this to be true. You have no way to verify it. You do not know whether this
I
is
mean, I can go on
correct and
NASA's
true.
website, like
You
because I don't.
can. But you know what that would be? That would be an appeal to an authority. Why? Because only NASA can confirm this data.
Yeah, but have you done any tests on flat Earth? I don't think so. No.
Yeah. My dad has a high-powered zoom lens. We saw France from England. We shouldn't be
Okay,
able
well,
to
you
see France
can
from
see
England.
France from England.
Yeah, exactly. And you shouldn't be able to see France from
They're
England.
really close by.
Yeah, you shouldn't see France from England on a globe with a radius of 3959. You would have an 8-inch per mile squared
Do you live in
drop
Brighton or
over
something?
distance. We were in
Where do you?
Somerset.
I have to look up where that is. Somerset or Somerset?
Somerset.
Somerset.
Sommerset. Somerset. Now you should Google the
Oh
distance
no, yeah, that's
between those
literally
two
right across the
places.
English Channel. And
Right. So you should
yes, on a clear day you
Google.
can see France
Mic
from
check.
like
Am I
certain.
coming through? Okay, cool.
Well, I was
Yeah,
talking
we
anyway.
could.
So yeah,
Yeah,
they're really close by. Like that's not anything to me. Like that's just like.
Yeah, we're talking about 400 miles. Do you know how much
Yeah, and the
drop?
Earth is I don't fucking know how big the Earth is. I forgot.
Do you know how much curvature there should be in for about 400 miles?
Exactly. You're in an area. I hear you typing, so this is good. You're researching it. Now, this is the thing. Hold on. No, you complain about being interrupted, right? When I'm actually talking. You asked for the spelling of Somerset. I gave that to you. I definitely jumped in hot. I gave that spelling to you. So from a standpoint of what you're actually observing when it comes to the globe, we want you to investigate the drop over distance in order to prop up, verify your globe claim. Sorry, just need to jump in for clarification. Really?
Oh, you're good. You're good, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roots. So really, you've seen this from a plane. Do you want to proceed upon this questioning, sister?
Nope.
Before you do, can I just?
You're imagining the curvature.
No, we definitely need to talk about my imagination if you want to, but please, Roots, finish. I would definitely like to get in on this subject.
Yeah, so basically, one of the most northern parts of France would be, I think it would be, I can't remember what it's called in France, but basically there's a village, I think it's Port Reims or Point Point de Groins or something like that. Anyway, we're talking 200 to 400 miles, okay, depending on where exactly you are on the south coast. That can be anywhere between around 26,000 feet and 600,000 feet. 60,000 feet of drop. Sorry, 200,000 feet and 600,000 feet of drop. So in miles, you're talking around 11 to 20 miles of drop. You shouldn't be able to see France from England on a ball with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 25,000 miles. It's impossible. You know why you can see France from England? Because we live on a flat Earth. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I have a question that I think is more interesting to me. What do you think the shape of the Earth is? Like, actually, like how does everything contained? Like, is there like a giant like ice ridge around the Earth? Like, what do you think is like
Well,
the shape of the Earth? That's what
I'm pretty sure Killian was trying to make a point, but Killian, did you want to make your point or answer her
I just want to know what
question?
you think about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, and I don't care that you don't care. Killian, did you want to respond?
I'm in an elevator. Don't know how my reception is.
Okay, that's fine.
Kimbo, do you want to tell me what you think the shape of the Earth is? Because I just want to know what y'all think. Like, how do you explain the
How much?
24-hour sun in the
Okay,
north and the
just
south?
think about this. Think about this. Like, how could I know the whole shape of the Earth? Like,
But
I
what do
don't
you
have
think it
no
is?
God's eye view. I don't know. I just know that the surface we have water. Water lays flat, horizontal, level at rest.
That's what
Right.
it
We have
was.
mountain, valleys, and hills. We have shoreline that containing the water. Right. What's beyond it, I don't know. I can't. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't know the whole shape of the Earth. And I don't want to make any claim that I can't back it up. Because I don't want to be like one of the globies.
Have we never left Earth?
Left what
I think
Earth?
we never was
It's non
This
sequitur.
one.
What's non sequitur?
Well, it is pretty like important because if we've left Earth and we can like prove it, then like why couldn't we prove what the Earth
We
looks
left
like?
Earth. You never gone nowhere. So just don't say we left Earth. You never gone anywhere. Right? You
Okay.
believe that
Well,
you believe.
when I
You
say
believe
we, I
that
mean like
somebody left
as
Earth.
humans.
I mean, you don't speak Chinese, but Chinese is a real language.
Non sequitur. Stop it.
That's
Stop it.
verifiable.
So everything
You
a
mean
non
you
sequitur.
mean non sequitur as fuck.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
talk about this idea. Let's talk about this idea of land in the sky, right? You guys are stuck on this idea of space and there being planets. What is your evidence for there being land in the sky?
The pictures we have of them.
Okay, so you have pictures.
And
Cool. So if I gave you,
of them.
okay, so do you want to unpack the pictures or do you want to unpack gravity? Which do you want to unpack first? Because I can give you a picture of a unicorn and I can drop something and say it's gravity.
Gravity's way
but we
more
should.
important.
Okay, do
The fact
you
that
want to
if you
unpack
have a high
gravity?
enough power telescope, you can see planet surfaces. You can see
Okay,
Mars.
hold on.
With the telescope.
Park the car. Wait, we just had gravity and now we're coming back with
Do you
planets.
know how
Which is it?
exponential growth
Well, because-
works? Do you understand that concept?
Okay, can
That's
you
how
guys figure
lenses
out which
do it.
subject? Hold on.
One
You
at
guys
a
figure it
time.
out one at a time. Which subject you want to? Which
I'm giving
subject
you
you
what
want to
I
go
believe
for?
to be a stronger argument, right?
Yeah,
No,
but see,
June,
you just got
need to-
muted,
My lord.
right? Because
need
you
to
barged
wait,
in on
June.
a
I was June muted, but
conversation.
I'm not. That's what I'm confused.
So then you need to shut up and let June take over.
Yeah.
If you can't both speak at the same time, can you? June,
Can you
I'll
guys-
Oh,
unmute
then mute
you.
me. Sorry, my bad.
The
June.
lady can be quiet for a minute then. Go ahead, June.
All right, bet. So gravity.
When I am
Oh, no.
saying I believe it is a stronger argument to talk about the things that you can physically see, right? Because
Okay.
I see that you guys clearly value physical evidence that you
No,
can
there's
prove
no you
yourself.
guys. You and I are having a conversation. There's no you guys in this. You and me. Okay.
What?
Now, you just heard me. You heard me. There doesn't have to be sides in this. It's two people having a conversation. So you don't need to say
you don't have
guys.
to come at me aggressively, right?
Brother,
I'm
I'm
calm.
speaking to you. Yeah, no, but you don't have to paint teams in this to say you guys, right? So again, I'm going to ask you from a standpoint of what are you using your aperture to view the sky with in order to verify that there's in fact land in the sky?
With a telescope.
Right. So a telescope, what kind of an aperture is that? Analog or digital?
Analog.
Right. So what happens when we point a P900 a digital aperture at the sky, and we see the stuff in the sky that is claimed to be a planet, solid surface. However, we look at it and it appears to be moving, shimmering, almost like water. Can it still be solid state if a digital aperture takes a picture of it and it actually appears to be non-solid state?
I'm unsure of your question, to be honest. I apologize.
The question is, when I look at the sky with an analog aperture, it appears to be
Okay.
solid state. Who's typing?
Oh, my bad, on mute.
Typing cat, thank you. Now, when we look at the sky with a digital aperture, it shows these quote-unquote planets to be a different state. What happens if I take a picture of something with one, and I take a picture of something, or take a picture of the same thing with another aperture, and it changes form? Can it still be that original form?
I'm unsure. I'm not well based on digital apertures or digital telescopes. It's not my
Right.
area of focus.
Yeah, but you
area of
brought
knowledge.
an analog aperture, right, to
Yeah.
the table for discussion, yet you're
'Cause that's
unsure
what I
of it.
value.
Right,
Mhm.
and that's a problem, right? Because and you say you value it, but you haven't effectively investigated it, right? Now, when these things presented as such, we have to draw back to the first point, is saying, how do we verify that there's in fact land in the sky? I'll withdraw.
Yeah, so to sum up what Killian's saying here is, by looking through a telescope is not direct evidence that the planets are solid objects. The only way to have direct evidence of that is to be able to land on the planet and then physically do a test and interact with it. So what you're actually dealing with is indirect evidence when you're talking about pictures and telescopes. So what we're looking for is direct evidence that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. Now, direct evidence shows us that we can't be that there can't be a vacuum of space in the sky, and I'll tell you why. Because it goes against the gas laws and it goes against the laws of nature, like the second law of thermodynamics, which tells us that you can't have a vacuum or a low pressure system next to an open high pressure dynamic system. You wouldn't be able to have gas pressure and a steady psi on the earth unless there was containment. So that's direct evidence, because we can prove this in nature. We know this is a law of this is the ideal gas law. So direct evidence proves you can't have a vacuum in the sky. Pictures and telescopes is indirect evidence. You have to already believe that these are planets and balls of rock in a vacuum, but you can't have that premise because it's a faulty premise, because there's no direct evidence for it. I hope that clarifies. So this is the flat Earth position. There is no direct evidence for space. There is no direct evidence for curvature, and there is no direct evidence for motion. Every experiment you will do will bring back a stationary Earth, a non-rotating atmosphere, and a oceans and seas that are not curving. So why should we believe in something which has no direct evidence?
I'm in awe.
All I wanted to know is what you think the shape of the Earth is, honestly.
As you should be. You
Not
should
at
be in
all.
awe, right? And the big thing is that we can discuss next is pressure containment, because this is a validation of a closed system versus an open system. Because if you in fact had planets up in the sky, then it would actually be an open system, but you don't, because we have a closed system, because we observe pressure. When we observe pressure, that necessitates containment. 14.77 pounds per square inch measured at sea level, verified. That means there's a container. That means it's not an open system.
So do you know what it's called when you believe in something that doesn't have direct evidence? Do you know what that's called?
Being a flat earther?
No,
No,
it's
that's a religion. No, you're
Sorry.
not. You're not. See, here's the
It's too
thing. We've
easy.
got you
I'm sorry.
it's called faith. It's called faith. You have faith. We have evidence.
Synonymous with religion. And see, here's the thing, right? Earlier, sister, you were asking for evidence. You were sure that we haven't tested it. I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever built anything in your life? Have you ever maybe hung a TV on a wall, maybe a computer monitor, or maybe even helped maybe your dad or a brother or something build a deck or a shed in your backyard? Anything like that? You ever built anything?
No.
No, you haven't. Okay. Are you familiar, if I were to ask you what a construction level is, are you familiar with that?
What?
Could you Google it? Or maybe if somebody wants to hit her up with the Mr. Bean GIF. Yep.
I'm just
Typing
being
cat. Go ahead.
facetious. Like obviously I've built
No, I
something.
appreciate you being facetious and entertaining my madness while you look up something called a tool or a construction level that is actually a tool.
I know.
This
It's
is
with the
how
bubbles.
crazy I am, is I can point at a tool to show you our proof, our validation as to the claim that we have. This is how crazy I am.
Like the level with the bubbles in it. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's called the construction level.
Yeah. What about it?
Okay, so do you think that if I put that construction level down on a building, right, I verify the floor system itself to in fact be built to a principle of level, do you think if I then update my location to somewhere else, maybe Australia, or I go to Tokyo, or I go to somewhere in Alaska, I do all these things in different places and I verify that up and down exists with the use of a level? How do you think a ball simultaneously exists with me observing level everywhere I go? Up and down.
Because of gravity.
Okay, so we're back to the gravity point.
So you do not believe in gravity?
So not when I can immerse the object in water and cancel out the effects of gravity, right? Think about the suspension of a ball in water versus a suspension of ball in air.
Well, because air is lighter.
Oh, it's lighter. So it sounds like we're onto another thing, maybe another force. Could that be? Because if you're going to bring in discussions of things being lighter or heavier, well, we may have a problem.
Well, that's relative density, aka specific gravity. That's relative density you're describing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Liz. Have a great day.
In a globe Earth model as well.
Nah, see, you got a problem. Okay, let's run a little experiment on gravity and see how consistent it is. Do you think that would be a fair ask?
Yeah.
Flat Earth Ben Shapiro. I'm out, boys.
Hey, okay, bye. See you later. Take care.
So
see you later,
real.
interrupting cat.
So
we got
real.
typing cat and interrupting cat. It's all good. So again, back to gravity. Back to gravity. The discussion of it, right?
Whoa,
what is your
gravity? Whoa.
If you're not able to have a
you want to
decent
funny
discussion,
make fun?
If you're not able to have a decent
just
discussion,
having
we'd
fun.
rather you just leave, because there's no point pretending to know what you're talking about and then
Okay, I wanna hear what you
using
say, but I don't want you to be
sarcasm as a
patronizing.
defense mechanism. No, but
Brother,
you're
do you hear
patronizing him by pretending to
I'm
be able
just
to keep
serving
up with the
tea that
discussion.
was-
Yeah, you're not
that was
able to
cooked.
keep up with the discussion, are you?
No, I just don't
He's
like his
asking very
condescending
simple, clear
attitude.
questions.
Bro, can I
No,
talk
no,
right?
you're the one with the
It's-
condescending attitude, with your giggling and you're interrupting. So you're
No,
getting
no,
the
I'm
energy
just-
reflected back to you.
I'm saying
We have the
Killian
ability
can
to
dish it
have
out, but he can't
coherent,
take it.
nice, friendly conversations, but it has to be from an intellectually honest person.
No, I'm saying
You're
I don't
proving that you're
appreciate
not
Killian's
intellectually
tone.
honest because, yeah, but the tone is in reflection to your attitude, because as soon as you hear the rebuttal and you have no answer, you move on and you start making jokes and you stop
No,
listening.
he's asking dumb questions like, have you ever put a TV on a wall?
We speak to people like you all the time, and we can smell it from a mile away. So if you're actually serious and you have genuine
Actually, miles
questions,
don't
we'll be able to soften and change our tone.
Bro, I just want respect from Killian, and also, frankly, you.
We'll give it back,
Sister,
and you might get it.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second here, sister. You have the respect for me because I'm
Sister.
calling you
That's not
sister.
very respectful.
It is very respectful in my books because we are a human race. We have brothers and sisters, right? I'm being
Listen
very
here, buddy
respectful.
pal. That's how it feels to me.
So is it respectful
Really?
to talk through somebody?
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
No,
Hey,
well,
sister.
I'll withdraw then from you unless you'd like to
No, I'm
like
ready.
me to use a different name.
I just don't want you to ask dumb questions. Like, I want you to actually
Why
get
is
to your point.
okay? Hold on a minute here. Hold on a
It's not
second.
respectful.
When you say you don't want me to ask you dumb questions, when I ask you a simple question like if you've ever hung a TV on your wall, do you know why I'm asking you a question like that?
because you're leading into a point. But I'd rather you just go into the point rather than make it drawn out and ask
But
me things
isn't
that I'm
isn't
honestly done.
but isn't the methodical or isn't the proper method of engagement in order for me to ask you questions to ensure that you're effectively engaged in what I'm asking you to make sure you're tracking with me?
Also, it's his point, not yours. Let him make his point how he wishes.
Just say, you know, when you like hang a TV, and you like instead of like asking me all these questions, just be like, you know, when you hang a TV. I'm just saying, I feel like you're condescending towards me, and I don't like
I
it. But you can keep
sis,
going. Like I'm good now. I've just expressed myself now, so you go
all
ahead.
right, sister. I'm gonna just wave a white flag right now, right? Ask for a reset and say, I'm not trying to be demeaning, dissociative with you, none of that stuff, right? I'm having a conversation with you. I have children of my own, right? And I think I do a pretty good job in terms of, yeah, that's right. So again, the question being, when you hang a TV on your wall, you would use a level in order to confirm up and down, to confirm that the TV is in fact being hung level, right? My point in all of that is when we use a construction level, we're observing up and down. The bubble inside wants to go up and the liquid goes to the bottom. And this seems
Your
to
little
be
emoji like followed your words when you said up and then
Pretty
down.
rude. You're pretty rude, and that's why you get the
No, I just
negative.
thought it was a
That's why
funny
you get the
point.
negative energy.
So
I can't
I'm
even be
No, I
asked to
wasn't.
use my proper
I'm
tone with you.
talking I'm talking to you using my words, but you're staring at my emoji. All right, cool beans.
No, it's helping me focus on what you're saying. I was just trying to be silly goofy, bro. That was literally just my ADHD noticing something that was funny. I was Lord almighty.
Okay, so back to the idea of up and down. Again, I'm going to say to you that what?
It did it again. Sorry, I just think it's funny. Keep going though, keep going.
Gillian, do you want me to mute her while you're speaking, just so we can continue?
Oh no! I'm
Okay.
gonna mute myself because I'm gonna go back to what I'm doing in real
No,
life
don't.
while I listen.
See, this
Nobody
is
else
what I
thinks it's
mean.
funny? Like that it's like
No,
it says up and
only
down
a
and his
child
emoji
would
goes up
think
and
that's
down.
funny. We're having a discussion about something different.
God forbid a woman have a childlike sense of whimsy.
No, it's not even that. It's just the idea of, right, I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you're like literally engaged in it on an emotional level, staring at an emoji. Like, bro, can we talk about the actual thing that's happening? Because we're talking about the Earth,
Well, we
not my
actually have already
emoji.
moved on to gravity, so I think we should talk about gravity.
Right. Okay, great. So let's take gravity. We're going to take a basketball. We're going to go outside to the top floor of a building. We're going to drop that basketball. You agree it's going to go down and it's going to bounce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we're going to take that same basketball. We're going to go to a swimming pool. On the diving board, we're going to drop that basketball off the diving board. It's going to drop into the water, right?
Right.
I think I just set the alarm off at the back, so I think they have visitation from somebody, but
So from a standpoint of that basketball, we then take that basketball, we're going to grab it in our hands, and we're going to go into the water, shove it 20 feet deep, and then we're going to let it go. What's going to happen to that basketball?
The surface tension of the water is going to make it like bounce less because it's going to grab onto the very rough texture of it and keep it in place, counteracting the force of gravity.
Okay, hold on.
And it probably will bounce a little bit, but then it'll,
Oh no, hold on. Okay, you didn't track with me, and I apologize. Let's just walk it back. So I'm going to take that basketball, right, and I'm going to grab it, and I'm going to go 20 feet deep into the water. So 20 feet deeper.
Into the water.
Yeah, and then I'm going to let it go. What's going to happen to that basketball?
Float to the top because it's filled with air, and air is less dense than water.
Perfect. Air is less dense than water. Awesome. Very well tracked. So I'm going to ask you, are we observing buoyancy or are we observing gravity at that point?
Well, here's the thing, if gravity wasn't real, it would continue going up because of the motion of it. But once it hits the top of the water, why would it stay still? Like if it's going from 20 feet up going really fast, it would probably jump right out of the water if gravity didn't exist. That's why we stay on the ground.
Okay, so
We're not always
here's
in water.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm observing buoyancy the entire time, right? Archimedes' principle. And with Archimedes' principle, it's the idea of the basketball itself has its own pressure within it, which is 8 pounds per square inch, approximately, maybe 7.5 pounds per square inch, right? When we drop that ball, we know that ball is heavier, so to speak. It's more dense than the air that is around. That means it goes down. Now then when we take that basketball and we immerse it in water, right? It's going to find its point of rest. Therefore, it's going to seek its place where it needs to be. The water itself, yeah, you're right. Due to hydrostatic tension, pressure is going to reject that ball back to the surface, right? That's the issue with gravity is if I immerse an object in a medium, it changes. And if gravity was such a consistent thing, I would be able to observe it consistently no matter the experiment that I conduct upon it. I'm going to withdraw at this point. I hope that all made sense. Maybe
Well,
Brother
it would make
Roots.
sense if gravity was the only factor in the Earth, but it's not.
We'll
What are
see.
you
I'm
talking
saying,
about? We're talking about the cause of why things go up and down.
thanks, Roots.
What?
Yeah, you can jump back in if you're still around, Killian. But if you want me to take over, no problem. If you're busy.
Well, I mean,
So,
I just
so
don't even know how to respond.
what's the
'cause, like,
cause? What's the cause of things going up and down?
there's multiple,
So not gravity then.
including gravity, bro. Like, there's multiple. There's gravity. There's surface tension. There's density. That's actually
Okay.
it.
So when you
Surface
lift,
There's
tension.
also
I know. I let that one go. Surface tension. Surface tension isn't the cause of why things go up or down.
well, it can. I mean, it can keep something above. It's not going up or down. Sorry, whatever. Like,
No, you're speaking about relative density. Now, the reason why they're allowed to say gravity is because another word for relative density is specific gravity. And if you Google specific gravity, you'll learn it is just synonymous with relative density. So specific gravity, yeah, specific gravity is the cause of why things go up and down. But what is specific gravity? That is relative density. So anything more dense than the air around it or the medium that the object is in will dictate the direction. So if
can I ask you a
things like
question?
if your phone is on the table, if you lift your phone up, you're taking your phone on the table is at rest. Okay? This is the laws of relative density. Your phone at the table will be at rest. When you lift your phone up, you're taking it out of equilibrium. Now not at rest. The reason why is because you have applied a force to it. You are holding it out of its equilibrium. Okay? Once you release the phone, it will immediately drop and return back to its rest point because it is more dense than the air. That is the cause of why things drop in the air and why things under the water will rise, why gases from ground level rise up because they are less dense than the air, and why heavier things will go down. That's specific gravity.
I'm sure there's plenty of experiments that could prove you otherwise that I can't think of right now. But can I ask you a question real quick?
I'm sure there isn't, but go ahead.
What is the basic, like, scientific community's definition? Like, what is gravity according to the basic, like, consensus among science?
They don't know.
No, like, I could tell you, but I want to hear it from you.
No, the from the experts themselves. I don't know. Next question.
No, like
He's being serious. There
From the
isn't a full
experts
understanding.
no, just like
themselves.
give it your
From
best
the
try.
experts themselves, they don't know.
They know enough. What did Einstein say about gravity?
He
What
wore
is gravity?
women's shoes and stuck his tongue out and never brushed his hair. Who gives a shit what he said?
No, like, I'm trying to engage with you guys about this. Like, I want to know if you
Yeah,
understand the other side.
Einstein said it was the warping and bending of two concepts called space and time, something we cannot tangibly do experiments with. What's your point?
Okay, I just want to make sure you understand. And
yeah, so what's that got to do with with relative density?
Did you want to make sure we understand that they don't know? That's good.
okay, well, we can measure it with machines. We can measure gravity with machines, but I don't know why you don't believe the machines, like, are trustworthy.
So what are we measuring?
The gravity.
What's gravity?
The bending of space and time.
Oh, great. How are we measuring the bending and warping of space and time? Exactly.
I don't fucking know. I'm not a freaking
So stop making
Are you a
claims then, because
physicist?
we don't have a way to measure the warping and bending of space and time. The
Just
only
because I
thing
don't
we
know
have,
everything about something, like
yeah,
I
but
know
stop
other people
saying things
do.
then. We know what we're
Like,
talking
how do you think
about.
society has evolved? It's because we trust people who know more
No,
than
stop
us.
changing the subject. Listen,
No,
you
that's a
made a
very hard
claim that we can
subject.
measure the warping and bending of space and time. There is no way to measure the warping and bending of space and time.
Well, you don't
When
know
we
what
measure
that is, neither
gravity,
do I, but
yeah,
other people
when we
do.
measure gravity, the only thing we're measuring is weight. Weight.
I
That's all we can measure.
suppose. But
No,
weight
it's
is
not I
like
suppose.
weight isn't the same as gravity. Weight is relative to gravity. So like on Earth you would weigh different than you would weigh on the moon because gravity is different. I mean, your mass stays the same, but your weight is different because weight is just a form of
Got any
measuring.
proof of that? You got any proof of that?
Well, I mean, freaking the people who went to the moon, but you're not gonna believe that.
No, we're not talking about pretend people anymore.
Well, I don't think they're pretend, so I can bring it up if I want to. I'm saying we do have proof of that, and like
You can, but it's not a good argument.
So what
It
what
is.
instrument
not an
did they
argument.
take? Yeah, what instrument did they take to the moon that measures gravity? Because I'd like to go buy one. I want to start measuring gravity of things.
Well, you have to talk to NASA, but you don't trust NASA, so.
So it's always somebody else that has these special magical instruments that can do magical
Because they're
things and give us.
expensive and they're
Now, I
technology.
have lots of money. I'll go buy one.
Okay, go buy one then.
Well, get me the post in the chat the instrument they use so I can go buy one.
It's like I don't fucking know, bro. Like, I'll just do some research right now.
You keep changing the subject. It's like you don't want to get
No, I'm
into the
not.
details. Yeah.
I'm not claiming to know everything, but you guys aren't either. So like, what's the problem here? I ask you what the moon is made out of. You're like, I don't know. Like you're asking me like you can't possibly like if something is not perceivable, you can't like.
So we're talking
Okay,
about
all right,
flat Earth.
You're like-
We're talking about flat Earth, and you want to know what the moon is made of.
No, I'm referring to an earlier thing when you weren't here. I'm saying.
Okay, how about this? Right.
No, can I finish what I'm saying real quick? That
Oh
you guys
God,
are like,
hurry up.
you're saying that I have to have completely like airtight like knowledge about all these things when like your thing about the moon is completely unfalsifiable, and you're like, oh, but it's definitely not made of rock. When you're like, I don't know what it's made of, but it's definitely not rock. Like you have no way to prove that it's not rock either. You have no way to
No,
prove
we
that-
can. No, you can say that. You can say negative claims without bearing a burden of proving it. Yes, you can. I can say the moon's not a rock, right? Because nobody fucking knows, right? Because nobody knows, right? How do I know it's not a rock? Because nobody can prove it.
Yes, they have though. They've brought back rocks. They've been there.
That's a cool story, bro. How about this? How
Well,
about
when I
are
bring it
we
up,
done
you
with
don't know what it
gravity?
is.
Are we done with gravity? Are we done with gravity?
Yeah.
We're done with gravity. So no scientific evidence of gravity. Okay, cool. Moving on. So what we're going to get back to the surface of the Earth, its properties, or what?
Gravimeters is what they're called, by the way.
Okay, post it in the chat so I can go buy one.
Okay, hold on. Let me gravimeters for sale.
Yeah, by the way, the Apollo astronauts donated a gift to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and they stuck it in a nice little vault or whatever, or put it on display in their museum, and then the museum did an audit, and they wanted to evaluate everything that they had in their museum, and they had to get that rock analyzed, and it turned out to be petrified wood.
From Australia too, so that it was hard to find.
You don't believe in Australia, do you?
No, you don't believe in Australia. You're the one that's
What?
making that claim. You just said you don't believe in Australia.
No, I didn't. I said y'all don't.
No, you don't. Y'all over here, we got Australians talking to you right now.
I believe in Australia, bro.
It's not a belief
Rocks for
system. It's
sale.
not a belief
I mean,
system. You
it's
can
not-
just
I'm
travel
saying
there.
Australia is real. I'm just saying,
Australia
look at the
is
site,
not
though.
a belief system. You can just travel there. You don't have to
Neither is
believe in it.
gravity. Neither is gravity.
She's all that typing. She's basically on the anti-flat Earth website. That's why she's making these
Oh,
claims, but doesn't know
got it.
No,
anything about
I
it.
just linked something.
You
It's
don't
like
know
Got
anything
it.
about this, do you? You're
flatearth.ws.
just repeating from
Just look inside
flatearth.ws.
chat, bro.
Yeah, we
It's a
get
side
people
tangent.
like you every day. That's why we're not really showing you much consideration for your claims that you have no knowledge about.
That's correct.
I
It's
have
at the
plenty of knowledge.
Flat Earth WS website. What the fuck? Do you
guys don't
have
like the
any
website?
brains at all?
I'm not a flat earther, so yes.
You're not a flat earther. Oh, so you have brains because you're not a flat earther.
Is that what I said?
Great argument.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you know what a triangle is?
No. What's a triangle?
There you go. You don't have brains.
Wow, and you can't take a joke.
You're starting to embarrass yourself. I think you should drop the attitude. Have a genuine discussion with us. It's not us
Well,
versus you
I'm
here.
actually eating you up.
No, you're embarrassing yourself. You don't know any of this stuff. You're scattergunning and you're panicking. You're not
I
sticking
don't
to
feel
a point.
embarrassed.
Yeah, that's because you don't know any better. I've seen this.
But
We've
anyways,
seen this a million
I sent links
times.
inside chat. If you're still interested in a gravimeter. I don't fucking know, but it's probably hard to get your hands on one because it's like really like high tech shit.
Yeah, sold
Looks
by
like a
I don't even know if
tube.
these are
Yeah, it
actual,
looks like a
legit
tube.
ones.
Looks like a tube. Doesn't look like it's very high tech.
Oh my
Wait,
lord.
you mean it has a
looks like
container?
tube, therefore not high tech. If you open up the
wow.
tube, there's probably a computer in there.
Probably a computer, yeah, with a presupposition that exists within its programming.
A computer they took to the moon in the little tiny. Back then, computers were the size of my living room, and you think they stuffed one in a tube and took it to the moon?
I love this. I love this. We get 3 or 4 of you a day.
Anyways, watch K-pop
Absolutely
Demon
no
Hunters.
background
It's such a fire
research. You
movie.
come in here thinking that you've got arguments and you've got nothing.
I've got most of the world
Gravity's
on my
been
side.
destroyed. Your gravity argument was destroyed. The curvature argument was
No, it
destroyed.
wasn't, ho.
Your
Come on.
photographs from space was proven to be not direct evidence. What else have you got? Yeah, did
Bro,
you
it's
not
like we're out.
understand what I said about direct evidence,
My
or do I
lord,
need to repeat
guys.
myself?
It's like we're hunting
Y'all
ducks
are
right now.
so like this is
Ducks
insane
pop
how
up.
hypocritical you guys are, and this is just like I love this shit because it's like so fascinating how retarded you guys actually are.
Yeah, is
Yep.
there anybody else that actually has a grasp of these arguments that wants to discuss the shape of the Earth?
All you
Instead
got
of
to do is ask him for a research paper.
You just want
Instead
people
of
to
melting
be
and
like
giggling.
Was there somebody else? With
Yeah,
one
all
You
you
got
got to do
another
is ask.
Glober in here. Yeah, you got
All you
another
got to do
Glober
is.
in here that wants research papers. So give him the 120-page document, and he has to read it all today.
Let's hear it.
Read papers or play with tools? I wonder which one's more fun and will give us more information about the Earth that we're living upon.
Well, Killian, that's not fair. I actually buy equipment and buy all the gear and do the shit myself. I don't read the papers because I could care less about what other people do. I went and did all the shit myself. I'm a flat earther now.
Exactly. It's crazy
Yeah.
because the industry
Shout out
that
to
we
Redmond.
actually should be looking
Why
to
don't you write
called
it?
no, you can stop talking. The industry that we actually should be appealing to, the industry that actually builds upon this place called the construction industry, again, uses a thing called a construction level, right? And with that construction level, they're only observing, guess what, up and down. So you can prove to us, and I'm speaking to the globe proponent, this is where I say this is us and them, you can prove how we have a drop over distance over a 100-mile sample set that would show a 6,600 foot over that drop over distance. Because that's the thing, converging plumb lines don't exist anywhere in reality. That's all a claim by you guys. That's right, you guys from NASA, converging plumb lines, my ass, excuse the French.
Okay, so do you have a research paper or not?
he doesn't like papers.
Okay, let's track with what I just said. Where do
Doesn't
white
like
papers
reading.
come
I
in?
understand.
Where do white papers come in with anything I just said? Do you know how a construction level works? Do you know the principle of construction? Do you know about plumb? Do you know about level?
Do you know a single
He's trying to argue
academic
for the
that believes
No,
in
are you going to
flat
come
Earth.
back at me? I just asked you questions. You're going to come back at me with questions because again, I'm going to ask you white papers versus tools. Which one's more important?
Well, you guys love deflecting.
No, I'm asking you a question. What's more important for what we're doing right now? The white papers or tools that we can use?
Probably both.
Really? So you're going to go construct a house, okay? Now you're constructing the floor system to that house or the ceiling system to that house. Are you going to read a white paper about the floor system, or are you going to use a level to confirm that the floor system is actually constructed level?
Well, that's not what we're talking about.
We're talking about Earth, and we're talking about the industry that constructs upon the Earth, and we're talking about the principle that industry uses in order to build here versus read white papers. This is why I'm
Yeah, but
walking this out with you.
anybody can say that they've done an experiment, but without any paper to show me their findings, then how am I
I
supposed to
can give
believe
you
them?
drawings of buildings all day long, lots of paper, right? Lots of approvals with a principle showing of level. Again, do you have any evidence of converging plumb lines over distances of 100 miles, let's say?
Not on me
Do you have
now.
a white paper on that?
But I
Do you
mean,
have
from the
anything?
last time,
Okay, this
from
is
the
just
last
like a
time we
bad
talked,
four-way stop. Go ahead.
well, I'm just saying, like the last time I spoke to you guys, I was getting asked to prove that gravity
I wasn't here.
exists. So
I'm sorry, but I wasn't here, so I don't know what the
Irrelevant.
conversation was between you and him, or you and them, I should say. But I'm
no,
talking
but
to you right now about
I'm
your
not,
white
I'm not
papers.
here to engage in the conversation. I'm just here because it's funny.
Oh, you just want to jump in and make stupid
I
comments
suggest
about
you
white
mute
So
up.
papers versus we
you're
use
here to
tools.
make comments about other people in the conversation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, we'll
you're
get rid of you
snowflake.
then.
No, I'll mute. I just
It's pretty
I
weak.
just thought I'd
Yeah,
hop
it's
in
pretty
quickly.
weak. You're out your depth. You can't answer a simple question from Killian.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
I
so here I
suggest you
am,
go
like
back to the clown room.
Like I can take a construction level and rip apart your white papers simply by poking at them because your white papers don't even stand the test of the abuse by the tools. Right? Again, a construction level shows us a principle of plumb. It also shows us a principle of level. So with those two considerations on the table, we don't even have to move past those points. Y'all can't even get yourselves out of that hole strictly from us sitting observing level and plumb everywhere we go. Here, I'll park the car at this one point. Every single wall that is built upon this place is built to a principle of plumb. That means up and down. Every single floor system is built to a principle of level. Done. Prove me wrong. I want white papers.
Okay. I mean, we treat a bunch of things as flat, though, don't we? Like when you're driving.
Right. So there's your first honest concession. I want to know from you who tells you it's a ball. Who touched you in your nodal spot and told you it was a ball? Go ahead.
Millions and millions of scientists who know a lot more than both of us.
So I'm asking you to move past the authority of science, move past the authority of scientists, and look to what you
Oh my
just
god,
gave
bro.
us.
It's not
which is-
millions and millions.
Definitely not millions. That's just an appeal to authority as well.
Could I
Where's
ask
the
a question,
evidence? We're asking for the evidence. How do we know what they're saying? is
Sorry,
true?
sorry, Killian. That was my bad. Sorry, man. It just bugs me when people just use that vague, fucking stupid umbrella term.
I don't know what gives
No,
you
it's all
guys more
good.
credibility than the academics.
Nah, see, but that's the point, right? Is that I just spent all that time pleading with you to remove the science for a moment and look to the actual observables. And you just gave us a great concession by saying we treat it as flat, like when we're driving as an example. So my first question to you is, who told you to stop thinking like that? Who told you to hand wave what you actually observe in reality, wave that away for what they present to you as a ball?
People that know a lot more than me.
Right. So from your standpoint, your vestibular system, what tells you that you're moving? in your
Hey, you know
vestibular
what
system.
else is funny? The people that know more than him told him, I know more than you. You need to listen to me. And he said, oh, okay.
I just don't know how you can
more,
remove.
I know more than you. I know more than you, so you should listen to me. How's that?
I just don't know how you can coherently and consistently just completely ignore scientists just because of what you see. I
I
mean, there's
am a
plenty of things that
scientist, so you're now ignoring me. I can't believe you're ignoring me. What the fuck? How can you exist now that you're ignoring a scientist?
You know that we measure pressure at sea level, right?
Sure. I mean, I don't know
You
much
want to
about the
talk
sea.
about science. Let's talk about how much you actually know. What is the pressure measured at sea level?
I don't know.
Right. So could you Google that? Could you look that up? Because you say like you should just appeal to one of your main scientists within the Googles, because I'm sure the Googles collect all the information you need. But it's important that you understand the pressure that is measured at sea level.
Okay, I googled it.
What is it?
1013.25 hectopascals.
Right. Pounds per square inch, or even bars. Do you have that?
Yeah, it has the same millibars.
14.7 pounds per square inch, the imperial, 1 bar, the metric equivalent. So I'd like to know from you, according to science, would that pressure that's measured, would that require containment?
See, we're getting into proving gravity again. I'm not about to do
No,
this.
we're not. We're having a conversation about pressure. You want to take it to gravity. I'm just talking about how pressure
But
works.
that's where this is going.
And I'll even hold on a
You're
minute. I'll even
saying
go to the
nothing
second
can
law.
stay in
I'll
without
even
Stop trying to guess, bro.
I'll even go to
It's
the
true,
second
though.
law. I'll even go to the second law of thermodynamics being entropy in order to hold your feet to the fire. So I'd like to know again from you, we're observing pressure. Can pressure exist without containment?
I'm really sorry, but I know where this conversation is going.
Oh, are you
Stop
tapping
running
out?
away.
I asked you a simple question. Does pressure require containment? Yes or no? And you're choking off. Okay.
Typical
They
Glober.
know what the answer is. They don't want to give the answer because it destroys their whole world.
Concessions, just like we were going to the popcorn stand to watch a movie. Concessions, concessions. Okay. Here's the fact of the matter. We observe pressure at sea level, 14.7 pounds per square inch, 1 bar. That necessitates containment. Globe, dead in the water. Open system, don't apply.
Yeah, but I would think of gravity as that containment. But you guys don't believe in gravity? Or have a different opinion?
Not what I can cancel it out by immersing an object in a medium. Dude, gravity? Gravity's like a part-time parent. It only shows up when it wants to.
So we were going to go to gravity then.
You want to go there.
So I was right.
I asked you
I
about
mean,
pressure
that's where we were
and
going.
containment. You want to
Can
go
I
to
answer?
gravity. Globe Cope, go ahead.
You clearly don't understand his point if you keep claiming he's talking about gravity. He's talking about gas pressure.
Well, I can answer his question real quick. I mean, basically,
No, you can't.
no.
No, you can't.
Well, I'm just.
I owned you,
Bro.
sister. I owned you. Right?
Dude,
we
you
tracked
mean.
back
You
in the
mean dude.
conversation
Yeah,
half
you
an
mean
hour
dude.
ago.
Okay, well, if I can't talk, you should mute them. But anyways, I was gonna say, no, there cannot be pressure without containment, and the universe is ever expanding and infinite, and there is no pressure
Wow.
in space.
You just lost it because you said it was ever expanding. That now means pressure is getting lower and lower every millisecond of every day of your life. The pressure is getting lower and lower outside of Earth, sucking the air and water away
No.
from it, and that's not happening in real life.
Have you heard about this thing called dark matter, dark energy? It's the theory.
No,
of
I have
what
not
the
heard of
universe
an
is made
imaginary thing that you just made up.
So you actually haven't heard of it, or you're being sarcastic?
No, I've never heard of something that you just made up.
No, No, I need you to be for real. Like, so have you heard of dark matter and
Yeah,
dark energy?
for real. I've never heard of something you
It
just now
doesn't
made up.
exist. It
I
doesn't
didn't
exist.
make it
It
up.
doesn't exist.
Well,
Who
nobody
made it
knows
up?
if it
Why
exists.
don't you tell
Who
us
made
what
it
it
up?
is?
Yeah, who
Why
made
don't
it
you
up?
tell
Tell
us
us
what it
who.
is?
Tell us what it
It's
is and who made
okay.
it up.
Well, dark energy and dark matter are two different things. Dark matter is so there's like observable gravity within galaxies and stuff that we
No, there
haven't
is
really.
not.
Holy
Okay,
shit!
can I? Okay, I'll mute these
Galaxies
guys
and
if they're gonna
stuff.
talk over me.
No, there isn't. There isn't observable
Can I
gravity.
continue? So there
No,
isn't.
no, because there isn't. Because you're
Okay, well,
wrong.
tell me
There
again, because I'm
isn't.
trying to make a point here. So
No, why would we let you continue on when you're fucking telling bullshit? There is no observable gravity in anything.
I'm respectfully sharing the facts
Okay,
that I'm
then.
aware of.
No,
So can I? Oh my
no.
God, Roots, can
No.
you
What?
please?
How do they observe gravity? How do they observe it?
Gravimeters. That's what they're called.
Yeah. No.
So
What are they seeing? What are they seeing?
They're observing the pole. Okay, can I just like say my freaking thing, please?
Oh, whatever. Go on. It's just a load of
Thank you.
garbage anyway.
Thank you. So, if you want to know what it actually is, I'll tell you. So, dark matter is I forget what percentage, but I think it might be like 30% of the universe. So all matter is like 10 to 15. I think this
Who
is
measured
just out of
that?
my ass. It's something around that.
Oh, so you're making it up, like I said.
Well, it's roughly around that percentage. So, and then dark energy is gravity that we can't explain based off of like observable objects, and so there's like a gap in the gravity because they're being held together by something and we don't know what it is. So dark energy is the theory that there's like matter we can't observe yet and that it's holding these galaxies together. And then there's dark energy, and dark energy is like a theory about what the universe is actually made of, like what is exactly expanding, because
So
obviously
it's a
it's not
theory.
nothing. The universe isn't made of nothing, it's made of something, but we don't know exactly what that vacuum is inside of, right?
So what
Outside
I
of the
heard so
universe,
far is you don't know, and you don't know. So
and there's
far
nothing
you
wrong
don't
with
know.
that.
Yeah,
So what's
then
wrong with having a little bit of
don't make
humility?
up story. I say it's unicorns that hold things together. What do you?
You're saying, I mean,
go
other
ahead and
people were
debunk
saying they
me.
don't know what the moon is
I
made
got
of. They
pictures
don't
of
know what different
unicorns.
type of light it is. But
Yep,
there's
we have pictures of
theories.
unicorns, and the rainbows hold things together. So, and sometimes you don't see the rainbows. That's why they hold things
This sounds
together
like
still.
disrespect.
Yeah, it is to you.
Doctor disrespect.
So
All
listen.
I heard
the
was
reason
blah
why-
blah blah.
I know.
Yeah, the
How do you
reason
guys
why you're
feel
being.
about
But listen,
how do
before you
guys feel
move
about
on,
the things
before
that
you
I'm
move
saying
on,
is
you
how
need
I
to
feel about every
understand.
word that comes out of your guys' mouth.
Because listen, the problem you've got is how do we know dark matter exists? Because
Well,
they
it could be
have
something
made.
else, but it's the name for the unknown
Wait,
gap
wait,
in
wait,
our
wait,
measurements.
wait.
It
It's the
doesn't
name for the unknown gap.
exist, and you never
There is no
observed
way to
gravity
know.
doing anything.
I can
Yeah.
drop an apple on your head right now.
We've been through this. It's relative density. We've already covered this.
Well, in your opinion.
A gravimeter and dropping an apple isn't a way to prove that dark matter exists, and that's why people are telling you do not have any evidence for dark
So do you
matter.
think that
It
inside
is
your computer
you
a
said
bunch
it
of little
yourself.
minions
No,
moving around
listen, I'm going to
pixels?
finish what I'm going to say. You said in your own explanation of what dark matter is, we gave you an opportunity to explain it. You said it was a theory. Okay? So it's a theory with no evidence. Okay?
There is
It is an
evidence.
assumption. No.
There is
The
evidence.
only evidence you have is based on other pre-assumptions of what we're looking at in the sky is being
Your whole
affected
worldview is
by.
based on a pre-assumption that the Earth is flat when there's actually
No,
no
listen.
evidence.
You have no evidence for dark matter. That's why
You have
you are
no
being
evidence for the Earth
interrupted.
being flat.
So all
I
you
can say
need
it
to
as
do
much as
is
I want. You're never
accept
going to
that.
believe me. And that's fine. I'm
No,
never
we
going to
do.
believe
We
you.
do have evidence for the lack of curvature, and we do have evidence for the lack of motion.
All the
We've been
evidence
through
we
this.
have, you're just like, oh, that doesn't count. So what am I supposed to do? Nothing. I can't do anything.
It doesn't count. Anything you've provided so far doesn't count because you haven't provided
Because
So what
anything.
we
you're
have
basing
for
your
flat
everything on
Earth,
a presumption.
what we have for flat Earth is it's measured flat. There's your evidence. You've been debunked.
Measured flat.
Yep. Remember back to
Observed.
the whole construction level thing that I was walking out with you, sister.
Yeah, and
Also in the
that's just
side
like
chat.
debunked by the concept of gravity. But you guys don't believe in gravity, so
I
how can I
see.
debunk it if you're not even like? There's no point in like fighting about this. I'm
You
just
said
saying what it
gravity
is.
is the
You don't
warping
have
and
to like
bending
fight
of
me about this.
space-time. We covered this. You have no evidence
We
of
don't
the
need to
warping and
fight about
bending
it
of
though. You don't
two
need to say that.
concepts. The only evidence you have is of relative density. You haven't given an example in nature of the warping and bending of space-time. You're not
Because
keeping
it's so
up.
much like we are tiny in the span of the universe. We can't like observe it from our own individual
So no
perspectives. We have to
evidence
use
then.
we have to
It's
use
a
math.
It's
theory.
working, guys. Hey, guys, it's working. That one is now a tiny speck of dust in the universe. That's what the whole plan is, to make people think they're meaningless and tiny specks of dust,
I don't
and
think
they
I'm
can
meaningless.
dress and act the way they want to.
Oh, God forbid.
Snowflake pleading.
Bro, I'm just saying, like, what is
So,
the
so
what
dark
are
matter is a
snowflakes?
theory. Dark matter is a theory in your own words. So do you have any actual evidence of gravity
Yeah.
being anything more than relative density? Where's the
Yes.
direct evidence for that?
Because things like orbits are like like the orbit of the Earth around the sun, the orbit of the sun around the center of the Milky Way.
Orbits are not exclusive to a globe. We have geocentric models. We have plenty of
Okay, but that's your
ideas
proof. Like, what's like how would
predating the globe of how orbits work. We
so
don't
how do
need a
orbits work if it's
globe.
not gravity?
You don't need. You can have an orbit on a flat Earth. You don't
Do you
need a
guys think the
globe.
moon is flat?
That's what I'm saying, but that's not even what I'm asking. I'm asking how would an orbit happen if there was no gravity for of the sun to have things orbit around it? How does that have anything to do with relative density if there's no density in space? Or there is density in space.
I never said orbits had anything to do with relative density. Relative density is the reason why things go up or down. When you're asking about orbits, you're asking about why lights in the sky do what they do. The only way to do that is to go to these lights in the sky and be able to interact with them. We cannot. So all we can do is speculate. We don't need to speculate. We need to do is just prove, or listen, falsification is independent of replacement. We don't need to replace your belief system by pointing out your belief system is illogical. You don't have a gravity. At the moment, you have relative density. That's the only thing you can describe. And dark matter is not proof of anything. Can't even be proven.
Well, it's proven that something is there. We don't know exactly what
No.
it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Okay, well, if you look into it, do your own research. Look into dark matter.
We have.
We
There's
did
no
all that
scientific
research.
evidence.
That's why
There's
we're
no
here.
scientific evidence.
There
Yeah,
is,
it's the
but
end.
you don't even like you don't believe in.
No, we
identify
don't
about this.
believe in stories.
Do you really think that like we can like how come you can like claim something about the Earth if you can't perceive it?
Because
can't
I can
perceive
measure
things.
the Earth like I told you.
Yeah,
It's measured
welcome to flat Earth. No, welcome to
but
flat
the
Earth because we
same
perceive flat Earth. We
same
perceive flat Earth.
idea-
What we don't perceive is a globe.
The same idea about the like everything works out with gravity in mind, like with the whole like construction level.
Bullshit. No, it doesn't. There's no scientific evidence for gravity.
Oh my lord. So, Roots, you didn't ever answer my question. How would orbits work if there's no gravity?
I've already told you. It's
You didn't
not
actually answer.
exclusive. No, I already told you. We don't need to speculate on something that cannot be proven.
I can
It would
orbit
only
my
be
house just by
speculation.
walking around it. I can walk around my house and now I'm
Not helpful,
orbiting
Radway.
it.
Not helpful.
That's exactly what it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, orbits can happen on a flat Earth, is what he's trying to tell you, which is what I told you earlier. There's a kinematic equivalence to the sky, regardless of whether it's flat or a ball. We will and would expect the same things to happen in the sky as they do and as they appear. It doesn't matter whether it's a ball or a flat Earth. The way we see the sky would work exactly the same.
So, do you think the Earth orbits around the sun?
Earth doesn't
Why
move.
would we assume that? Why would we assume
Earth,
that?
Earth.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's just get this straight. Earth is not a celestial body.
Earth is flat and stationary. It does not move.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist within the universe that you're conceiving of in your mind. You're placing Earth, like the flat Earth, inside of the globe Earth heliocentric paradigm, with the solar system being inside the big ever expanding universe. No, we disregard that. There's no evidence for any of that. Any of
That's
it.
fine. I just want you to
We're on a
use train of
motionless.
thought for
We're on a
you.
motionless, enclosed, stationary plane.
All right. So how would you explain the planets, whether they be made of rock or the same thing as the sun,
They're
going
not.
behind the sun?
Nobody knows what they're made of.
Whatever I'm saying, regardless of what they're made out of.
Nobody
That's what I'm
cares
saying.
what they are.
That's what I'm. Okay. Regardless of what they are.
Then I don't
How
have
would you
to
just
explain it.
Okay, can I no, you're not even
You want me to explain something that I don't
No.
care about?
You're not. I haven't even finished asking my question. How would you explain the planets going behind the sun and then appearing back out from behind the sun? How would that happen and they stay within our realm?
You've never seen that. It's a story somebody told you.
I've seen the planets move in the sky. Like, I've seen them at different places and different nights. I look at
Never
the
seen them
planets.
when the sun's out.
Not when the sun's out, but like we can see
You've never
them.
seen a
How did
planet
you
go
see it
behind
go
the sun.
behind the sun? If you've never seen it when the sun's out, how did you see a planet go behind the sun?
Well, we can track it in the nighttime and it moves in the nighttime. I'm saying I look at it in the nighttime and it changes in the
No,
nighttime.
yeah, you don't. You're just making up shit.
No, I'm saying I see the planets in different spots. I see the stars in different spots also, but I'm talking specifically about the planets in different spots, in different times in the night, and we've observed those planets going around the sun. And how
No,
would
you
that work without
haven't.
orbits?
No, you haven't.
as
No, nobody's
way
observed
all the
planets going around the sun. Nobody observed that.
You can observe them in the day.
You
No, that's an
cannot
assumption.
No, you can't.
observe a planet going around the sun.
Well, you can observe observe their location at one point and then a different point and predict where they were in between. It's not like they go like all the way over to the other end of the universe and then come back. Like they continue from where they were.
Okay.
We
From
can
your
observe.
perspective, from our perspective, which is the only perspective that we can verify, is the Earth moving or are the bodies in the sky moving? From your perspective.
Well, if the bodies in the sky were moving, how would you explain the planets being in the same spots?
Because you're
Without-
misunderstanding the term planets. You're assuming planets mean rocks in the sky in a vacuum.
No, I'm saying whatever
Yes,
they
you
are. I'm saying
Whatever
doesn't
they
matter
are,
what
they're
made of.
moving and we're not, because we can empirically prove that the Earth is in a state of rest and that the atmosphere is non-rotating. We can verify that by going to ballistics, by going to aerodynamics, by going to the building industry, like Killian tried to tell you. We can verify the Earth is not moving. So when you look at the sky and you see the sun over your head rise in the east and set in the west, the logical conclusion is that the sun is moving. Same with the moon, same with the stars. We have no way to evidence or conclude logically that the Earth is moving.
How are they moving? What are they
That's
moving
not
around?
important at this point.
No, that is
You
very
have to first
important.
concede that your belief that
I'm
we are
conceding.
moving, yeah, but it's just a belief. As long as you, okay, so you accept that you believe the
sake of
Earth
the
is
argument,
moving
I'm
without
conceding right
evidence. Yeah, so you have no evidence that the Earth is moving. You're just assuming that, and that's the
I'm
problem.
asking you to explain to me in your. I'm trying to understand your worldview right now. Like for real, that's what I'm doing. I'm asking how.
It's an empirical worldview. It's an empirical worldview. We're going by what can be
So you're just
verified and
not. You're not
tested.
even gonna wonder why the planetary bodies, the celestial
We
bodies are
don't, we
moving.
don't
And
speculate with people who are in a position like you are, defending
no,
a
I just want to
position.
know.
But you're defending a position. You're not asking through intrigue.
I
You're
am.
asking. You're not. You're looking for my worldview, right? But you're not actually addressing the questions and thinking about how this is an illogical standpoint. The flat Earth is a logical position. The flat Earth is not a disk in space. We're not making any claims to the cosmology. We don't have to replace your cosmology, but just because we've proven your cosmology is a belief and a belief only. That's why I said earlier, falsification is independent of replacement. We don't
so
need
what
to
what I'm getting
replace
from
your
this,
cosmology.
Can I kind of mirror back at you what I'm getting from this? is that you're saying that like there's no point in wondering why the celestial bodies are moving the way they are because we can't even prove it, so there's no point in asking.
That's
Is
correct.
that what you're saying?
Yeah, I
What would
don't
be
give
the
a
point?
shit why things in the sky move. Right. I don't care why they move. They do it every day. Every single day, they do the same exact thing year after year after year. Nothing ever changes. The universe doesn't expand. We don't see things getting farther away. So that's all a lie. So you don't have to worry about it anymore. Once you figured out they're lying, who gives a shit?
So do you think it's God? Like I feel like is there just no sense of curiosity within this community? Like
Yeah,
So,
absolutely there is.
yeah, but
like I'm just so dead ass like
not with random people who come in here and defend a position blindly and don't necessarily concede that what they believe is just that faith-based religious. That's why we don't speculate with you. If you was to concede and understand that yes, what we're stating is correct and factual and empirical, and actually you're right, there is no direct evidence for the globe, then we might be able to move on. But at this point, you're like an investigator at a crime scene, and you are asking for the motive of the crime before establishing the crime has taken place. We are still at the stage of trying to get you to concede that a crime has taken place. There is a false claim. You keep claiming things in the sky. You keep claiming things about the dark gravity, the dark matter and gravity that you cannot substantiate. So at this point, you are denying the crime. The crime that has taken place is you've been misled into believe that these things are factual pieces of empirical evidence. They are not. They are as
okay, I can
they carry as much
understand.
weight as a religious argument.
I can understand where you're coming from for real. Like I just like I've spent okay. I'll start with that. Okay. I can understand like myself, of course I've never seen gravity like in a way that's like from like if I had no knowledge of the science that's like, happened, of course I've never like seen gravity or like seen like what the moon is made out of, right? And I understand being confused about that and like wanting to like take things that make the most sense. And I get it, like that does make sense. And I understand like wanting to just accept that like the way things are is like makes more sense than this crazy like infinite concept of the universe. I get that. Like that is confusing and like I mean to me it like makes me feel
But
weird.
that's
Like
not our reasoning. That's not our reasoning. It's just that there's no evidence for it. I'd be happy
We're
to
starting to
accept
break
all those
through.
things as being true
Sorry.
if there was actual demonstrable empirical demonstration and evidence for all of
and I
these
know you're gonna
claims
get
that
mad
were
at me, but there
presented.
is, you just don't accept it, and that's fine. We can agree to disagree on that.
Okay, hold on. Let's talk about evidence pieces for a minute. Do you understand the difference between circumstantial versus direct evidence?
Probably, but I just don't know the terms.
Okay, so circumstantial evidence is the circumstances have to be set up in order for the evidence to be claimed. In NASA's case, the circumstances of the moon have to be set up just like a play, just like a movie, in order for them to collect said evidence. Now, direct evidence are things that everybody can do for themselves. Direct, testable, demonstrable, these are all the things that can be carried out in real life by anybody. And these are the things, when I gave you the example of a construction level, when I gave you the example of a basketball, these are all things that can be conducted by you and I to verify what we're saying. However, for you to verify what they're saying, you have to set up the evidence, the circumstances, of space in order to collect said evidence. Does that make sense?
Okay, it does make sense. Can I say something? Okay, cool. I think that you're not understanding the history of cosmology and like back in like the 1800s when people were observing with their mechanical telescopes and marking down for every day of the year, like, and like the old Mayans and stuff, like everything like that happened before science, like And I have a secondary issue with specifically, I don't know, I think it's everyone. You guys like don't trust other people. I can tell. Like this is
Okay.
like your whole thing is like I don't trust opinion other
This
people.
is
I
just
have to be able to
meta.
do it myself.
Yeah, and hold on. I'm gonna withdraw now, and just to say, I walked out, right? Simply evidence, the two types of evidence that exist, circumstantial and direct evidence, and you came back to me with feelings.
With fields?
Yeah, you said I feel
Feelings.
your feelings, right? I came back, I
Feelings?
gave you the definition of two things, and you came back to me with feelings, right? I gave you facts, and you came back with feelings.
Okay. You're not beating the Ben Shapiro allegations.
Page 1 of that WS Flat Earth website you went to says use your feelings to debunk flat earthers.
What? Oh, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anyways, there the reason I brought up old astronomers is because I should be more clear about that because I did bring it up for a reason. They didn't have any like they realized through observation that the earth they, according to you guys they didn't realize, but they realized that through observation, through years and years and years of constant every single day marking down every single star in the sky and their patterns, all of them believed in the flat earth until somebody started to realize, wait, things aren't lining up here. Things like the planets are like
All of them knew
Mercury's
the earth
going.
was flat. It's measured that way. It wasn't a belief system. It's not a belief system, and it won't
Okay,
be
can
a
I
belief
continue,
system.
Radwin?
Yeah,
So
so hold on.
all of them. No, I was
So
actually
marking
talking. I was in the
things
middle of
down
talking.
that go in the sky year after year, the same thing over and over, doesn't mean the earth is a ball.
That's why I'm okay. You're not understanding what I'm saying, Radwin. Please let me continue. All of them believed the earth was flat, that we're marking down the stars in the sky because they were just doing that because it's fucking cool to do, right? And because it's like a cool thing to do, and it's what people like to do. We've always been looking at the stars for navigation, for everything. People were marking down the stars. A few people that were marking them like started to like compare notes and realize like things happened that didn't make sense with the flat earth model, like Mercury going in retrograde, like the planets like like the light. Oh no, that was later on. But point is, I was gonna talk about the moons of Jupiter, but that happens way later on. Point is, they weren't expecting their worldview to shift because they were presupposing it. But they noticed these things and they got hurt for it. They got killed for it because they noticed things that didn't line up. They talked about
No,
it.
they
People got
didn't.
mad that they noticed them.
You're
You're saying they
making up
didn't, but they
stuff.
did.
You're making
Yeah,
up lies and
No,
telling us stories.
Look,
I'm talking
we
about
understand.
history, bro.
Many of us have looked into the history of cosmology. From
presupposing flat
Ptolemy all the way through to modern day, right? So we understand the evolution of astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, right? We understand the claims. Some of us more than others. Some of us may just have basic understanding. Others have a more advanced understanding, right? But the thing is, all right. So what you're saying is that the people looked into the sky and determined that the reason why they see the things in the sky doing what they're doing is because the Earth must be one, moving in motion, and two, it's a sphere or a spheroid shape, right?
And
Eventually
orbiting
they
around the sun.
determined, right, and orbit. Like I said, motion, right? It's just axial rotation, orbital motion, all that, right? Now, that's all well and good, but if the ground that we live on, the surface that we live on, doesn't agree with that idea, then you must discard it. You must. It's a must. Yes, the surface that we live on, that we inhabit, right? If that disagrees with that idea, then that idea must be disregarded. Must be discarded.
Well, to you, it doesn't agree. To everyone else, it does. So that's your problem.
Okay,
It's not
then
my
where
problem.
is the direct measurement of the Earth's surface, right? Either drop over distance or a direct measurement of its radius, diameter, circumference. Direct measurement.
From telescopes and not telescopes, satellites.
No, that would require an understanding of the Earth's dimensions to begin with.
Plus,
So you're not going to
yeah,
rely
plus
on
you
that.
just made a huge leap from flat Earth to, well, the only way we can figure it out is we know it's flat because we measured it. So we're going to send up a thing to orbit a ball. So you made some kind of weird leap that satellites orbit balls, and we're going to send up one. So you don't have a measurement of a ball to send a satellite up around. So before you jump into that place, you need to figure out the rest.
I don't fucking know how they did it, okay?
They
But that's not my
didn't.
problem.
Satellites
Right.
hang from balloons.
And this is what we do. We expose that people simply have a belief in this. You have a religious belief.
It's not a religious belief, it's a trust in science and the history of humanity.
They're your priests. They're the equivalent of priests that are telling you things that you just trust them, bro. Trust me, bro. It's
All of
true.
the basis of your worldview is religious. This came from the Bible. Flat Earth came from the Bible.
No, it did not.
I'm not religious.
But you believe in God.
No.
You don't believe in God, Radwin?
No.
Oh shit. I didn't expect that one.
That's because you assume shit. You assume shit about flat earthers that it came from a Bible. This is not a religious room. It's a fact that it's measured that way, and this place was created
by the people that presume the Earth is flat. By the way, mind you.
Why are you finishing his sentence? Why are you finishing his sentence?
He's been cutting me off this whole time. I think I can respond.
Yeah, cutting you off with interruptions is one thing, but cutting him off to answer his question is to finish his answer is a completely different thing, right? You're speaking for his beliefs at that point.
Not this room was created by flat earthers because they think it's flat. Number one, the Earth was created. It's flat, stationary, and contained. We have air pressure of 14.7 psi at sea level, and the only way you can have that is with a fixed volume. To have that, you have to have somebody create that domain. So this place was no. That's some magical guy who watches you pee in the bathroom.
So who created it, or what?
A creator. Yeah, his name is a creator.
His name is Bushar? No, it's his name.
His name is Creator.
So you do believe in God?
No.
A God, not the Christian God, but a God.
No.
So you believe in a creator, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Intelligent designer.
God. So I rest my case. It doesn't have to be the Christian God.
That's you making up shit again.
No, I'm saying you can't believe in flat Earth if you don't believe in a creator. It doesn't have to be the Christian God. It could be Allah. It could be.
You didn't say that. I said it was a creator. I said it was a creator. You keep forcing God down my throat.
Well, definition-wise, it doesn't matter. It's all the same.
No, it does matter. The other God, the one God watches you like Santa Claus.
Well, God is such a wide, broad.
I have a terrarium on my deck that I don't pay attention to ever, and yet it's still shit growing inside of it. I don't ever pay attention to it. I don't care if bugs inside eat each other, smash each other, the plants choke. I don't give a shit, and yet it all just works.
Okay, brother, the Greek gods, they didn't think they were always watching them. God doesn't mean they're always watching you.
Dude,
God just means.
Why do you constantly want to talk about gods and shit? I said this place is created. The only way you can have air pressure is you have to have someone create that container that is guaranteed to hold a steady pressure of 14.7 psi. I'm not in a rage or anything. You just want to keep cutting me off and saying God and Bible and shit. I don't give a shit about any of that.
Okay. But you do believe in a creator, and that's
no,
kind of what
it's a fact. It's not a belief. Air pressure proves
how can
it.
It be a fact?
Air pressure.
So Radwin would be trying to demonstrate to you that the physical reality he experiences led him to the conclusion of a creator, not the belief in a creator led him to the conclusion that the earth is flat and motionless and enclosed.
Sure. I mean, that's how all religion works. Observant, that's how it's always worked.
My goodness gracious me.
Creator or God.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. You know what's funny, right? If how you're appealing to all these, these giants whose shoulders we stand on, right? Like Galileo. Well, what if Galileo decided instead of pointing his telescope at the sky, he pointed it across the surface of the Earth horizontally, and realized that the Earth is flat because he's just seeing out into the distance as far as he can, as far as the optics will allow him. He might have drawn very much different conclusions about what he was seeing in the sky if he'd done that, right?
He surely did. I mean, no doubt.
You think he
You can't
did?
see that far. You can't really see that far. Like, you can see pretty far, but not that far.
I'm pretty
You can
sure
see-
the
Yeah.
device was created to see across waters when you're on a ship. I'm pretty sure that was created first, not looking in the sky with it. That was by accident.
I'm saying that, like,
You see,
most people
the
who
problem
look across
is,
the Earth with the telescope
Yeah.
don't think the Earth is flat.
yeah, because they have a religious belief. But if they paid attention to how far they're seeing, they'd realize that they're seeing further than the geometry of the sphere with the claimed dimensions would allow.
I feel like that's not true.
Oh, it is most definitely true. Why do you think people
According
are
to
flat
flat
earthers?
According to
Yeah, no. Why do you think people are flat earthers? No, because they went out as globers with their high-powered telescopes and other devices like P900 cameras, right, with 80 times zoom, and looked across the surface of the Earth as a glober and went, "Oh shit, we see too far."
Listen, some people are more naturally conspiratorial than others. And those people
That's
have
not
their
a
mind-
conspiracy. That's got nothing to do with conspiracy. It's got to do with geometry.
Conspiratorial meaning you
They weren't
question
going
what
out
you
as
live-
conspiratards.
No, I'm saying conspiratorial meaning questioning the reality that has been, like, that you've known. Like questioning everything. And that's fine.
Maybe controversial, not conspiratorial.
Dude,
Maybe controversial.
How can water be a conspiracy? If you go to a lake and you notice that it's just flat and level and you put a level on, how is that a conspiracy?
What do you think that the Earth is conspiring to pretend to be flat when it's really a globe?
Sorry, my bad for choice of words. That's not what I meant. But some people are more naturally inclined to look into alternative explanations for things that most people accept because they're worried that they're being lied to. A lot of people are worried they're being lied to, and we'll notice
Yeah, all
things
right.
that don't
So
line up.
were we? Okay, so were we or were we not told for decades, right, that you can just go to the beach and watch a ship go over the horizon?
You can.
You're right. Yeah. Okay. And disappear over the curve at a specific distance.
Have you seen?
And that you should only be able to see so much of the surface because the Earth is of a certain size, and based on your observer height, you should only be able to see so far across the surface before you can't see any more of it because it's curving down and away from you.
Okay. Well, have you ever been on a
Right?
freeway in like the heat?
Well, were we told that for decades?
I know where you're trying to go with this. You're trying to say that, like, oh, the distance we can see on land is farther than we can see with ships.
Yeah, across the sea too. Yeah, across the sea. Yeah, it's further than would be allowed by a sphere of said size.
Okay, well, I don't really know what you're saying at this point.
They claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles. That would dictate that for an observer of 6 foot, they would only be able to see about 3 miles of surface in front of them across the ocean. And then when they whip out their telescopes and their high-powered zoom cameras, they see much, much further. Yeah, you get typing and you look up distance to horizon calculator. Google that. And then we can show you imagery.
Didn't even have to. It was already on the WS website. Don't they have their own Earth curve calculator?
Oh, they probably do.
They do.
And we can show you observations where we're seeing in excess, well in excess, orders of magnitude further than would be allowed biosphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Horizon distances well in excess of what would be allowed by a sphere of that size. The observations don't match the claim. That's why people are flat earthers, essentially. Not because of some religious belief, not because of distrust in government authorities. If anything, the distrust came from observing that the Earth is not a globe.
Rather than singing, can you actually tell us that you understand what was just said?
I can
Hey,
hear
singing is a sign that it gave up. When they start singing like that, they're just cutting everybody out now, and they're just going into a
Now I
little
just have
shell,
ADHD.
a little feelings bubble.
Yeah, the exact thing she said. The exact thing she said a
Can
few
somebody
minutes
not
ago
sing?
was I don't know what to say right now. And when she said that, I was like, yeah, I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
True. I'm pretty tired. Haven't slept in a long time.
Yeah, it's not easy defending a religious belief without evidence, is it? We're just getting started.
So you can dish it out, but you can't take it, huh?
No, we've been
Take what?
taking it just fine. We've been literally picking apart your claims like a game of straw man.
No, I'm saying like the disrespect. Like I've not been disrespectful for ever since I got unmuted. I've been completely respectful. But I'm kind of feeling like not being
You're not being
respectful.
disrespected. You're being challenged. There's a difference.
I'm being disrespected.
You're
especially
making
by Rambling.
claims. If I make a claim that I have a magic lamp, but the genie only comes out when nobody's looking. Okay, is that a logical, fair statement, or does that deserve to be challenged?
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, does it make
No.
a sound?
If I have a magic lamp and the genie only comes out when nobody's looking at it, is that a reasonable statement? No, of course, because it can't be verified. That's analogous to your claims.
I
So
mean,
every
that
claim
is
you're
a
making, we're
philosophical thing.
demonstrating. No, it's just simple logic.
Well,
It's
it's
not
actually
logical. Do you know why it's not
it is
logical?
actually a philosophical
Do you know why
concept.
it's not logical? It's not logical. Do you know why?
Because we can't observe it.
Because it cannot
But
be
in
verified
reality,
by anybody.
if
So,
okay,
with
you're
your
making a
claims that
philosophical
you've
point
been making, these things cannot be verified. So, they're illogical claims. So you're being challenged on those claims.
All right, Roots, let me
So when
challenge
you
you with
make
your
a
genie
claim,
thing.
when you make a claim and then you try whistle past, if I was to say I've got a genie but it only comes out when no one's looking, and actually in Narnia, this, that, the other, and then at Bandcamp, this, that, the other, no, we're going to stop you. You would stop me and say, well, hold
But
on,
we
let me
have
address your
okay.
first genie
You
point. That is
don't agree
illogical.
that we have observed things, but we have. So that's your problem. But I'm saying, let's say, okay, can I?
Observation.
Don't interrupt me real quick, okay? You're doing it. I was just asking you not to.
Because you're making false
Let's
statements,
say
but I'll let you finish.
the genie, instead of saying it only comes out when no one's looking, like, of course you would have to be able to observe that at some point. But let's say the genie always comes out on a Tuesday afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Every time you've observed it on that time, it comes out. You don't observe it another time.
How can you observe something that you can't see?
We're
I've
talking
told you it
hypothetically
only
here.
comes out when no one's looking.
Well, there'd be no way to observe that. And I know what you're trying to prove, but
Exactly.
like we've observed the universe. We've observed the red shift looking in our telescopes, the red shift proving that the universe is expanding because when things are moving farther away, they have a red shift because of oh my god, the light being oh my god, like fucking I forget exactly why.
Yeah, we're familiar with it.
But that's how I've observed the Big Bang because what's the thing where like the car
No,
drives by
it's
with
an
the
interpretation.
but that's what we observed.
Nobody
and if you don't
observed a Big
accept
Bang. It was made up by a Catholic priest. The Big Bang was just made up by a Catholic priest. It was not observed anywhere.
it was observed because of the red shift.
Yeah, the only thing that expands is your imagination.
Yeah, redshift is not an empirical argument. Redshift is a correlation.
Exactly,
You're
Kimbo.
assuming that redshift and blue shift
Okay, well,
prove
maybe so.
that
But
we have a Big Bang cosmology. That is not
every
true.
piece of evidence we've gathered about the center of like where things have been expanding from shows us the Big Bang theory. And hey, maybe that's wrong, but every piece of information we get continues to prove it, or like further prove it.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
In
You're
your
making
opinion?
assumptions. You're all you can do is fallacy stack. So you can claim that there's a vacuum in the sky, and because there's a vacuum in the sky, then the bits of red and the bits of blue must mean that the objects in the sky are traveling away and the blue objects are traveling towards. So that must mean that the Big Bang was the creation of the whole universe.
Have
That's
you ever
ridiculous.
like
That's
gone to the edge of the
illogical.
Earth? Have you ever gone to the edge of the Earth? Have you
Now
observed the
you're
edge of the Earth?
shifting the conversation. Because you
Uh,
can't accept that redshift and blue shift is not proof of anything. You can get
Well,
redshift
it
and blue shift
exists.
in magnetic fields.
It is actually
How do you
proof that
know
the universe
that's
is
not caused
expanding.
by magnetic and electro fields? You don't. So you have no way to validate what you're claiming. So it's another
It is proof
fallacy.
that the universe is expanding, but you don't have any proof that there's an edge of the
No,
Earth.
no,
You
it's
can't
not
say
proof.
that you can't say it's proof the universe is expanding, but and then move on because I already told you nothing has ever moved. It just repeats the same shit over and over and over. Nothing is going anywhere. The earth stands still, things in the sky move.
Okay. We've gone over this. None of you have ever seen the edge of the Earth, right? So how can you claim the Earth is flat and it's like a
Yeah, I'm
globe?
standing on the edge of
Because
it
it
right now.
measures that way.
I'm standing on the
Because
edge
it
Has
of
it been
measures.
measured from one end of the Earth to the other?
No, we're not claiming an overall size.
We just use water levels.
What if the Earth is infinite?
No, water, you can't argue with water being
What if the Earth
level.
never ends?
Yeah.
You can't argue with the water being level. You can't say no, it's really curving.
I'm not
So
even gonna bring up
you
tides right now, but
you said you said what? If the Earth is not ending, it's still flat. It's not a globe.
sure, but would any of you accept that the Earth is like infinitely big?
No, it can't be. We have air pressure at 14.7 psi, and that's a fixed
But what if the Earth
volume.
is
That's a
infinitely big and
fixed
infinitely pressurized?
volume. That's a fixed volume. And to have that, it has to be
Yeah.
contained in a fixed volume, not ever expanding, not going on forever, because infinity
Right.
is just made up
But
for
if it's
people
infinitely
to explain the universe.
Well, listen, Radwen,
You could say it's
hold on.
indefinite.
If the Earth is infinite and the containment of the Earth is infinite, then the pressure would be infinitely the same as well.
Incorrect.
The infinites are equal.
Yeah.
Equal.
How do you work that out with PV equals nRT?
I'm just saying.
You got to put an infinity symbol in there somewhere.
I'm just saying, like there is a possibility that the Earth in your
No, it's not
worldview,
possible. Air pressure proves that it's not possible because it proves a fixed volume.
if the containment is infinite.
It's not. It's a fixed volume.
How do you know? If it's
Because we have
infinite,
14.7 psi at sea level continuously.
Yeah, but what if the containment of the pressure is also equally as infinite as the Earth? It would still be the same.
No, your imagination shit doesn't work. You have to have a fixed volume sized container to have that fixed volume air
Fine.
pressure.
What if it's like a Googleplex number, like size?
Then that's the size of it, but it stops.
Okay, listen, infinity. If both things are infinite, the pressure would still be the same.
Incorrect.
How?
So the finiteness of it has not been defined.
Huh?
The finiteness of it, right? However you would say that, like its finite nature has not been yet determined fully. So we don't know the extents.
Does anybody here have enough money to buy an airplane and go try and find paths?
You can't travel anywhere you want.
You can try.
Yeah, well, you'll fail, so you cannot
if you get
do
shot
that.
down, then you'll know.
You you will not make it. Even if you don't get shot down, you'll just run out of fuel and die.
Well, what if you are able to contain enough fuel? Going past what
You
we
can fill
think.
up the whole airplane with fuel and fly, you'll still die.
Yeah, but what if you find past, like, you should try it. You should enough airplane fuel to
No,
make
I
it.
have other things to do. I got tomatoes growing.
Well, how come nobody's done it then? How come, like, people have flown
Because
around
other
the
people
world?
have tomatoes growing.
Oh my god, you're literally not engaging with my argument here.
Right, I'm not engaging with your silly shit. I'm engaging with real life.
No, like,
Why
this
I
is so
don't go
serious.
and
If
do
people
that
care,
shit is because I have stuff to take care of at my house.
some
Animals,
people don't.
people,
Maybe you do, but
plants.
some people care so much
I know
about.
some people don't, but believe it or not, they still do.
How come nobody has tried to find past the boundaries of what the globists think?
They have. They haven't come back to tell us about it. How's that?
Okay, give me a little article. Give me a little linky.
How? They didn't tell us when they were going.
Why wouldn't they? That's retarded. Of course they
Because they would get shot down.
would. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I know, it sucks.
I don't know why you're defending it so much anyway. This isn't us versus you. You have a belief, and we hope
Because
that you would
I'm
question
trying
it
to,
the way
like,
that we have.
because it's so
It's
intellectually
logical.
interesting to me. Because I'm having fun.
No, but what I'm saying is I don't know why you're taking it personal. This is
I'm
not
not.
your claim. You're not the one who originally claimed we live on a ball. You were told this. You believe it. We're asking you, how have you verified it? There is
Because
no
I
way to
have
verify
trust
it.
in my fellow human, and you guys don't.
You have faith, yeah. And that's our only argument. That's our only point here.
Trust.
Your belief is based on faith and faith alone. Whereas our
It's
argument
not
is
belief,
based on
it's trust.
it's faith. Yeah.
It's trust and logic.
Yeah,
Nope,
faith.
it's
No, it's
both.
not logic.
It's not either one of those. It's just faith.
It's faith. And it's not logical. Because logically
Logic. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
Logic says I own a P900, and when I go to Lake Erie and I look out and I say, "Oh, that ship's gone," and then I pull out my P900 and then I turn on the zoom lens and start zooming in on where there is no ship, and there's the whole thing, and people are jumping off, swimming, and everything else. But I can't see it until I pull a camera out, and then I look and see how far away the boat is, and it's 7 miles away, and it should be I don't even know how many feet, 40 feet down, and the boat's about what, 10 foot high, 20 foot high at the most.
Did you measure
And
that exact distance? How could you
yeah,
know
you
it's
can
that
just
exact distance?
you can just use the shipping calculators or the
Oh, but it
website.
doesn't work when it comes to planets. Oh, that's a shame.
What are you talking about planets for?
Calculations. There's
No,
time
that's a tracker.
calculations.
I meant the ship tracker, not a calculator. The ship tracker. It just monitors their signal and tells you basically exactly where they're at, so other ships don't collide into each other.
You could be lying out your ass right now. I don't give a fuck. I just know you are an idiot.
It's not a logical response. It's not a good argument. It's just an ad hom, and it's actually fallacious. You don't have anything.
Yeah, because I wasn't there. I don't know. But I know that
That's
the
the
Earth
only
is
thing we're
round.
trying to prove, though. You can't make any logical arguments to back your faith,
That's what I've been
your
doing this whole
religion.
time, dumbass.
No, you're
Okay,
proving
this
you're a
is
religious.
ridiculous.
A religious zealot.
So, let me ask you a question. What state are you located in without doxing yourself? Maybe you can give us a coast.
Closer to the West Coast.
You're on the West Coast. So, do you have maybe a square mileage of what your state is? How big is your local state?
I don't know. I don't want to find out.
You don't want to
Or I don't want to. I don't want to tell you. I mean, I don't.
Google it. You just
I'm not gonna tell you though.
Well, you can't have square miles without a flat surface.
call us idiots.
Killian, you're breaking up for some reason.
Okay. Exactly. Oh.
Do you know
Sorry.
what a sphere is?
How about now?
Yeah, spheres
Yep.
are
And I want to
round, and you
investigate
can't
the sphere with
and
you.
you can't have squares on the
Take your
surface
turn.
of a sphere.
Yes, you can, retard.
Yeah, we
I
can't
No,
hear you,
you
mean,
Killian.
I mean,
can.
Radwen. You
No,
can't have
you
a sphere on
can't.
a sphere. Yes, you can.
All
The
right.
line's
No, you
always
can't.
curved, bro. Come on.
So I'd like to know how you have a square with a circle. How do those two things interact? No, don't giggle. Don't giggle. Let's be serious.
Don't giggle.
Stop giggling.
Stop
Yep.
giggling.
Yep. Stop giggling. Let's be serious about it. Because here's the thing.
You
You
can have
want
a
to giggle
square
in
on
the
a
room,
circle,
right?
and
You want to giggle in
what?
the room and call us idiots. So go ahead. You can have a square on a circle.
Uh-huh.
Finish the rest of your sentence.
That's. I answered the question. That was the only.
Oh, you can have a
no.
square on a circle? That's it? I thought a square required a flat surface in order for it to be a square. Length times width, that whole
Well,
idea.
if you're
Square
thinking in
volume.
2 dimensions, if you're thinking in Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so tell me, how will we introduce a square with a ball? How do those two things simultaneously exist?
Are you seriously asking me that?
Yep, I am seriously. I'm serious as the words coming out of my mouth that you're hearing them entering your brain right now. Go ahead, explain it. Silence is damning.
No, I
Yep.
just like you're so dumb that I don't even know where to start.
No,
Like
you don't
that's
have
what
to
I'm
poison.
I'm an
trying to
idiot.
find.
I'm an
You don't
idiot,
have
and
to.
Killian's dumb. We get it now.
Right. So here's my thing, and again, I'm going to ask you. Right?
Okay,
Are you familiar with what
non-Euclidean.
100 miles would actually be? Do you know what 100 miles would actually unpack like in real life?
Huh? Impact?
No, it's
Wait.
not. I'd like to know.
No,
Like,
no, I
walk
just
out the
didn't hear.
distance of 100 miles.
Okay, repeat it. I couldn't understand you. What?
Okay. Can you mentally comprehend what 100 miles is? Like, it's an actual
Not really.
distance. You can't comprehend that?
Wait, let me
Okay.
look
Well,
it
I
up. Let
won't
me
be
look
able.
it up.
I won't be able to walk out my point with you then.
Okay, wait. Okay, actually, yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me, because I'm looking at a map of America.
Ooh, America. Well, here's the thing. If you're gonna do
Yeah,
that, you can.
roughly I can. Roughly I
Okay.
can. Yeah.
So you can go back. Remember when I was asking you about like how big your state is? Because this is the thing with a state has a length and it has a width to it, right? We can administer a length and a width roughly to a state in order to verify what that square mileage is of the state. Now, the interesting thing about like New York State is like 250 square miles. Go ahead and check that typing cat. So from a standpoint of us verifying the required drop over distance for your ball to be true, do you know what the actual drop over distance over 100 miles would actually have to be in order for the sphere to be true?
What? No.
You don't know what that is? Okay, let me walk
No,
this
I
out
know,
with you.
but
So
like the
if
drop.
I start at the 12 o'clock position on a ball, right? 12 o'clock, like a clock. I start at that position on the top of a ball, right? And then I walk towards the 3 o'clock position. Do you think that there should be a drop over that distance in order for me to verify that the globe is true? Or did I say too much in that?
No, there shouldn't be a drop because it should be equidistant from the center of the sphere. It should be the same.
Okay, here's the thing. You're talking about a sphere. Now, we're on the surface. In order for me to verify that the claim is true, I should be able to measure it along the surface. So I'm going to ask you, over 100-mile distance, do you know what the actual drop over that distance would be in order for their globe claim to be true?
Oh, like the
If P then Q, right? If this then that. If
hold
a
on,
sphere...
I forgot my geometry from high school. I need to think of
Okay.
the right word for it. Like
It's okay. I'll walk with you on this one. Here's the thing.
You mean
If
just
we
like
start at...
how curved, like, yeah, okay, I think I know what you're saying. So what's
Sorry,
the
I
drop?
lost my earpiece. Gravity took the earpiece away from my ear. Sorry. Yeah, the drop over the distance, right? Over that 100 miles, right? If I start at the very top of the ball and then I examine, I want to verify the 3959-mile radius claim. That means the drop over the distance at the surface should be 6,600 feet. That's the equivalent of a 600-story building. Yeah, drop over distance, right? If P then Q, right? If
I'm just
sphere, hold on, let me say this point. If sphere, then drop over distance must be present. But here's the thing, drop over distance is not present if P then Q, therefore default position is assumed. Stationary topographical plane. Do you understand how I did that?
but it's not supposed to. I don't get. I'm trying to wrap
Yep.
my mind around like
The
what do you mean like
stammering is
drop? 'Cause it's like
crazy. Yep. You need to really take it on, sister. This is the difficulty, right? Is that, yeah, if I'm starting at the 12 o'clock,
No, you're talking
let's,
about my like that's actually so rude.
what is so rude? What's rude?
Talking about my stuttering, I have
No, I said you're
ADHD, like,
stammering. No, I'm not
stammering, whatever it
attacking
is,
you.
like,
You're
I'm
having
trying to figure out.
trouble, right? Because you're trying to put the two worlds together, right? This is what we
No, I'm
call
not.
this is what we call
You're
cognitive
not
dissonance.
brother.
This is what we call cognitive
You're
dissonance,
projecting right
sister.
now. I'm literally trying to ask drop over distance. What do you mean? Like, what is like drop? Like, it's all the same
Okay.
center, the same
No,
distance
that's
from the
fine.
center of the universe.
That's easy.
Hold on 1 second. Stop. Wait 1 second. I'm going to go with his level. Do you know what a level is?
It didn't. We went through this like an hour ago. It
Wait,
didn't follow.
hold on.
I don't want to talk
There's
about
a,
the damn level again.
That's fine. Do you know what a straight edge is?
Is it that
Do you know what a
triangle
T
thing?
square is in drawing?
Like with the triangle thing?
No, something that's a straight edge in drawing to make straight lines. Do you even know what that is?
An edge that's straight.
Like a rule. Like a ruler.
A T-square, things that designers use,
Yeah, okay, I
architects
know what a
use in order to
T-square is.
make sure
Yes,
they're
I know what
drawing straight
T-square is.
lines. There
Okay,
you
if
go.
you take a basketball and you put a T square on it, one edge is going to shoot off and the ball is going to curve down below it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I walked along the top edge of that T square where the ball is dropping down away from me,
Oh, okay.
he's saying drop over the 250 miles is a 600-story building. If you stood on the ledge and looked down, you would see a 600-story building underneath your feet. Do you get it now?
Yes.
Good.
Thanks, Radwin. And the worst part about it is it's only
Differential
100
from
miles,
a
not
tangent plane.
250, right? It's only 100 miles that we need to look for this on. And that's the crazy part. 100 miles, in order for the globe claim to be true, would reveal that 600-story building being hidden beneath that edge. But in fact, and here's the problem with the edge claim, the higher up we go, right? I want to see if you can follow me with this on this. The higher up we go, the further out we see. What does that mean, sister? We go up higher, we see further out. What does that mean? What does that mean? If I go up higher, right? So I'm going to go straight up the vertex. I'm going to go up the vertical leg, straight up, straight up, straight up, and I'm going to see further and further out. What does that mean?
That means we're seeing further over the horizon?
We're seeing I'm sorry, what? Say that again. We're seeing
Further over the horizon? Because
we can't
we're
see over the horizon. Hold on a second. How can we see over the horizon when we're the one that dictates the horizon line's location? I'm the one, the person perceiving the horizon is the one that sets that relationship. Again, the higher up I go, the further out we see. That means the horizon line is extending out away from me, which is functioning just like a triangle, right? Earlier you were asked, what is a triangle? Right? This is how we are viewing things. If I go up that vertical leg, I go up higher and higher and higher, that angular line that I'm able to see is or that angular distance is increasing as I go up higher, right?
The same
Which
thing
functions
applies
exactly
on a round
on a
surface,
globe.
no?
No, see, that's a problem, because if I go, here's the thing, if I'm standing on a ball, right, take this on in your mind for a moment. If I'm standing on the top of a ball at 12 o'clock position and I go higher and higher up, what's going to happen to that horizon line, that land beneath me? What do you think is going to happen to it as I go higher up?
What? It's gonna get smaller? I don't know what.
Right, exactly. If I go up higher above a curved surface beneath me, the surface beneath me is going to get smaller. But in fact, when we go up higher, right, we see more, which suggests an infinite plane. I'm not claiming an infinite plane. I'm only saying the way we see suggests an infinite plane.
It also
I can.
suggests a sphere. Like it's just.
No, it
I don't
doesn't.
get.
I
Yes,
just
it
told you why it
does.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because if
When
we
you go
go
out
up
into
higher, the surface isn't getting smaller. We're seeing more of it as we go up higher.
when you
If
go
you
into
were on a
space, you
ball,
see.
if you were on a ball and you went up in the air, the surface would curve down around. You would see it go down farther
as it's trying to get smaller.
Bro,
Right?
look at a circle right now and just like.
That's
draw
a
line,
circle.
like.
A circle is a 2D thing, sister. A sphere is a 3D thing. Right? Words mean stuff. This is why we need to be clear about what we're doing. A circle is one thing. I'm not like the Earth could in fact be a quote unquote circle. We don't have the perspective in order to verify that. We don't have an edge. We can't verify that.
Bro, you're
If it
literally
and
like
hold,
what you're saying is just not like.
it's not
Because
hitting.
like
You're not
if you
tracking.
go up high enough on the globe, you can see the whole half of the globe.
Really? Show me.
If I had a fucking $1 billion, I would. I'd
That's
take
too
y'all
bad.
into space right now. I don't have
Yeah.
that money though.
That's the problem, right?
Start a GoFundMe then for me so I can go.
So you ever been up in an
Honestly, I
airplane?
feel like Elon Musk might do that at one point. He might be like, "Here,
You ever been
flat
up in
earthers,
an
come with me
airplane?
to space."
No, we're good. You ever been up in an airplane?
Yes.
Have you looked out the window as you went up higher and higher, as you gained altitude to 35,000 feet?
Yes.
Okay, what happened to that horizon line in front of you as you went up higher?
Okay.
Don't be emotional about this. I'm asking you simple questions. Yeah.
God.
Oh my gosh! He told me not to be emotional, so I'm going to respond by
stalling
being
for time.
emotional. What happened to that horizon line as you got higher up in altitude?
It's starting to call out to God. It's very religious.
What happened to
I
that
just, like,
horizon line as you
we've
went
been talking
higher up
about
in
this for the past
altitude?
30 minutes, and I'm tired of it.
We've been talking about this for the past hour and a half, actually.
Well, this specific topic.
But you're
The
still here.
horizons. My question is, if you were able to,
I
if
asked you
had
a
the chance,
question, though. What happened to my question? Can I be
because I don't
emotional
want to
about you
continue
not
on this
answering my
topic.
question? Okay. You can talk to
You're
someone
getting
else then.
pissed too.
Bye.
Don't do that shit. That's annoying.
I'm what? I'm what?
You're getting annoyed too.
I am? Oh my gosh.
So if you had the chance with 100% guarantee to live, to go to space,
Space is
like to
fake.
go up as high as possible, would you take it?
She goes to an emotional question.
Yeah, I'll
You
go
had-
up as high as possible.
If I could
I can
buy
go up
your
as high as
answer,
possible.
if I could buy your answer, would you then answer it my way? We can't be bought. The truth can't be bought, sister. Right? The truth
Also an
cannot
appeal
be
to the
bought.
No, I'm
future.
just straight up curious. Like, if you had the
It's an
chance
appeal
to
to
go
the
up,
future fallacy. It's irrelevant to the
it's
discussion.
not making any point. I'm just curious what your answer would be.
Yes, I'll go up
Irrelevant.
in an airplane for you. That's all they have is airplanes.
And that's what I asked her to do, but she won't answer my question about the horizon line. Sad.
The same thing I said about if I go higher up on a building. But we're just looping in a circle at this point.
So climb a tree. I can climb a tree, and that proves the Earth is a ball. Is that what you're telling
This
me?
is just redundant. Like, you're being redundant here, and I don't want to engage in.
Yeah, climbing trees means Earth is a ball. That's that exasperation that you're feeling is the fact that you now know the Earth is flat and you don't know what to do about it.
Keep projecting, bucko.
Not a projection, it's a fact.
You don't understand what projection means, clearly.
My lord.
So, picture posted in the side chat for you. I personally took those two pictures at 35,000 feet.
Okay.
What do you say about the horizon line in front of us? Or in front of me on the airplane? What your brain tells you to say. Holy smokes, bro. You want me to speak for your brain right now? Come
I
on.
see clouds, I see orange, I see blue, I see yellow.
What do you see?
I see a flat horizon. I see a flat horizon.
Oh, okay. I see clouds, bro. Like, I don't know.
doesn't see a flat horizon.
The clouds
It only sees clouds and rainbows.
Me too, Vicky.
I see clouds and colors, is what I heard that thing say.
That thing.
Right now you're a glober, so right now you're a glober. You're an in denial glober, so I have nothing for you. But the way I think about people, when you're in such denial and you fight the fact that we're right, then I can't really put you in a category anymore.
You think I'm in denial? I'm just like tired and over being
Now
treated
it's
like
because
shit.
you're tired.
I've been saying I'm tired for a while.
Well, maybe it's time to call it a night.
I know. I just don't know where to go. I've been having too much fun. I'm
Oh,
not
so
having
you're
fun
not
anymore. It's late
tired.
now.
So you're not tired.
I am tired. I just want to keep talking. Not to you guys anymore, though. But I need to figure out where to go. That's what I've been doing. I've been looking around.
Yep, you don't want. You're afraid of the truth.
You can think that.
This place is created, and you'll have to explain yourself.
You're the ones who are denying like literal enormous amounts of evidence that go against you
Like
guys.
what? Like what?
That you haven't been able to give us.
I have, and you just don't accept it as truth, and that's not my problem.
What dark matter?
You what?
No, what you tell us is unverifiable. That's unverifiable. That's unverifiable. That's unverifiable.
You think they had CGI
Tell us
back when they took a picture of the Earth?
Tell us how you authenticate its or those imagery. How did you evaluate the authenticity?
In the 60s, they just painted a globe, put a little mat around it to make it a perfect circle, and took a picture of it. You can't tell the difference.
How do you think?
Well, it wouldn't matter how. No. Tell us how you evaluated the authenticity of that imagery.
I didn't, but who fucking cares? It's real.
Okay, so it's just a belief. Someone presented it to you, said, "This is Earth," and you went, "Cool. Oh wow. Okay. Thanks." And you believed it.
You guys have you have like.
How
way
dare
less
you ask for evidence, flat earthers? Who do you think you are?
I've given you plenty of evidence, and you just don't accept it. And just because I didn't
So
personally accept it,
we just demonstrated how it's not evidence. It's just your belief.
It's other people's evidence.
Well, okay, so it's other people's evidence. So is it something that you can? Is it something that you and I can go and replicate, verify?
Sure, if we get degrees, yeah.
Degrees. What? So we can.
You need a degree to go outside and do shit.
To have
This
access
is embarrassing.
to these machines.
I own a lot of these machines. Do I need degree in each machine?
Okay, I've learned something very interesting from this conversation, that everybody who's a flat earther is like extremely self-centered, doesn't care about the opinions of other people, and think they're so big in this universe that they can't comprehend they're maybe not as important as they think they are.
Poisoning the well. Oh, bye. She just says a whole bunch of stuff and left.
Karen won the last word, bro.
Karen,
Dude.
yeah, she was a Karen.
That was an hour and a half. Go ahead, sorry.
It's more accurate to say Kevin.
So wrong.
Yeah, she was projecting so bad. She was trying so hard not to spiral that she couldn't leave. I thought it was hilarious.
The funny thing is, I know Radwin works in the construction industry. I've been working in the construction industry for 30 years, and it's like we don't even have to insert ourselves as authority in order to say what we're dealing with. Appeal to the experts while the experts are sitting right here.
But guys, you're denying all of the evidence, all of the dark matter and bending and warping of space-time evidence. God.
I'm going to Home
and it's
Depot.
other people's evidence.
I'm going to Home Depot, so I got to take some more classes, and then I'll get another degree on. This time I'm going to I'm gonna buy a level, so I'm gonna get a degree in that.
Don't forget to get the gravimeter while you're there.
Yeah, so you can't take one of those things and hold it up to an apple and see how much gravity it has. So those are debunked.
Don't forget to pick out the apple seeds.
Well, let's see. Let's see if she, gonna come back or not. Because I did send her, some flat Earth 101. We'll see.
And she lasted longer than I expected. I think it was out of cutting her nose off to spite her face. I think she couldn't leave because she felt embarrassed. That's why she had to leave with the last word, because she was
Right.
desperate to leave.
I was called an idiot.
I know, projection. Hell of a drug. If only she knew that you did your own experiments and your own observations, Redwin.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I would have done other stuff, but I'm cooking sauce right now. Doing the plants. I got all this other shit. My wife's working 16 hours because she's an RN, so she has to work a double, which blows for RNs because everyone I know has 1 day a week they have to work a double, and today is it. So, but off tomorrow, the 4th, and then I don't know what I'm doing, but I got to get shit done. So that's why I'm just running around on my phone. Sometimes I can't unmute, and that's why I don't answer sometimes.
No, you're good. It's just nice to have you here to just jump in and correct the bullshit comments that flat earthers don't know this stuff, don't do the observations, don't do the experiments. Nice to have you here.
Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Those working in the industry, again, right? I don't have to appeal to science when I'm actually talking about the authorities that actually build. Like the dude swinging the hammer at the construction site down the street from me, right? The cranes that I'm looking at working outside my living room window, none of these things are observing any of the stuff that they claim. Cranes aren't showing any kind of movement.
All those cranes should be moving exactly the same way if they stopped at the
Exactly.
same time. If they stopped working at the same time, they should all be swinging the same way by now, as long
Yeah.
as the ropes are the same length.
There should, but even at that, there should be a procession that we observe, a steady procession, just as you said, right? But we know at the end of the shift, the crane operator has to devane his crane. That means he has to make it inactive, just in case the winds pick up overnight. That crane can move with the winds. Because if that crane can't move with the winds, you might walk into that construction site the following day and see a crane that's toppled over because the winds literally uprooted it. Just a working example. Thanks, brother.
I didn't know that. That's really interesting.
Devane,
Yeah, they
ask
have to be able to, especially if you live where it's windy. You got to be those things got to be able to move and turn away from the wind, basically.
It's called deveining, right? You think about the vein in your arm. You take the vein out, that blood is no longer getting through to your hand.
Like a wind vane.
Exactly.
Wind vane points towards the wind.
Eggs. That's, brother, I didn't even make that connection before. Thank you for that. The wind vane, that's right. Like all these things are all literally measurements, validations of a closed system. Sorry about the noise, just getting home. Validation of a closed system. Space.
Be back.
Space ain't real. Give me a break. You say space, I say ponies and rain. Well, I say ponies. No, ponies are real. I say unicorns. There we go.
We have people that want to broadcast in here, and we have a YouTube channel running, so you're not going to be seen, dude.
Archangel, what's up?
Just wanted to be seen, but point is, when I tell them that, it's go ahead and broadcast. We don't have anybody in here, but you're not going to be seen unless the guy running the YouTube channel clicks on his image so that he's highlighted.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, if you're sitting there and you click on them, it'll broadcast then out your OBS or whatever you're using, and you can have people on there.
So using your YouTube window, you can open up individual profiles.
No, so like if you click on a guy broadcast and you click on them, you see them right on here. So if you're doing that on YouTube on your computer and you click on them while you're on Discord, that'll become the focus of the screen. As long as you make a block that works and then you fade into that, you'll just be able to broadcast that. Yeah. So
Oh
when you
yeah, I'm with you now. Yeah.
So when you switch over, you can switch over, and it would just be that guy, and fade into a different scenes. But you can do that.
Don't know why anybody would put their camera on without speaking beforehand. Anyway, it's a bit weird.
It's super weird. It's like you don't know what they're gonna do.
Exactly. Yeah.
He just wants to make sure he's really real.
It's like
Am I
like
real?
you're in your room, and you turn around and there's a guy standing there.
Yeah, not saying anything.
Yeah, just standing there looking at you. What's going on?
So what up? Come here often?
There is a few strange people on Discord. Not a normal community, is it?
Well, it is a sample set of people who have phones, so.
Yeah, it's a lot of gamers and all sorts, different types. So I think I made Rich Evans cry yesterday.
Shut up.
Yeah, do you want to see the
What did you do?
What's his name? Galatrax clipped it. Do you want to see the clip and you can tell me if you think he was crying?
Yes, send it to me, please. Or post it. Put it somewhere I can get my hands on it. Sorry
I'll put
about
it
the
in the
noise.
side.
Yeah.
Put it in the side.
Rich Evans crying. Oh my gosh.
Where was this at? Since he seems to be banned from everywhere, did he get unbanned?
Seriously? Right. Oh my gosh.
He was making claims about the moon landing as if it was some sort of proof of anything. And that clip is where I said to him, you can't even invoke the moon landing. It's an appeal to the past. And I don't know. You tell me if you think he was crying by the end. It's only a 30-second clip.
No, I'm not sure if that was him crying or not, but I've heard him do that before.
Dude, it sounded like he was on the verge of tears before he left.
Yeah, I know.
That's what you heard. That's Rich Evans for globe cope. There's a little globe coping mechanism. Cognitive. You know what? I call that IRL Rich Evan Cogdis.
That's what it sounded like.
Just like that sister did before she left.
Kevin, you mean?
Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Yeah, Kevin.
You can
If
just
she
call him
comes back,
Kevin.
everybody needs to call her brother Kevin.
Brother,
Okay.
bro, that'll be a double. Epic.
I wish we could like tag nicknames for the whole server, so when they come in, they have to have that name. That would be hilarious.
We can on the other server. They hate when we do that to them on
I know.
on the main server.
Yeah.
As soon as they say
It's so
something,
funny.
as soon as they say something fucked up, that becomes your name.
Pipe down, brother Kevin.
That's why it didn't like when I said this place is created, it has a creator. Oh, you believe in God then? And I said, no, that's the one that watches you in the bathroom, the guy that floats around. And then it sunk in that, oh shit, maybe you're right, this place is created. That's why it didn't like anything anymore. That's why it wanted to move on.
The reference of the architect.
Yep.
And you can even use that for them to latch on to the idea of the Matrix, right? The architect, the grand designer. But yeah, this place is so perfectly designed that it runs on balance. Like trees literally wash the air. How perfect is that? Trees make air available for us to breathe. If it weren't for the trees,
yeah, so
Go
when Canada has its fires, my yard, I live on the other side. I'm on Lake Erie, so I live in Ohio, and we get all the smoke, and the trees just love it. Plants love the shit out of that smoke when it comes through here. My tomato plants get gigantic when you guys have fires.
steroids, right? Natural steroids. And this is the whole idea, is that the plants need that for them to grow, and we need the plants to wash the air so we can breathe it, right? That is a closed system that is working in perfect balance. Second law of thermodynamics literally being observed. No additional energy being input, no energy being lost, just energy being recycled, reconditioned. Recycle, reuse. Water gets washed, air gets cleaned. It's crazy how that works.
Water is the most corrosive material there is.
I'm just gonna say nuh-uh because you guys are flat earthers, so you must be wrong.
But Radwin, doesn't that depend on the alkalinity of the water? The acidity? Like a litmus test?
No,
Would
the
be...
fact that that affects so many things versus other chemicals.
Oh, okay. I got you. Thank you for that. Yeah, anything exposed to water for long enough will eventually wear away. We have evidence of...
Anything exposed to water will get ruined.
Yeah. That's a mic drop right there. Damn, son. So there's another good question. Why hasn't the Earth worn away and it's being exposed to water? And it's not I'm not trying to be confrontational about it. It's just a question, like an actual question.
What was the question again?
Why hasn't the Earth worn away if we're exposed to water?
Where's it gonna go?
Cycles.
I don't know. It's a question that I could only ask with y'all being present
It does.
here.
Dirt moves around. Yeah, it does it all the time. Dirt moves around. My yard gets bigger. I got to shave the top of my lawn off just to make it the same size every 10 years.
Oh, snap. Well, there is maintenance that's required. That's a good point.
If you don't do anything and you just have your house and you only open and close your garage door and don't do anything, your house will last about 5 years.
Amen.
Because the trees are going to grow up and the plants are going to grow into it, and then the bugs are coming, and there goes your house.
The bugs are coming?
That's right. Once they get a nice, easy path, they're like, oh, I like this place too.
Yeah, dude. Termites will take you down in a minute. All the Americans, y'all got a long weekend coming up.
Yeah, for about half the people, today is your first day of it.
Nice.
So, like where I work, it's 4 days off.
Yeah, we had our national holiday on Tuesday. I took Monday off.
Hey, while you guys are here and it's quiet, do we have the bot in, by the way? Let me have a
Yeah.
look. Yeah, you feel free if you don't want to answer this question on the live stream, but I'm not sure it's a big deal. But what are your thoughts on the celestial satellite observations? Do you have any?
So the what?
You know, Dr. Mike Heffron did his celestial theodolite observations. You heard about it?
No.
Oh, really? Okay. I will share something then. Killian, have you heard about that?
No, I actually have to withdraw, but y'all be blessed. Gotta get into the work environment. Might be back later on.
Yeah, I should
But
be
lights in
working
the
too.
sky, that's all I have to say. Celestial means lights in the sky to me.
Yeah, it does. That's why I said you don't have to answer. It's yeah, speculation. But yeah, I'll put it in the side chat anyway if you want to get up to speed. It's making a lot of noise around the Ether Cause crowd and the Earth Awakenings crowd. But yeah, Dr. Mike Heffron is basically a new flat earther who came to the conclusion after doing the celestial
Wait, why
theodolite
is everyone muted?
observations. Can you not hear me speaking?
Oh, so you all mute when one person talks? You can't just not talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah, we don't
respect.
talk through.
Wow.
But like, why
Yeah.
don't you just not
You
talk?
just come
Why
in
do
and
you
start
mute?
talking. When you go in people's houses, you come in and say, "What the fuck are you all sitting here for? Why aren't you all doing shit?"
It looked like he was talking to himself for a second. My apologies. Far out.
You joined 5
It
seconds
is
ago.
far
Chill out.
out.
I think Kevin 2.0 just joined.
Kevin, who's
Hello,
Kevin?
Kevin. Hi,
Hello,
Kevin.
brother Kevin.
Don't worry about it.
Hey guys.
What's up, sister?
What's up, sexies?
I know I said
What's
sister,
going
but
on?
if you want to call me sexy, okay.
You sexy. It's all right. You're sexy. What's going on? What are y'all talking about?
Title of the room.
We're talking about how Globers come in and spiral, and we were just talking about the last one, how bad they went out, almost crying. They were talking about feelings and all kinds of crazy shit.
Oh, wait. What can I watch to like get real good information on this sort of thing? Because
This room.
well, this is not a video.
You can have a good
documentary of any sort.
discussion. You can get your questions answered
Most
directly
of your
here.
videos come from this room.
And the
Girl.
many other rooms that we have.
Is there somewhere?
I meant this group of people instead. How's that?
Okay. Does anyone have a link to a video where someone's conducted an experiment on flat Earth? Because I would love to see that.
All experiments are done on a flat Earth.
Have a look in the side chat. There's a couple. There's a couple we can start with in the side chat if you want. Killian posted a couple earlier.
I'm seeing a lot of. Ooh, what's going on in here?
Yeah,
Wait, do
go
you
ahead
guys
and-
believe the first moon landing was real? Because I believe it was fake.
Good job. Step 1, success.
It was fake. It was recorded on a video. Y'all seen that
Awesome.
documentary? That was
We'll-
pretty fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's old news.
Okay,
But it's great.
well,
It's great that you're at a place where you're ready and willing to receive that, because that is one of the number one things that we fight against, which is this idea of there being land in the sky.
no, I do think there is land in the sky. I just don't think the first moon landing was real. I think the second
Oh
one was
boy.
real,
Oh,
Yeah,
but
you
I
didn't hear
don't
that.
do you
think the
think
You
it is?
didn't
first
hear
one
what
was real.
you didn't hear
I thought I
what
think the
brother
first
Kevin
one was
said.
fake as shit because
Yeah,
the
you heard
Americans were
brother
trying to
Kevin.
get.
Brother Kevin,
I thought
I'm just gonna repeat. You said the first one was fake. That meant all the other ones, they really went there and played golf and drove
well the
cars and all
reason
that stuff.
no the reason why I think the first one was fake was because America was literally in a race with Germany at the time, and they didn't have the technology yet to
It's
get there, but
Russia.
Germany
No,
almost
no,
did.
you're
So I
all
think they
confused.
recorded it. They recorded it to be fake so they could be like, we were number one. We got there first because
You're
everything's a fucking
confused.
competition.
We own the
I'm
Germans.
just
They worked for NASA. That's who started
Queen.
NASA.
No.
You mean the Russians? You mean the Russians?
My bad. Thank you for being nice about it. Fuck me. Anyways, I think America was in a rush and was trying to get there before Russia,
Yeah,
and
we
they didn't
heard.
have the technology. So I think they recorded it. But I did think they got there the second time. I don't think they got there the first time because they were just trying to get there first.
That's too
Yeah,
bad.
we heard. We heard that
Yeah.
story too. The
So
problem
any
is,
sort of
what's the difference between the first and the second? Is there any evidence that the second was real?
They were shot in
there's no
the
No.
evidence that
same studio. They both made in the same studio.
the second one doesn't have any evidence to prove that it was fake, whereas the first one did have evidence to prove that it was fake.
Like what?
The first
What
one had
evidence?
things like
Go ahead.
so the first one, like for example, like there's only one light source in space, right? And there would be like shadows pointing in different directions. There was also people who used to work for NASA back then, and they had to like hide their identity because they didn't want to get fucking murdered. But they were like, we did not have the technology to actually go up. And then all of the astronauts that so and so went up, that apparently went up, I'm putting quotation marks with my fingers, they all died off like one by one. And then as soon as one of them was going to do an interview about it, he died like a few days before. That was crazy. That's not a coincidence. That's the government
See,
trying to hide
this
something.
is just rhetoric, though. We're asking for evidence. What evidence do we have
I
that they
think the
went to a
light.
vacuum in the sky, a rock in space?
Oh, for the second one.
For any of them?
Well, for the second one, there's no evidence proving that it was fake, so I can't really be like, oh, it's not real. There's
Well,
nothing that shows like.
the idea of a rocket being able to go from an open system atmosphere into a vacuum violates too many laws of nature and violates actual logic. You can't have a space or a vacuum in the sky next to an open system.
Who said it was
Would
a
be
vacuum though
impossible.
up there?
That's the general understanding of outer
NASA
space.
3 weeks ago on a broadcast, I think Fox had it, clip of it, where they said, and they're just out there in the vacuum of space. That's what the NASA commentators said, not Fox. NASA said that. They were on their microphones talking like this. I say you are in the outer space. The vacuum of space is what they said. The vacuum of space. So it's NASA who claims that.
Yeah, but was that like just them using like just a term, just like ironically?
So why would they call it the vacuum of space if it wasn't a vacuum?
Is it
That they
because they
said
like want
is 10 to the minus 17 torr.
Well, like if things go up there, like they don't necessarily like where are they getting vacuumed into? Because from my understanding, there's no gravity up there, so things just float. Nothing really goes anywhere.
Yeah, that's why do you have that's an all an imagination thing that you have.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Haven't we like don't we have like things up in space like
Nope.
satellites and stuff
No,
that like
no, no.
so how
Space is
does the
fake.
universe run? Oh.
So hold on. So you're claiming space is not a vacuum, although NASA.gov claim it's a vacuum.
I
Physics.org
think they were
claim it's a
ironically
vacuum.
using.
All of the astronomy textbooks claim it's a vacuum,
Hold
but
on.
you
She
say
said
it's not a
she said
vacuum.
engineers use other terms than what they actually mean. She's now starting to go into the delusional land of engineering.
You're very hostile, sir. That's all I have to say. I'm having a normal conversation here. Are you autistic? It's coming up that you're like a little bit autistic.
Yeah, I'm
That's okay.
artistic. I'm artistic. I play drums. I can draw. I can do all kinds of fun things.
Hello.
I'm sure.
build-
I'm sure you have a
build
lot
things.
of fun.
So, how do you come up with the thing that there is vacuum and space?
Sorry?
Say that again.
Someone made the claim that in space there is vacuum.
Yeah, that's how outer space is described as a vacuum
Yeah.
by NASA,
Yeah,
by all of the
NASA claimed
mainstream.
it. Correct.
Yeah.
NASA claimed that. Yeah.
It's your claim, right?
No, it's NASA's claim.
NASA's claim.
NASA's claim. Okay. If we see this NASA's claim, then NASA's claim is that Earth is spherical, kinda spherical, but not exactly spherical.
Yeah, that's another false NASA claim as well. What's your point?
Yeah, NASA is a hostile witness.
Yeah, NASA also said
Oh,
that
wait.
Earth is spherical.
Wait. But when they use the term vacuum, they use it as vacuum is a space with very little or no matter, and they mean it because space is considered a vacuum because it's mostly devoid of matter, resulting in extremely low pressure. While not a perfect vacuum, the vastness of space means that whatever matter exists, it spreads out thinly, making it effectively empty. The emptiness is primarily due to gravity, which pulls matter into concentrated areas like planets, stars, and galaxies, leaving behind vast regions of low density.
Cool.
That's why they call it a vacuum.
Yeah, so it's a vacuum then. Congratulations.
But it's not a strong force. It's saying that it's considered a vacuum because it's mostly devoid of matter, but it's low pressure, very, very low pressure. And that's why they use things like rockets to move things around up there. Is that not what that's for, like engines and things?
Yeah.
That's like what I would think. Like that's
Do you know?
so they're
like,
saying
all
it is,
those-
but it's very low pressure, and so they use the rockets have like engines and shit that like.
Okay,
help
so let me
them
ask
do
you a
you know
question.
that
If you have a high
celestial
pressure
bodies?
system, hold on. If you have a high pressure system like the Earth's atmosphere next to a low pressure system like space, what would happen to the gas in the high pressure system?
With a sec. This high pressure system is existing because of Earth's gravity. And
What would happen? What would happen to the high pressure system's atmosphere if it was next to a low pressure system?
well, according to the law of thermodynamics, like very soon every pressure will be same.
Right. So the atmosphere would basically disappear and disperse into the low pressure. So the only way
That's why we have
to
the
have,
ozone layer, isn't it?
but that's not
But
a, you
I'm
need a
saying,
physical, the only way to achieve a gas pressure, you would need a
yeah,
physical container.
but let me listen to me. But because of this gravity, our all the celestial bodies, they act as a physical container.
So
You know?
gravity it acts as a physical container. Is that your claim?
Yeah, because gravity store the atmosphere. They not store. It means
Okay.
it's
Well, keep that
literally
in mind.
hold the. Yeah.
So gravity is holding and containing gas. Okay, keep that in mind. What's gravity? Define gravity for me.
Force.
What?
Whenever there is object, the force because of its
A
mass
force.
and size. Yeah, this force.
Okay. So
Gravitation force.
you're wrong. You're wrong because gravity is not considered a force. Gravity is a pseudo force. There is no push pull. There is no force to be measured.
Gravity
So
is a
that's
What the
incorrect.
fundamental
hell
force
is?
of nature that attracts all objects with mass towards each other.
That's the claim. But what can we
Dude, you.
prove? We can prove
I proved to you. I proved to you
I
that
jump up and I
gravity
fall
is holding.
down.
no. The only thing
Gravity
we
is
can
holding
prove in
you.
relation to gravity is relative density. You're claiming
Oh my
there is a
god.
force. There is no force to be proven. There is no force to be experimented with. You can't take gravity, manipulate any cause.
Okay.
You cannot do an
Okay.
experiment on gravity. So what
I
we
did.
have is
I
an
did
Well,
the
when you
experiment.
let me finish.
I
Let me
did the
finish.
experiment.
What we have is an effect. The only effect that we have that you can give me in nature is that things go down. Now, this is explained by relative density. So again, how does relative density explain that there is a gas pressure? Because you can't have a gas pressure
It's
without
your.
containment.
It's your own assumption. My assumption. When a person landed in moon, he he just took a walk and he found out that he is, you can say, feeling less in weight. So that's how, like,
So your cousin
if
went to the moon and walked around.
yeah, my
Yeah.
cousin from NASA. There's
So now we
there is
have to.
Indian.
Now
His
we
name is
have
Rakesh
no
Sharma.
no no Indian walked around on the moon.
Rakesh Sharma did.
Radwin,
Somebody's
I don't like
lying
your
to you.
attitude.
Can you put his name
Everyone's
in the
having a
side chat?
normal conversation here, and you're pretty mad. I think you need to calm down a little bit. You're getting a bit emotional.
No,
A
you
little
don't
bit
need to keep
emotional.
commenting on that. He's absolutely fine.
He's raising his voice and being very aggressive. It doesn't need to be like that.
I'm not
Get
even
out of your
It can be
aggressive at
feelings.
calm.
all.
Yeah, he's not being aggressive. He's being assertive. There's a difference.
Or autistic.
No.
I don't know.
So
I
it
am
was
artistic too. I'm
not.
artistic also.
So this guy is from, you can say, USSA, not USSA, USA. What's his name was? Like first person to land in moon. Do you know? Do you remember, Talia? Let me see
Your
if
mom.
net.
Your mom.
No,
Your
nobody's
mom.
been to the moon. Nobody's been to the moon
It,
because the moon, being a rock in space, is a violation. So I'm going to ask you again:
no
how
point
can you
talking with a
have?
stupid person like you. No, but no, like there is no
No,
point
but hold
discussing
on,
with
wait. No, but
this.
wait. Run away.
Run away, run away.
He's
They
not going
can't
to talk
have.
to a stupid person like you.
I know. They can't have their fundamental beliefs questioned without meltdown. Have you been hearing this neurofitness?
Yep. What's up?
What's your thoughts?
Is it strange to you that people
Well,
act like this?
you made a misstatement, if this is even a word. You said that gravity is the container, but no, the curvature supposedly makes the gas itself be the container, so that the gas itself becomes the container, or the curvature becomes the container. I don't know.
But you
My
can't
opinion on
demonstrate.
this,
You can't
it makes
demonstrate that.
sense. Well, yeah, I'm not an what's the word? Astro.
I mean, nobody can demonstrate gas containing gas. There is no gases that can contain themselves. Gas behaves
Well,
in a specific way. We have the ideal gas law, and we know that gases will behave in the same way and will, unless there is a container, will not achieve gas pressure. Gas will disperse in
right.
all directions.
But those ideas that you're saying, they are all bounded inside the Earth. So to like, I give you this, yeah, sure. So to know if you can contain gases, you would have to go outside of your laboratory, which is the planet Earth, and see if it's possible out there. So I would say if somebody went out there and observed this and measured this, it's possible. But you don't believe they went anywhere out there, right?
Well, we can't verify it. All we have is claims.
Right. Like, I understand, but it's in the same way. Like, I don't know where you live, right? But like, can you verify like that an island exists just because somebody says so?
Well, yeah, I can go there myself, right? I just need to plan a trip.
Mhm. Right.
I can't go
So,
to space no matter how much money I have.
have you tried it?
Do you know how many people have been to outer space?
No clue.
Less than 30. 23, 24, something like that.
Yeah, I have my doubts about that. I'm not flat earther, but I have my doubts that humans went to moon. Like, it's very sketchy story. But I do believe that machines went there, you know. But humans surviving the radiation and all that, very sketchy. But again, like your own
Yeah, but that
claim
puts a
was
hole
like
in
I
your own
could plan a
argument,
trip.
though, because we
What's my
can't go. You said that, how do we verify there's an island that exists? Well, we can go there eventually. We can't go to space, and you're even saying yourself you don't believe, in the moon landings and outer space has actually been visited by man. So that disproves your own argument in terms of evidence. We don't have evidence for outer space.
Yeah, I stand in
We have claims.
the middle ground. Like I don't know enough. I cannot make a claim. So in the same sense that I'm not traveling to the island to prove the island, I'm not even making an effort as well to try to go out there in space. So I cannot claim that I even tried it, right? I'm also relying on other people's information to have my own opinion. Like it's basically what I'm saying is both flat earth and people that believe in globe that don't do their own experiments, they both rely on other people work to have their own
Right,
opinion.
but the difference is the island is verifiable. It's reasonable. There is ways to confirm whether an island exists. There, with space, there is no way to confirm this. We can only appeal to the authority of a space agency like NASA.
I wouldn't say that's properly true. Like you can buy a telescope, you can measure through radio waves and lasers and stuff like this, right? I'm assuming.
But what does that prove? That the lights in the sky are there, right? Yeah, we can confirm there's
Yeah.
lights in the sky, but we can't confirm what they are. We can't confirm that there's a vacuum of space next to an open system, and in that vacuum of space, gravity has created balls of rock in a vacuum. We can't confirm that. And we can't confirm that on the Earth either. So no confirmation in nature, no way to validate it externally because we can't interact with it. So it's faith. It's just a belief.
Many things
But
are.
but I can take your imaginary ideas like the vacuum of space contains gas and water. I can take your imaginary ideas and debunk them with my vacuum chamber.
You could, I guess. Uh, it's not my imagination, I didn't come up with this. I was
Well, somebody,
taught.
whoever the other guy's imagination, I can debunk his imagination, which I have done many, many times.
All right. So my major question to this topic is now what? Like now you've proven to yourself that they, quote unquote, like world leaders, whatever, they are lying about the shape of the planet and some of the forces like gravity and all this. And what is question one? What is the importance of it, and how does it change your life for the better?
That's a subjective question. It's going to be different for every person.
Right.
But for me, it's given me the confidence and the ability to use this logical framework of discernment, using logic, using nature and empiricism to be able to validate claims. No longer do I just believe what I'm being told by an authority. I expect evidence.
Okay, this answer is awesome. Skepticism. Yeah, it is awesome. Yeah, I admire that. It's
And I
good.
can apply that elsewhere.
Sure. Yeah.
Most people aren't even able to apply that level of skepticism and are flabbergasted by the idea that we don't appeal to authority. And in a logical debate, you would lose the debate trying to validate space, trying to validate a geometric horizon, or trying to validate the motion of the earth, because you would have to use fallacious reasoning. So it's an illogical position.
I guess. Yeah. I guess most
I believe
people
there's a
just
lot of
blindly
value in that.
believe it because it doesn't affect them in the day-to-day life, right? Like even let's hypothetically saying that space is real, like you're still bounded to your little place on Earth and your life here, so it doesn't really matter, right? You cannot do anything about it. That's why they don't care, I guess.
Well, that's up to them, but if they're going to make claims, fallacious claims, then we have the ability to dismantle those claims and demonstrate them to be religious. So we've
Yeah,
chosen
fair
to
enough.
walk away from a religion, and we've chosen to take empiricism and logic and apply that to everyday life. And now we're not able to be fooled and tricked like the average person is.
Right. I see.
You'd be surprised how many things that flat Earth has a knock-on effect and will affect. We've been told that we're spinning through an endless void, and that there could be solar flares and alien invasions. We're being told that the Earth, that the mankind evolved from monkeys, and it all began with a big bang. This has a profound effect on philosophy, on belief systems, on your own value. We've been told we're on the edge of everything when it's apparent, self-evident that we're in the center of everything. Do you not see the difference that could make to your philosophy?
Definitely. If it is a conspiracy and you guys are true, you guys like flat Earth believers are true, completely change the worldview. Yeah, completely. Like it dismantles it completely. Yeah.
So either you can
And
agree that water is flat and level, or you can stay being tricked by everybody. That's your only choice.
I've been on this road, believe me. Like there was a time that I've been studying a lot flat Earth, and there are good arguments for both sides. That's what I
There are
say.
zero
If there is,
arguments for the globe. Zero arguments for a globe.
well, I wouldn't say that, but like
Well,
I'll
yeah,
I'll
there's
tell
no
you one
curve
that I
measure.
remember.
Well, you have to have a curved surface to have a globe. So once you don't have that, you don't have a globe. Everything falls apart.
Mm. Well, the globers can explain, like for example, the moon eclipses, while flat
No,
Earth
they
says
can't.
we don't know
No,
what
they
that is.
can't. No, they can't. You just put up the Selenelian eclipse called the impossible eclipse by NASA, where the sun and moon are in the sky at the same time, and somehow the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon, and that's impossible to do. And the shadow is upside down, makes it double impossible. So no globes, that debunks globes in space. So as soon as you say lunar eclipse, debunks globes in space.
Yeah, I don't know enough about this to be honest. Yeah,
Well, you
I could
probably
be
only
wrong.
studied the anti-flat Earth side.
No, not really. I started studying flat Earth, but then I realized, oh, to be
What?
serious
You
about this,
can't
I
find it
gotta really
anywhere.
be.
Yeah, to be serious about it, you just have to go outside and pay attention.
It's not that simple, mate. Like there is a guy here on this channel that explained a lot of things to me. Alpha Veritas. Maybe you are his friend. And yeah, it made me realize that you got to put in a lot of work into this topic and become, how do you say? And it's not obsessed, I would say. It's like really serious about
Interested?
it. Yes, interested, serious. Put in some work and energy into it and time to come to conclusions.
I'd agree. But that's only because of cognitive dissonance. If we were completely open and didn't have a predisposition, we wouldn't need to put in that work. The work we're putting in is to unlearn the bullshit we've been presented as direct evidence. It takes a lot of undoing to be able to realize that there is no direct evidence.
So cognitive. Where's the word again? Fuck, I keep messing up this word.
Cognitive dissonance.
Dissonance. Yeah, it's correct me if I'm wrong, but it is when you pretend to be something that you're not, and you live this persona, and therefore your nervous system is a little bit fried because you're always pretending to be something you're not, and your natural homeostasis is messed up, right?
No, I think you're talking about something else. It's when you hold two or more conflicting beliefs, values, and you start to basically melt down and go through the stages of grief. It's a contradicting position you hold on something.
You
So
learn the
once
Earth is
people,
flat. You learn the Earth is flat, and you still believe it's a globe, and you can't explain anything anymore. And then you turn into a brain in the jar. That's how it falls apart. Then you go into denial, and then you get the 7 stages of grief.
Yep.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I've been through that. And I remember that you are describing. I remember like, oh,
Yeah.
what if it's flat, but I'm rowing against the tide, and for what? Because people like that, like you said, people are different, right? So some people accept this and they go on with their lives, and it's okay. Like if I would accept this worldview, I would make my life mission to prove that it is right. Like, in other words, maybe try to assemble a little group of people
But what
and
would be the point? It's already there in front of you. It's obvious to everybody. Nobody is hiding it.
curiosity. No curiosity
There's
about what
nothing to
is beyond.
there's nothing to be curious about. Water is already in front of everybody.
he's
I'm
saying it's
talking about
self-evident.
like,
He's saying you don't need to do much in terms of putting a team together and spending a lot of money. The flat earth is a self-evident claim. It's a logical position based on nature, based on the laws of nature, and based on what we observe and experience. So just by understanding intimately what we observe and the perception of what we experience, flat earth is a self-evident claim.
right, but now, like, go back to the point that you realized the earth was flat, right? Didn't you get this adrenaline rush of wanting to go beyond the ice wall and wanting to, I don't know,
Ice
explore
wall
what are
something
the
Glober's
heights?
made up. Ice wall something
Oh,
Glober's
my
made
bad.
up. Yeah, that's
My bad.
nothing to do with us.
No, you
Well,
guys told us that.
there are
You guys told
there
us
are
that.
a lot of different
No, you
No.
guys
Earth
told us
is,
that.
you know.
We
US
didn't.
military named it the ice wall, not
No,
us.
no, but you guys told us that's why
No.
water stays on it.
I'm gonna mute you if you keep talking over me.
No, you're talking over me. I am telling you what I'm saying.
He never believes me. That's Robert Utah, by the way.
Yeah, we're not engaging with him. But we didn't make up any ice wall claim. If you look into it, the claim of Antarctica is that it's the highest landmass on the surface of the Earth.
200-foot
So
high wall of ice.
yeah, that's a globe claim.
Oh,
That's not a flat Earth claim.
I
US
didn't know that.
military actually came up with it.
Hmm.
That's why we muted him, because we're not going to go back and forth when it's the globe's position. Antarctica is the highest landmass. If you type in the ice cliffs of Antarctica, that's where you get the whole ice wall story from the globe, from the mainstream, not the globe, from the mainstream.
Then you have anti-flat earthers like Robert Utah, who's in here, and he claims that that's our claim, and we have nothing to do with that. So that's what anti-flat earthers do. They lie worse than Globers do. They will lie worse than NASA lies. They lie the most.
So in a
It's
nutshell,
a later stage of grief.
would you guys say in a nutshell they do this misinformation of reality for control?
Well, if somebody told you had to stay 6 feet apart from each other, would you do it?
No, I didn't obey the COVID thing.
I wasn't talking about anything that you got to say anything about. I
Such
asked
a good
you, if
question.
a guy on TV told you had to stay 6 feet apart from each other
No.
to be safe, you wouldn't do it? What if the police told you had to?
No, I still wouldn't do it.
Then you're going to go to jail.
I mean, if it is a law, if it becomes a law, I would maybe go to jail, but I would do
So the
it
answer is
underground.
no. You don't listen to people on TV when you're a flat earther, because most of those people are already lying, because the people who say that they're walking around on the moon, or the people who are taking pictures up there right now with cars going to Mars and all this shit, we know that it's a violation of gas laws to even do that. So we know that's a lie. We don't have to listen to the TV anymore. Asteroids aren't going to hit my house. I'm going to make money off selling Glober's asteroid insurance. So, and I don't feel bad about it.
What the fuck? There is asteroid insurance? There's no way.
He was joking.
I pay
But I
$10
bet there
million.
is.
I pay $39.59 a month. I pay $10 million if an asteroid hits your house. Cash. You get the whole lump sum, not taxes.
Maybe Rob wants to buy that.
Who is this
Robert,
Rob
do you want to
guy?
buy that? Robert, will you
Talking
buy
about?
will you buy my asteroid insurance? Robert.
Safety first, Globers.
Robert, will you buy the asteroid insurance?
Robert, you're being invited to speak instead of speaking through someone for once. Speak up, bro. I guess he only wants to speak when other people are speaking.
We'll find out.
So, okay. So I can understand you guys a little bit better. So now you know all this truth, and you feel that, quote unquote, your mission is to go spread the truth to other people.
I don't. My mission is to, when Globers come in here and they want to tell me all their stories, I love ruining their lives by telling them space is fake and telling them why. That's my whole goal, is to ruin people's lives about space. I want their world to crash down. I want them to stay awake all weekend long when they do it on a Friday night. I want them to freak out and cry and scream and call me retarded and an idiot. That's my favorite part of everything.
I see what you're doing.
Redwin's very good
Fair
at
enough.
that. My
Mr.
mission
Morpheus.
is to encourage a discussion to help expose people's lack of logic and lack of discernment.
I do the same thing. I just enjoy the end result more than these other guys. We have good guys and we have bad guys on the flat Earth side. I'm one of
Right.
those. I'm one of the good bad guys.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Redwin has fun with it.
Oh, that's good. That's how
I like to talk to people, and I like to get to a level playing field, a level earth, because once you have a foundation of once your logic is rooted in truth, and the flat Earth is a truth because this is what we observe, this is what we experience, this is self-evident, then you can actually have fruitful discussions. But if you're going to start making claims, well, obviously this is not true and that must be true, so we're going to have faulty premises and faulty foundations, we're not going to be able to progress into a deeper conversation. So I actually enjoy finding people who understand this and then watching and being a part of a discussion that grows into something that has value for me. You know, if I'm around people who are just based in fallacious reasoning, logical fallacies, and base all of their thinking on like authorities and the general consensus, then we're not actually doing any thinking and we're not actually having a fruitful discussion.
I see. But if the topic is another one, the person doesn't have to agree with you in flat Earth, right? Like, let's say if you're talking about, I don't know, like which type of girl is beautiful, in your opinion. You don't need to agree that the Earth is flat for you to have a fruitful discussion, right?
I have to ask my wife; she'll tell me.
All right.
Opinions are like buttholes. Everybody's got one.
True.
She tells me all the time what to think, and I have to go along with that. It's easier to make your wife very happy when you just go along with it. Don't argue. Believe it or not, I don't argue about shit.
You sound like a man of experience, Redwin.
Very much. I just kind of stand there. What are we doing? I'm at that point already.
But you'll be surprised how many conversations become boring to somebody who has the ability to think logically and use discernment. When you have a conversation with people who don't, i.e. the average glober, it's interesting how many parallels and patterns you will see in their approach to thinking. So every discussion is affected by the lack of logic. It just so happens
All the
that
time.
flat Earth is like a red pill. Flat Earth is like a red pill that opens the door to logical thinking. And most people don't do any thinking. They outsource their thinking to authority, i.e. an appeal to authority, appeal to consensus. If that's the basis of your argument, then how are we actually going to talk philosophy?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. And I agree. But you gotta give people a discount because it takes a lot of mental effort to start going on this road, you know. Like if you grew up on a household and everybody around you just follows authority and suddenly you start to question things, it's almost comparable to go to the gym after you are obese. Like it takes a lot of energy just to start doing 10 push-ups. Then you do it, and with time and gymnastics you can start to do it. um, so I understand why some people cannot think outside the box. Like it's
That's a
weird.
great analogy. Flat earthers are like gym goers. Very good analogy. I like to surround myself with gym goers. Not all gym goers are flat earthers, but those who go gym can lift heavier. So, me
Yeah.
as a gym goer who can lift heavy, I don't get much satisfaction out of talking to the fat guy who started gym last week because he
Right.
doesn't have experience in the gym. He doesn't have experience with lifting heavy. So when we're talking about the challenges of going to the gym or the fruit that can be harvested from going to the gym, there's no common ground. It's like talking to a virgin about sex, right? You're not going to be able to have that understanding, so you're not going to get much out of the conversation as an experienced person in logic.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So looking for those
I agree.
conversations in the average world, the average person, it's fruitless. So rather than being, isolated, it's better to find those who can lift heavy.
Okay, that's a good
And they don't have They don't have to be a flat earther. They just have to be rooted in logic. It just so happens if you're rooted in logic, you will come to the conclusion that there is no evidence for the globe, direct evidence. So I have no problem with someone who is rooted in logic who says, I believe in the globe because of the faith I have. That's fine. We can move the discussion forward, but you need to be able to understand that it's a faith-based position.
Hmm. Yeah, which I do. Yeah. Stand neutral in this. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it isn't. I never tried to prove or not. Yeah.
That's incorrect. You know it's flat, and you still want it to be a globe.
No, that's not the case, my friend. No. That's really not.
Yeah, I can hear. I've been doing this professionally for about 10 years.
I don't know. He's asking some good questions. I judge people by the questions they ask.
I'm just saying I can hear it in his head what he's saying. Well, I don't know anymore. I don't know this and
That's a
that. I don't know
superpower.
I don't know means I know it's flat. I just don't know how to deal with it. And he just doesn't know how to say it that way.
No, I just have other priorities to focus on. I like more other topics. For example, I like how people's mind works and the mechanics of human brain, for example, and other philosophical stuff.
Well, once you admit you know the earth is flat, then now that stuff will start making more sense to you.
But
You
I
have to
can't
admit it
agree
out
because I
loud.
didn't put up
You have
the
to
work.
admit it. You have to admit it out
I
loud.
didn't make the
Sorry.
experiments. I didn't make enough experiments to come to a conclusion.
Get a glass of water
I
and
would
see
be
if it's
lying.
flat and level on top.
It's flat on top, right?
Yeah, bathtub too. So is your swimming pool and the pond and the lake and the ocean. That enough shows you the earth is flat. And it's motionless because the water isn't sloshing around either. That's another proof of motionless. And it's contained because the water is contained by the shores. That's why you have shores.
Hmm. Well, I once rode a train that was going very fast, but I didn't feel the velocity. It felt that I was stationary. So
Then you
most
felt it when you made a
escapists will.
turn, though, just like in a plane.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
So linear motion, yeah, you don't feel that. What you feel acceleration. Circular motion
Well,
is
but
constant acceleration.
if the curve is large enough, I won't feel the
Oh, circular motion is constant acceleration, not if it's large enough.
There's actually several accelerations.
Well,
It's
that
the
makes it
constant.
even worse. Yeah, that makes it
Yeah.
terribly worse. Extreme, it compounds the worseness. You should feel
And
seasick some days. Some days it should be so much that people fall down.
I've never been on a train and not felt the motion. I've always felt the motion of the
Me
train.
too. Me too. And in an
Oh, it's
airplane,
gotta
I
be
always
those that
feel the
are
motion.
super fast.
Yeah,
They
because
go
of
with
relative
magnets or
size.
something.
Because of the size, your size in relation to the
Robert,
train.
don't change your tag so it doesn't say teacher in there because you don't
If
teach anybody anything. If you
if the
do, I
train if the
I need to
train is
go with
if the
school.
train is the size of the Earth, you're not going to feel that movement. And besides, space is a
And that's a
vacuum.
claim.
So space doesn't have friction.
So
You
space
Okay,
is a
understand me?
these are
vacuum.
claims.
So it
Robert
doesn't have
claims
the no.
Rude.
Yeah.
Robert claims space is a vacuum.
Right. Space is a vacuum, very low pressure, extremely low pressure area. So there is no bumps in the road as it's turning. You understand
So
me?
how do you have a low pressure vacuum next to a gas pressure?
How do you have a low
Easy.
pressure vacuum without a container?
No, brother. One question at a time.
Yeah.
Very easy. One question at a time. Don't stop talking and listen. Very easy. It's called gravity.
So gravity
Very
can
easy.
act as a physical container.
No, not a physical container, a containment. That's your word. Containment.
Yeah, that's
You get it?
acting like a physical container.
No. Get the
So how
word
does this happen?
container
Yeah,
out of
so
your mouth.
how does this
Just like
happen then?
how a magnet works. If you put a magnet next to small nails, it contains those small nails by pulling them towards it. You see that?
Yeah,
So the
we're not
small
talking
nails.
about magnetism, are we? We're talking about gravity. So gravity, what is gravity? Talking about the warping
No.
and bending of space-time is acting as a container?
Okay, keep the context, brother. Keep the context. Gravity is acting like a force. It's not a
I'm trying
force,
to
but
establish the context, Rob. What is the
no, you haven't.
context? What
No, you
is
haven't because
gravity?
no,
That is the
you have
context that needs establishing. What is gravity? Is it the warping and bending of
no,
space-time?
you're not keeping the context because you skipped over my magnet example. If you
We're
were
not
keeping
talking
the
about
context,
magnets. We're
you
talking
see,
about
you're not keeping
gravity.
the context. You're not keeping the context. You
The
see, the
context isn't
magnet.
magnetism, Rob. The context is
Your
gravity.
question is weird. That statement is weird. Again, magnet is containing the nails. Gravity is containing mass.
The
You see
problem
that?
you've got is magnetism is a real force, Rob. So I'm asking you to describe this so-called force because gravity is not a force, it's a pseudo force. So I'm asking you, is the warping and bending of space the cause of the pseudo force?
No, it's because of gravity. Gravity is acting like a force on
What's
mass.
gravity? What's gravity, Rob?
Gravity. Let me tell you what gravity is. This is what gravity. Whenever an object has mass, other mass close by
Why are you
it
shouting?
will
Can you
come
stop shouting?
towards it. Okay, no, I have to do it because you're changing the target. Whenever mass is introduced in your environment, other mass that's close by will come towards it. That
So you
that is the inverse gravitational law that's established by Newton. Force
which
of
was
gravity equals the
superseded by
gravitational
Einstein.
constant. A product of the two masses is an inverse relationship between their distance between them. That is a
Okay,
law.
so two masses. So we can go with mass attracting mass if you want, even though it was superseded by the warping and bending of space-time. We can pretend that hasn't happened, and we can act like mass attracting mass force is real. Okay, we can do that for a moment. So if there is a mass attracting mass force acting upon the gas, why are the gases going up? Why aren't the gases being pulled towards the Earth? And why is gravity acting like a container when gravity is supposed to be pulling things to a center of mass?
There's a number of questions. Okay, let's take question number one. Gas has an inherent property called kinetic energy, but that kinetic energy is largely overcome by the Earth's mass. That is why you have gradient in your atmosphere. A lot
That's a
more
claim.
gas pressure. No, that's not a claim. You fly aircrafts, don't you? Don't you fly in airplanes? The reason why
No,
yeah, oh, okay, I no
the
problem.
cause of your gradient is a claim. We know there's a gradient, but you can only
Right.
we can demonstrate a gradient. You need a closed system.
No,
Okay.
you do not know. You don't no, brother. No, you do not need a closed system because the gradient is happening on Earth. There are no containers there.
No, that's
No
begging the
container.
question. You're begging the question now, Rob. That's
No,
what's on the table for
you're
discussion.
making a claim. You're making a claim that there's a container around the Earth. You're making
Yeah,
a
there
claim.
must be. It's
And
the necessary antecedent for a
I got
pressure
you.
gradient.
I got you now.
Yeah,
You said
I'm
there
making
must
the
be.
claim. Yeah.
Yes, you must be. I got you. Now show me what's it made of.
So you'll need a closed system. You'll need physical containment for gas pressure,
Explain.
and we can achieve within
turn.
gas pressure. We can achieve within a gas pressure. We can achieve a gradient, but you must have physical containment.
Okay, what is your container made of on Earth?
I can give you the example of a terrarium. You can get a
No,
full.
no,
You can
no.
get a
The
full
container.
water cycle. You can get
What is?
a dynamic system in a
No. What's it made of?
terrarium.
Have you visited it? What's the distance to it? What's the size of it? Go.
A terrarium. You can have one at home if you buy one.
No. Terrarium is a small little thing that you are supposedly saying you are making a guess that there is a cap on top of it. That's a guess. No one has seen a cap. So you need to tell us what that cap is made of.
What are you saying? Gap or cap?
Cap. C-A-P. C as in cat. A as in apple. P as in Paul. What is that cap made up of? You have not seen it. You have not touched it. You have no distance. You have no dimensions. Until you show us that you have a pseudo cap on top of your Earth.
No, we have direct evidence that a pressure gradient can only be achieved within containment, and we need a gas pressure to be able to have a pressure gradient.
Is
So
Robert trying to say that there's something on top of the Earth with a cap?
Oh yeah, of course, because a terrarium.
Why are you making claims like that?
He just did it. He said a terrarium. Terrarium has a cap. So where is the cap for Earth?
What if I show you one without a cap?
He's saying a terrarium is the Earth. So, but he has not presented the Earth.
I didn't say the terrarium was an Earth. No, I said a terrarium is a direct example of how to achieve a pressure gradient.
Oh yeah,
you don't have any evidence of being able to achieve a pressure gradient without a contained gas pressure.
Yes, we do. It's called It's called the Earth.
That's begging the question, Rob. I already told you you can't use that. That's circular reasoning.
Yes, you can. The Earth, because the Earth is physical. You can go and test the gradient.
Stop shouting, Rob.
Yes,
You're
I have
annoying
to tell
me.
you. Right,
Just because if you shout, it doesn't make your point stronger. It just makes you look more desperate. You still don't have any direct evidence apart from begging. All you've got is begging the question.
No, I am begging your question.
You're assuming the gas pressure gradient that we have on the Earth is only achievable. You're assuming the gas pressure gradient on Earth is only achievable because of gravity. But within nature, we do not have the ability to make gravity contain gas. In fact, we can't even define gravity as a force anymore. It was superseded by the warping and bending of space-time. We have no way to prove that gravity is a force. So you are begging the question and using fallacious arguments, circular reasoning as your only example, where I'm giving a direct example in nature of how to achieve gas pressure through containment.
Okay, no, brother. The Earth and science existed before you. Before you did. Just because you can create.
He tried to say this earlier. Earth and science existed before you.
Let me get my statement out. Science existed before you could create experiments. The Earth existed long time before that. So brother, just because you can do a terrarium in your lab, it does not mean that the Earth resembles a terrarium. Do you understand that now?
I never said that. You're straw manning my argument.
You brought up the terrarium. Why did you do that? Because
it's the only way to achieve. I'll restate my point then.
Yes,
because a terrarium is a direct example of how to achieve a pressure gradient. Can you demonstrate how to achieve a pressure gradient without containment, without physical containment, using gravity?
A terrarium is how a poultry man can do it, not the entire Earth system.
So that's a no then. You can't demonstrate this. So you have no direct examples of a gas pressure without physical containment.
Yes, I do. The Earth.
Let me guess. The Earth? Oh, yeah. That's begging the question, Rob.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Your science existed before your poultry terrarium. Your poultry terrarium is your little idea.
You clearly don't understand burden of proof, Rob.
Yes, the burden of proof, brother, is pressure.
Rob, stop shouting. Seriously.
No, The point is, brother, we as human beings have created instruments called pressure instruments. They are called also barometers. We also have invented instruments like rockets and helium balloons, right? Right? So we send these instruments up into our atmosphere, brother, and they leave our atmosphere, brother. We
That's the
have
claim. Do you have
no,
any evidence and proof for that?
that's not. We have proof of it. We have proof of that. We have almost 1,000 people have left the Earth's system. We have hundreds of thousands of instruments that have left
That's a
the
lie.
Earth system.
No, liar.
That's a lie.
Right?
You're a
We have
liar.
Oh, you're
hold on.
lying.
We have rockets. We have satellites.
No, you're
We have
lying.
tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands. We have tens of thousands of instruments that have left the
No,
Earth's
that's
system.
incorrect.
Okay, and pressure. We have instruments that measure the Earth, and
What are they?
none of these.
What
None of
measures the
these.
pressure out there in space?
What measure? We have pressure sensors.
Yeah, go ahead, find me one.
Sure, I can do that.
Space pressure sensors.
Hold on. So you do not know about pressure sensors, and you're in
Yeah, I
flat
want to know
Earth.
the space pressure sensors you use.
How did you know that there was a pressure gradient inside of your terrarium?
Don't change it
Well,
on
you
me.
can
I want
you
you
can
to
use
post
it.
the space pressure gauges.
Yeah.
Right.
A barometer is
No.
not a
I am
space
calling
pressure
you.
gauge.
No. You know about pressure instruments because you said you created one in a terrarium. You said you have a terrarium and you
Yeah.
created that
creates
gradient.
that. Nature creates that.
No. You have an instrument that measured the pressure gradient.
You can measure that in a propane tank.
You can measure that in a propane. What instrument did you use?
Pressure gauge on top and one near the bottom.
Perfect. So you do. So don't ask me. Do not
So
ask
where do you
me.
place the space pressure gauge? You just hold it up to the space?
No, a pressure gauge is one type of pressure instrument.
So I want you to post so I can go
Right.
buy one, a space pressure gauge that I can put on a rocket
Okay.
to measure a
Right.
space vacuum.
Right. Okay. Are you going to come with me so we can go to where
No,
to become
I don't
astronauts?
need to go somewhere. I'm just going to go to the
Of course you don't
website and
need to.
buy it today.
Of course you know it. Okay. So again, so you know about pressure gauges. You know about pressure instruments. You know about barometers. Very good. So I do not have to present it to you. You know about them. That
You made
same
the
pressure
claim
gauge
that you
and
made the
same
claim
pressure
there's
instrument.
a space
What I'm
pressure
saying to you,
gauge. You
just
made
like
the claim. I wanted you to post it so I can go buy a space pressure gauge.
no, it's not a space pressure gauge. It's just a pressure instrument.
How do you use
They don't.
it?
Nobody
How
call
do you
them.
measure the
Nobody.
vacuum of space with it?
The same way you use that pressure gauge.
How do I measure the vacuum of space with it?
When you don't pick up any pressure, there is no pressure. Just like your pressure. Hold on.
Where do I
Just
place the gauge?
hold on. Wait, this guy. Just like your pressure
Do I
gauge in your
just hold the
propane.
gauge in my hand?
Okay.
Do I just hold the gauge in my hand? I'm gonna
When
go
you
get one out of my. I'm gonna go get one out of my toolbox right now. I probably have 20 pressure gauges in there. I'm gonna go grab one and hold it in my hand.
do it.
That's gonna change when I climb mountains.
Oh yes, dog. Oh
No,
yes.
it won't.
So brother, a pressure gauge, brother, is something for propane tanks. It's designed for propane tanks. So you know about how pressure. So if there's no pressure in the propane tank, what does it read? It reads what? 0.
14.7 psi.
Right? Okay. 14.7. Oh, when there's no pressure in the pressure tank in the
That's
propane tank.
what my tanks in my garage read.
Okay, is there gas in them?
Nope, that's just empty air compressor tanks. Not air
Okay.
compressors, not turned off, and the hose is emptied. The gauge reads 14.7 psi
Okay.
approximately.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. It's probably reading what your
And then if
area
I close the
around is.
tank and I just let it sit there, it goes up to like 25 psi because it gets warmer during the day. Isn't that
Oh yeah.
crazy?
Oh no, that's not crazy.
Isn't that crazy how heat does that?
No,
How
it's not
heat,
crazy.
how heat makes the pressure change? That's how you get a pressure gradient. Just
No,
by
no,
temperature changes. Yep.
no,
The
that's
end.
beautiful. No, that's
I
beautiful.
debunked you.
No, you didn't debunk me. You're stating something that's an inherent property of gas. Thank you. Welcome to the globe. That is why hurricanes happen,
Where's your
tornadoes
container?
occur.
Where's your globe container? Where's your
Welcome to the
globe
globe.
container? Where's your
We have
globe container?
no. We don't need a container. We have gravity.
No, gravity's not a container, you dummy.
It's not a container. It's a
I
containment
know, I
factor.
just said that.
Containment factor. I know you just said that. You said the right thing, but you don't understand. It's called a containment factor. Gravity
Oh,
is what's
go ahead.
causing your
Go
containment
ahead. Show me
factor.
how to. I want to know how to use that containment factor so I can make a wall in my house and hang things off of, but
No
it'll be
problem.
invisible.
Very easy. Very easy. So when you're hanging up the picture and you
No,
don't have
I
nails,
need to hang it on a containment area that's invisible, like a
no,
force shield.
don't be stupid. That's not how containment
No,
works.
that's what you said. You said it's some kind of
I
force
never said
shield
that's how,
that holds air in.
I never said that's how it works, brother.
Oh,
That's not
then
how
how does it
containment
work?
works.
How does it
That's how
work?
containments work.
How does it work?
Okay, just like how a magnet puts
No,
aside
no,
small nails. That's how it
no
works.
magnets.
That's my
Not
demonstration.
magnetic. Not magnetic.
My demonstration. That's my demonstration in a lab. Gravity works just
No,
like that.
you never went in a lab and took
And
a magnet
also
and contained
gravity
air
has
using
that are
magnets.
inherent to it. Welcome to. So if you
You
jump
have
off of the house,
never contained
you're being
air in a
contained.
ball using magnets.
Why don't you go up when you jump off of the house? Because you're being contained. You
Address
get it?
my point. You've never
did.
went into a lab and made a ball of air using magnets in a vacuum. That's that.
Wait, so are you claiming that the pressure gradient is because of temperature?
Yeah,
Of course.
that's how containment works. Stop mixing up containment with the word container. The
Okay,
day
wait.
you stop doing that is the day you'll understand how life works.
Yeah, it's
Whenever
warmer
you
at the
jump off of
ground than
your
it
house,
is away
the
from the
reason why you go
ground.
to the ground is because you're being
Rob, why'd you
contained.
interrupt
So
John
in
Gilmore?
places
You
like
had your
Siberia,
chance.
You're being contained. That's why you don't go upwards. You're being contained when you jump off of your house. Gas is experiencing the same thing because it has mass. Thank you very much.
Gases don't go down. What are you talking about? They go in all directions.
Of course, they go in all directions, but guess what? There is more gas towards the surface
No,
because of that
no, gas
containment
goes in
factor.
all directions, not
There are no
down.
heavier gases towards the top.
Not some go down. It's not some go down or one goes down. They all go in all directions all the time.
that's just false. There are gases that go
No,
down because they're yes, they are
just
because
saying,
they're
oh
more cold.
no, and trying to defy science is your burden now.
Wait, let me show you a video. So if you really want it.
Yeah, I don't want to see a video of brown gas sitting in a tank and then come back an hour later and it's gone.
What does that test to do?
Sorry, I was talking to some people there. But yeah, so that's how containment works. Gas is
We don't need to confuse Robert anymore today. Go ahead, John. Explain it to us how everything works.
No, I'm saying if you think that you just muted him, that's not very mature thing to do. But basically, all I'm saying is if the pressure is so it is dependent on the temperature, then why don't we see such a difference between as we see between like normal sitting in the coast and flying 30,000 feet in the air, 3,000 feet in the air, and between like going to Siberia or just some cold place.
Gases all start at the ground.
Then why don't we see the same thing at sea?
Gases all start at the ground. So
Yeah,
you're gonna
I
have
see at the sea.
more
Why don't
gas
we see?
pressure at the ground and it'll change with temperature. Yeah, your barometric pressure is different there.
when you're in the middle of the sea, like Point Nemo, you're as far from the ground as you are in the fucking space station.
No,
So-
no such thing as space station. We're not
Yeah,
going to go.
of course.
We're not
Yeah,
going to go
everyone
to
lies. Everything
imaginary
is a
space
lie. Everyone
station.
wants to lie to you.
We're
It's all a
not
big
gonna go to
conspiracy.
the
Yeah, I get that.
imaginary space station just because
Okay.
you want to.
So why don't we see a big difference between Point Nemo and the ground as we see from the ground and high up in the air?
What don't we see a difference in?
When you sail out to like far sea, why don't you see a difference between the pressure there and the pressure on ground, and between the pressure on ground and the pressure high up in the air?
You do have a pressure difference.
Show it to me.
Go get a barometer.
No, you prove it to
Move it
me. You
around.
claim that you prove it to me.
Go climb a mountain with it.
I said sail out to sea and show the pressure difference between the sea and the ground.
That's sea level. You're only going to get 14.7 psi approximately all the
No,
time.
but
at sea
you
level.
said all gas like comes from the ground.
Yeah, all gases start at the sea and the land.
No gas start at the sea.
Oh boy, it's going to be impossible to talk to you.
Why? Because I actually know.
What do you think plankton do?
What do you think? What?
Plankton does.
Plankton?
Yeah, releases gases into the air.
Prove it.
Go get plankton and
No,
put
you
it
prove
inside
it.
a
You prove it.
container.
You say it. You prove it. I'm playing your game.
I don't
right
need
now.
to prove it. That's just
Wait,
Google it.
Yeah, you need.
Just
Yeah, you need
Google
to
it.
prove. No. I also can Google if there's a space
I
station
know you
and
can
it
go.
says yes.
No, there's no space station.
So plankton doesn't produce air.
You can
gas.
get plankton. I can't get an ISS.
No, so you prove it. You show me.
You're in the middle of the ocean. Go get some.
I'm on land, as far as I know,
Oh, then why are you talking about being out in the middle of the ocean?
because I'm trying to show you an example.
An
That's
example
what
you've
examples
never
are.
done. An example you've never done.
Have you done it?
I just know what pressure is, where it's at.
I also know what pressure is. So one of us is
So
either an idiot or
why
lying,
is it always about 14.7 psi at sea level?
because gas come down. Gas is
No.
manipulated by the gravity. Yes.
Oh, gas goes all directions, not
Okay,
down.
I gotta
Who
go.
told you
Just a minute.
gases go down? Bye.
You did well. I could barely understand the guy.
Was
I
Robert
know
here?
it's hard. Yeah, Robert's here. Yeah, I just unmuted him. He can talk now.
Yeah. Please, yeah. It's tough to listen to the truth, right?
I know. That's why you guys
Right.
run away all the time.
No, we run away because we don't want to listen to the nonsense.
Robert, dude, you gotta self-regulate, okay?
No,
You're
they
dealing.
have to. They always clip me. I'm in the middle of my statement, and then I have to kind of raise my voice to get them to let me finish, right? I can't just because if you guys don't listen to what I'm saying, you won't understand it, right?
We let you finish, Robert. That's ridiculous. You just start shouting because you don't like our responses.
No, absolutely not. No, sir.
I let
Absolutely
you
not.
finish. I did. I
Robert,
let you
you've
finish
got.
every single point.
Oh, sorry. Robert, you've got NASA coming to Netflix. Can't you just be happy with the big W there?
No, brother, wherever NASA is, I'm good. Right? I'm heading there. I'm heading there this summer. I'm heading there very soon. This next week, as a matter of fact. So I'm good. I like going to NASA, speak to the scientists and astronauts. Have you guys ever done that?
Yeah.
My dad worked at NASA. It's not that interesting.
It's very interesting. Oh, absolutely, because it's the next step for humanity. The rock is not going to sustain us
More
forever.
interesting where I work now. Way more interesting.
Yeah, dude, no one's gonna leave the Earth.
What? We have 1,000 people that
What?
did.
No one's left the Earth. And even if you could leave, there's no place to go.
Wait, no, for now, yes. Right.
No, forever. Forever and ever and ever.
Oh,
There's
wow.
no.
How do you know that? Are you a fortune teller?
Bill Nye the Science Guy told you this. And even better, you can't even get your imagination to leave the earth. So you can't even start with just like, how like when they have like basketball players or like archery, they say before you take the shot, visualize the ball going through the hoop or visualize the bullseye. Like in your mind's eye, like try to align your mind, body, and soul for a single task. You can't do that. Even here on Earth, you can't even imagine what it would mean to think about humanity in space.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is. It's called the overview effect. You're in
yes.
direct heresy of the overview effect.
No. We have
Yes.
information. No, but come on. We can see Mars. We can see Venus.
Yeah, but you can't even imagine what it would mean to go there.
Yes, we can. Absolutely. There are tons of imaginary videos on YouTube. Them imagining what it's like to be there. You can go and do that.
Yeah, and you are
Just like
immune.
the basketball player imagining the
you
ball
are
hitting the-
immune to this. Completely and utterly immune to this. That's the thing.
What does that mean?
Because there's an overview effect. The astronauts told you, which is breathtaking, because you said you love talking to the astronauts. They'll tell you about the overview effect.
Okay.
You are immune to this effect, or you think the astronauts are lying to you, or you can't imagine. There's some deep-seated air in your worldview that has caused you to like totally disregard all context and meaning of manned spaceflight.
No, brother. I think what has happened is with you is the opposite. Since we were children, since man walked on the savannas, they looked up and their imaginations went wild. What are those like? Can I go there? What is this entire universe made of? Man have wondered, their imagination has flourished and has brought forth a lot of these ideas that we are doing today. It's because of that wonderment, just like the basketball player, brother. What are you talking? Even a 3-year-old child, when they go out, you put them outside at night and they look up. Wonderment just fills their spirit. Because that is how we are as humans. We are curious, and our imaginations will create systems.
He's begging
insane.
he's begging you to become a globy, Crit. Don't fall for it.
No, I'm not begging him to do nothing. I'm just
Your
refuting
globe,
his point.
yeah,
I'm refuting his point.
Robert, your globe isn't even worthy of a second thought. It's just a nasty, disgusting, ugly, small, sad, stupid version of flat Earth. Your globe should offer endless possibilities of wonder and amazement, and all you can do with it is join a flat Earth call and talk about your victimhood.
What? Okay, I'm not sure what you're doing here. Because
I'm glad you know reality. The reality of the situation. You will never leave the Earth. You can't even imagine what it would mean.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, it's a fact. This is a fact.
No, you speak for
Yes,
yourself.
this
You
is a
speak for
fact.
yourself. You speak
Okay,
for yourself.
this needs to sink in. It needs to sink in quick. This is a fact.
No,
you will
brother.
never leave the Earth.
It's not about me necessarily. I understand where our technology is and what it allows us to do. It's for the future. We see the future of humanity leaving this rock. We are 9 billion
It's not going to
people
happen.
We're
It's not
9
gonna
billion
happen.
people on the planet. Resources are stretched very thin right now, the way it is.
Yeah,
right?
and then the shooting's
So
going to
what we are
start.
doing, what we are doing as astronomers.
No, Robert, you're wrong. Everything is in a cycle. Gases go up in all directions and they come back down in rain in different forms. And it just keeps going and plants keep growing. Plants keep growing, and that's all that happens. And you're not running out of anything. Somebody lied to you.
we're not. We're not. Okay. We're not. We're not. Okay. Let me kind of retract a little bit like that. We're not really running out right now. Right now, but we can see because we use our imagination. 9 billion people is going to turn 20 billion people in 150 years. Imagine that.
Yeah, then the shootings will
What are
start.
we doing here?
Then the shooting will start.
Then the shooting. Oh, you want to purge people?
No,
Okay.
it's not about purging. What's
you
going to
stop that?
happen is it's predictable. There's no way around it. This is exact. Einstein predicted exactly what was going to happen.
Okay, no problem. So so your solution is stay on Earth to stay is just wipe people out so you can stay on it. Instead
No,
of
that's not
saying
my solution. My solution would be, Robert, go live your life, leave other people alone, even more so if you disagree with them,
what are you saying?
try to be peaceful. Try to
What are
use
you saying?
peaceful
I am
communication. That you
peaceful.
are destroying the world. The way you act,
The way I
you
act. No, the
behave,
way you act is destroying the world because you're killing. You're
you are
killing
destroying
ingenuity.
the world right now.
You are killing ingenuity.
You
You're
should
killing
have.
imagination.
That's what I'm saying. This
You,
random victim
not me.
status. All I'm doing is sitting in the Discord
No, you
server,
are
minding
killing
my own business.
imagination.
I'm
That
not
you're
doing
doing.
anything. You're
Yes, you
doing
are.
that.
You're
doing
telling
that.
people. You're telling young people not to imagine and invent.
No,
That's what
you're
telling them.
not. You're not doing that.
You're telling them. We are
You
telling
can't
them.
even think
Imagine
of a
and invent.
world that's able to explain minor disagreements. Very
No,
minor. Very minor.
brother.
You got coming here with a victimhood. You are
you are the victim.
You are destroying
You
the
are
world.
the one. You are the one with the victim because you're like, oh, leave my pretty world
Then
alone.
leave me alone. Yeah, leave me alone. How about that?
My earth, my flat earth.
Yeah, so
You're
go
the one.
away.
You are the victim.
Okay, go away then. Okay, go away. Leave me alone.
Okay, then you called me victimhood, and I didn't tell you
Yes,
to go away.
you have a victim
I didn't tell
complex.
you to go away. I didn't tell you to go away. Why
Yes,
are you telling me?
do. Yeah, that's what all you do. You want flat earthers eliminated. You want an ugly, sad, small world with ugly, sad, and small people doing ugly, sad, and small things.
Don't go away, guys.
For ugly,
What we
sad,
want
and
you to
small
do,
reasons.
what we want you to do is just think.
Yeah, I have.
Right. Just think. That's all I want you to do.
Yeah, it's been done. It's been done. The only explanation is the Earth is flat and stationary. It's the only possible explanation.
No, it's not because it has a horizon. Because it has a horizon. Horizons do not happen on flat planes.
Yeah, they're flat.
No, they don't. Horizon does not happen on a flat plane. It does not.
Yeah, it's too bad because that's what exactly happens.
The only horizon on a flat plane is the end of it, the edges. That's the only horizons on flat planes. The
You're
horizon,
too far gone, dude.
The horizon kills flat Earth. You ignore it.
Then use it. Use that. So now that you've killed flat Earth, are you able to now imagine yourself in space in the overview effect? An instant cognitive shift.
Oh, you don't know. You don't know.
You can't do it. You still can't do it.
So you don't know what the overview effect is. Then you don't.
Yeah, I don't. Well, okay. How about this? What do you think the overview effect is?
The overview effect only happens when you go there.
No, incorrect.
Yes, correct. Yes, correct.
You can Google this right now. Just Google it. Your worldview should be Googleable. Just Google, is the overview effect only affects astronaut, or is it everybody?
The overview effect in reference to the Earth.
Everyone. All you would need. All you needed was a photograph. That was it. In 1972, a photo was said to trigger the overview effect.
No. We've always had an imagination of a globe. Ptolemy first put forth the spherical model, the geocentric model. He's the first one that did that, right? So we already are seeing a sphere, and we like it. We're like, yes, this makes sense. Overview.
Well, here's NASA.com. The overview affects
and
everyone.
That was 2,000 years ago. That was 2,000 years ago when Ptolemy did that. 2,000.
Yeah, and it wasn't adopted. I mean, it wasn't even mandatory in schools until 1945, Rob. So what does that tell you about how quickly do good ideas catch on? Does it take 2,000 years, Rob?
Mandatory? What, brother? It's not about when it was mandatory in school. It's about the path of humanity's imagination and understanding
about
of
the
our
lack of
environment.
evidence.
Right? Yes, we had evidence. The reason why he put forth a geocentric model is because of those moon phases. Is because of
This
those
right here.
moon
Listen to
phases.
NASA. Listen to NASA. This is a direct quote. The overview effect is a cognitive shift experienced by astronauts seeing the Earth from space. It's primarily felt by those who have traveled to space. However, its impact can be shared with everyone through stories, photos, and videos shared by astronauts. While not everyone experiences the same profound level that astronauts feel, the insights and perspectives gained from space affect everyone. A global, greater sense of unity in the environment and a responsibility to everyone. You need to go listen to NASA. If that's your worldview, if NASA's telling you the truth, they just told you the overview effect affects everybody. If you're immune to that, either NASA's lying or there's some deep-seated error in your worldview.
I never said I was immune to it. I'm just letting you
Which
know
one?
that.
Which one is it? Do you have a greater sense of global unity with all people and all ideas? Or do you have this rampant victim complex towards flat earthers that we've done something to you that you need to set the record straight?
No. I'm trying to help you. It's not about me. I'm good.
I don't want any help from you. You're too stupid.
Okay, that's fine. That's
You're
fine.
too ignorant.
I'm just making a statement.
You're too stupid. You're too ignorant. I don't want anything
brother,
from you.
Hold
No,
on,
thank
hold on,
you.
brother.
No,
You
thank
don't
you.
even know the gravitational formula.
I don't want anything from you.
You don't even know the
I
gravitational
don't.
formula.
I don't care. I don't want.
Stop calling me stupid.
You're,
Stop
dude,
calling me stupid. You're
okay, you're
crying
stupid.
like a little baby now.
You're stupid,
crying
dude.
like a little
I'm
child
telling you,
now.
I don't want anything
Acting
from
like
you.
you're
Pay
acting like a
attention,
petulant
Robert. No,
child.
no, Robert.
You're acting like a
Robert.
petulant child now.
Robert,
The 3-year-old.
listen. No, thank you, Robert.
I
I'm
don't
telling
want
you,
that from you.
no.
I don't
You're
want
acting
that.
like a child now. You're
That's
hearing
what
the
you
word no and look, you
are the one
spaz out.
acting like a petulant little
Yeah,
child.
I'm telling you, no, Robert.
You're a petulant little
Robert.
child. That's what you
Robert.
are. I
Robert,
don't want that.
you are acting like a baby. You're hearing the word no
I
and
don't
you're
want that
crying.
milk. I don't
You're
want
crying.
that. I don't want that. That's you.
No, thank you.
That's what
No,
you're doing.
thank
I'm
you.
acting like
No,
you.
thank you, Robert. No, thank you. Whatever
Acting
you're
like you.
selling, no.
You're just
No.
mad. You're mad
No, thank
that
you.
I have
Okay, no,
answers.
thank you. I'm mad, therefore, no, thank you. Let's use it.
You are mad.
Okay.
Stop
Then no,
being
thank
angry.
you. Then no,
Stop being
thank you.
angry.
Okay, no,
Stop
thank
angry.
you.
Stop
Okay, I'm
No,
angry.
thank
No, thank you. Then let's use.
Give
We
me a
can use my answer or your answer. Whatever you're
No, my answer
selling.
is the best.
No, thank you, Robert. No, thank you.
No, thank you, mommy.
No,
I don't
thank
want.
you.
I don't want that.
Whatever you're selling, either use my answer. You're stupid.
I'm not selling
You're
anything.
ignorant.
I'm not selling
You're
anything.
full of shit. Or
You're the one
B,
that's selling
use
stuff.
your answer
You're
that
the one
I'm
that's selling
angry. No
something
problem.
that is
Both
unsubstantiated and
answers
unsubstantiated. The
get
earth
to
is
the
not flat.
same result.
Please,
I
your brain.
don't want anything from you. I don't need anything from you. No, thank you.
Right.
No, thank
Good.
you. Okay.
No, thank you.
No means no.
You're a victim. No,
No,
thank you. I don't want.
Fine. No, thank you. I'm a victim.
No,
there
thank
it is. No, thank
the
you.
victim. No,
So
thank you.
now you've
So
got
there you
your own answer you're denying.
That's you. Not what am I?
No,
You pointed
thank you.
to no you. No me.
That's
no you.
fine.
No me.
Whatever you're
That's what
selling,
you're doing.
Robert,
Whatever you're selling.
no, thank you.
Yes.
No, thank
But
you.
the thing is, you know what you're doing?
What you're offering
You're a
is
hypocrite.
an even
I'm gonna tell
more
you why you're a hypocrite. I'm
ugly,
gonna tell you why you're a
sad, and
hypocrite.
small
I'm
than
gonna tell you
anything
why
I'm
you're a
talking
hypocrite.
about.
You're
There's
a hypocrite
what you're
because
offering is
you are
ugly.
finding people
It is
who are
sad
not on the
and
science.
small.
You